This one's a classic.
Howdy everybody, it's me, Togain, moments after a jump scare. I've been following the indie horror scene since basically 2010 or so, primarily as a viewer. When I try to play these games myself, I'm constantly fighting the urge to stand completely still to avoid forward progression.
Jump scare can't happen if I Alt F4 out of the game.
They're fun when they do happen though, and that's generally what draws me to the genre. Games that emphasize atmosphere, have a compelling story, and maybe even have a few fun jump scares throughout. That's all I'm looking for. The problem is, though, a lot of indie horror games just don't meet these standards. In a word, they suck. I've seen hundreds of indie horror games over the years, and eventually I just lost interest in the genre because there was so much mediocrity. Enter Chilla's Art, a small Japanese indie game studio consisting of two brothers who made their first game in February 2018, a game called Evie that didn't really take off. They continued making games over the years, and I continued to see their name appear within the indie horror game space, but I never bothered looking into them much further. For a very long time, I was still of the mindset that indie horror games were nothing more than dark room jump scare simulators with unrealistically bad flashlights and expository loose diary pages strewn about randomly. But that was no longer the case entirely. When I saw some of Chilla's Art's games, I started to believe that there was some hope for this genre. Maybe it wasn't permanently relegated to the quality level that games like Timor provided. Before we jump into the discussion of the first game, I just want to make it clear that this video will contain a lot of spoilers for basically every single Chilla's Art game. I played through all of the games that were released as of January 2025, getting every ending and seeing practically every piece of content, but I didn't play them in release order. I'll be focusing heavily on the story, and I'll warn you right now, some of these stories can be unpleasant. Some might hit harder for certain people, and I just want everyone to be aware of these content warnings before we continue. Throughout this video, I'll be referencing the Chilla's Art wiki from time to time, which I don't really recommend going to because it's a fandom wiki and fandom sucks, and as we'll soon learn, it provides misinformation quite often actually. Not in any malicious way from what I could tell, they just don't do a very good job of fact-checking claims on this wiki. And on top of that, almost every page is poorly written. As user YesYesYesYesYe puts it,
whoever wrote these entries needs to go to school.
I'm also planning on skipping any Chilla's Art game that isn't horror themed or wasn't developed by the two brothers. I have a playlist of all of these games on my second channel, Togain Jr., with only a couple exceptions. You can find a link to that playlist in the description. Getting through all of these games was way more of a massive undertaking than I expected, consuming over 50 hours of my time just to get through them all, not including the video editing, the organization, the script writing, the ranking time. But overall, it was still very fun, and I hope you enjoy going through this journey through Chilla's Art's games as much as I did.
Game number 1, The Closing Shift.
The first game we're going to be covering is a big winner for me, the impetus of my time with Chilla's Art, more or less. The Closing Shift was released on March 18th, 2022. It's a game that I found so impressive that it single-handedly revived my love for indie horror games, and it honestly served as a very strong motivator for making this video. We find ourselves playing as an unnamed female protagonist. This is a very common theme in Chilla's Art's games, the vulnerable female main character who lives alone and has to continue going through her routine despite scary and potentially dangerous scenarios popping up. We have a little small apartment and we work as a barista at Chilla's Coffee. On our first night, we leave our apartment to head to work, but we come across this cell phone playing a short music loop right outside of our apartment. We pick it up with the intent of eventually finding its owner and continue towards our vehicle. We're stopped, however, when we encounter someone in the parking lot who is inexplicably hiding in the shadows, appearing as though they're looking for something. It turns out the phone we found belongs to this person, so we hand them the phone and continue on to work. Doesn't it seem a bit odd though? That phone was not that far away, and it was audibly playing music. I don't know, this scenario just strikes me as weird. When we arrive at our destination, we're immediately scolded by our senior co-worker, Funahashi-senpai. He's extraordinarily preoccupied with our late arrival, which makes sense. He doesn't get to leave until we show up, and he warns us not to be late again. This is something that will continue to happen for a few more shifts, by the way. We don't learn our lesson anytime soon. The primary gameplay loop in the closing shift begins at this point, and we proceed through the evening as the only employee in the shop, making coffee, talking with customers, and getting their orders. The concept of working a job or doing some other menial task within a horror game is not new. It does help to immerse the player within the world, especially when said tasks have a learning curve, but it's not necessarily the most unique gameplay mechanic. That being said, the closing shift makes this barista job downright enjoyable. It's engaging enough to the point where we have to remember the process and steps involved with making various drinks, but it's not overwhelming. A lot of games struggle to find this balance, honestly. They're either too unengaging or too complex, but the closing shift does a very good job with it, in my opinion. Maybe I just like making coffee, I don't know. One of our first customers very ominously brings up the topic of stalkers. Of course, she uses it as an excuse to brag about being more desirable of a victim than us, which is a weird flex, but it's still eerie for this to be brought up so early in the game's story. The next group of customers consists of 4 high school boys who have no profound warnings for us. They simply want their coffee and food. And this is the first glimpse we get into Chilla's art's ability to create a believable world. There's a decent amount of time spent on multiple characters similar to these boys. Characters who aren't here strictly to progress the story and only exist as a way to make the world feel more familiar and comfortable. You could even say that it's an immersion thing. Why didn't I just write that? Our final customer of the night is a private investigator named Hasaku. He gives us another vague warning and tells us to call him if something ever happens, citing numerous reports of people getting harassed. Ah, look at that, someone we can rely on. After his departure from the coffee shop, our shift is over and it's time for us to clean up and head home for the night.
I don't like that this is directing my attention to the ground. Oh.
After restoring the power, we find scattered milk cartons all over the shop. We return them to their rightful place within the fridge, and our first shift can actually end, albeit on a bit of a weird note. November 15th, no year given, is the next time we find ourselves experiencing the world through the perspective of this unnamed protagonist. However, instead of beginning from her perspective, we open on an extended shot of the coffee shop's storage room interior ceiling, as though we're laying on our back and looking up. We return to our scheduled barista programming shortly after this, and our routine continues. The first customer of the day is once again an older man who makes it a point to let us know his knowledge of the Japanese language is very strong. While talking to this man, though, we can catch a glimpse of a man in a hoodie standing outside watching us. Once the customer informs us of this man's presence, however, he's suddenly no longer anywhere to be seen.
Maybe because of that guy over there? Who? Huh. I guess it was just my imagination.
Shortly after the first customer leaves, the man in the hoodie walks into the store and silently places an order. A vanilla chillipuccino and 2 cups of milk. That's interesting. Big fan of milk, are ya? After fulfilling his order, he wordlessly walks over to a table and hangs out for a while before leaving. Our final customer of the night is Shoya, a Ken doll who tries to flirt with our protagonist to get her number. After telling him no, he angrily leaves without ordering anything, and our shift is over for the night. The man in the hoodie left earlier while we were talking to Shoya, so the coffee shop is empty, and we once again clean up and go home without anything weird happening whatsoever.
Whoa. That's a picture of me. Good.
November 27th, nearly 2 weeks later, is the next time we get to experience a shift at Chilla's Coffee. We begin our regular routine, heading out of our apartment and down the stairs, only to be jump scared by a lady pushing a stroller way too fast. She scolds us for not watching where we're going, as though this is somehow our fault. We have to just brush off this encounter and move on with our day, though. We have a job to do. This is something Chilla's Arts games love to do. While other indie horror games will often throw jump scares at you in the form of actual danger or a death screen as one of the primary game elements, Chilla's Art will very often put in random, meaningless jump scares that feel more like a joke at our expense than anything else.
This is the perspective of somebody watching us. Oh no, I don't like that. Oh God.
After reaching the coffee shop, we bring up our concerns about potentially being stalked to Funahashi-senpai, and his reaction is truly deplorable. He doesn't seem the slightest bit convinced of our fears. There's nothing we can do about his indifference, so we simply go through the rest of our shift. Our first customers of the day are a group of teenage girls who don't have anything particularly interesting to say, until they sit down and begin discussing the people they saw on the way to the coffee shop. Evidently, they spotted someone creepy on the bus, and then also saw a creepy guy standing directly outside the coffee shop. We're not allowed to leave our post behind the counter during our shift, so we can't actually observe anyone suspicious outside firsthand. The rest of the day is relatively uneventful, and once everyone's left, we start closing up the store, cleaning off tables, you know, the usual end-of-day stuff.
What the fuck? Oh shit. Hey man.
We go outside to confront this person, but we only find a letter.
The day we first met, yes, at Chilla's, she smiled at me like a flower. Just thinking about her makes my heart pound. I have never felt this way before. I wonder if she is putting a smile on everyone's face, like she does mine.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is the official introduction to our stalker. December 5th. We once again start out this day through a different perspective, this time focusing on a few different objects scattered around. Photos of our protagonist, cartons of milk. We return to our protagonist's point of view and begin our routine, but we're quickly interrupted by a letter being shoved through the mail slot in our door.
I know her best. Maybe after your mother and father, I'll really be number one in time. She talked to me. She picked up my phone and went out of her way to give it to me. I know she felt the same way I did. We are in love. Today is our anniversary.
She picked up my phone and went out of her way to give it to me. It seems as though our stalker is the man we helped on our first shift, the man who inexplicably lost his phone right in front of our apartment, even though it was still likely within earshot. Despite being confronted with this creepy letter, we continue our daily routine, heading to Chilla's Coffee to once again begin our shift. Of course, today our car is broken down. Luckily, we have the option of taking the bus. We managed to ride all the way to the coffee shop with no issues, though it is a little weird that this businessman slowly turned around to look at us. Once we arrive, we step off and briefly catch a glimpse of a creepy silhouetted figure staring at us. Our first customer of the evening appears at the drive-thru and we serve him quickly, moving on to the next. There he is again. He's sitting right in front of us, staring at us, watching us work. Our next customer, named Yoko, walks in and begins conversing with us. During this conversation, the creepy guy walks out of the coffee shop, staring at us as long as he physically can. Yoko then asks us if we're working the shift alone, and she gives us a bracelet meant to ward off evil. Surely this will help. The final customer of the night is, well...
Oh, hey, what's up, man? Oh, you're not wearing a shirt or shoes. Oh, and you're dancing. Okay. Hey, it's so hot today. I'll have a caramel chillappuccino. Is this a bit? What are you doing?
That was entertaining. After we finish cleaning up for the night, we find ourselves in a nightmare scenario, making and serving lattes non-stop until the giant alarm clock goes off and we're attacked in the back room by a shadowy figure.
This has to be a nightmare. You can let me out of here now. Oh, Jesus Christ.
December 17th, our next shift. This time, we find ourselves looking through the eyes of someone, presumably the stalker, who is staring at us through the drive-thru window. Our protagonist is very clearly uncomfortable, fidgeting around and jumping at any little noise she hears. We return to her perspective and continue our normal routine. Hasaku, the private investigator, shows up quickly after our shift begins and promises to scout the area to make sure everything's safe. Our first real customers inform us that someone outside is taking pictures of us. Without any concern that this might be out of the ordinary, they take their coffees and leave the store, leaving us alone to think about the implications of someone taking pictures of us in secret. Our next customer of the night is the mother we ran into outside of the apartment. This time she's walking at a normal pace, and there's no baby in the stroller for some reason. Why even push it around? She quickly leaves after receiving her order, not saying anything. The silence of guilt from someone who knows that they wronged you. You know what you did. The last customer of the night is Machiko. After receiving her order, she asks us if we're repairing the store's antenna today. We tell her no, we're not, and she lets us know that she saw someone up on the roof. We go outside and climb up to the roof to check out what's going on, and this is when we find an entrance to the storehouse that has been locked every other night that we've been here. This is where the previous night's intro cutscenes took place. It appears as though there's a makeshift bed and pillow back here, implying someone was living in the coffee shop's storeroom.
I have to close the store fast. What does that mean? What do you mean fast? Flip the sign to close. Let's go. Hey, Jesus. Hey, man, the sign says closed, so you're not allowed in.
There are 3 endings to the closing shift. Ending 1 involves simply running outside. Ending 2 is the vent escape. The screwdriver in the storeroom can be used to unscrew the vent in the bathroom, allowing us to sneak out undetected.
Ooh, what is this? Drive off? How safe are we? 1 to 10, be honest. Just drive. What just happened? It sounds like somebody's trying to open the door. Just drive off. I mean, it doesn't even matter all that much because he knows where we live, so. Don't do that! I think I died again.
The true ending, ending 3, is when we take the ladder to the storeroom and climb onto the roof from inside the building.
I don't know what good this does me. Ooh, brick. Ah, see, he's waiting for us? Okay. Hey. Later, bitch. One for the road. Thank you very much.
Horrifically, we find that the stalker's body seemingly disappeared while we were contacting the police. I find it a little unbelievable, though. This guy survived this giant brick landing on his head, got up, and ran away. I don't know, bro. We head back home and find our cell phone on the ground outside. We leave the apartment to retrieve it, returning immediately afterwards. You know, returning to the apartment that we left unlocked while we were grabbing our phone.
Someone could have snuck into my apartment in that time. Pretty easily, I might add. Especially if I didn't lock the door behind me. Which would have been a stupid thing to not do. Oh, no, no. Oh my God.
And that's the story to the closing shift, my first experience with Chilla's art. As I continued playing, I found myself believing in this world that was being presented to me. The interactions were believable. The slowly building fear of someone stalking us became more and more palpable as we progressed. When Mame Taro, the shirtless dancing guy, shows up, the atmosphere had been developed to the point that his presence alone was kind of terrifying, even though he's mostly harmless. We spend such a large amount of time in this game surrounded by other people, yet we're completely alone when it matters the most, and that's what's truly scary. The isolation. Our coworker doesn't believe we're being stalked. The customers within the coffee shop aren't remotely interested in helping us, and even the private eye, the one person who could potentially be there for us, ends up getting killed unceremoniously, being as useless as anyone else in this world. This is a fear that's developed slowly over time, and it's very realistic. The threat is a person who's fanatically obsessed with our poor, innocent, and vulnerable barista protagonist. The primary environment of the cozy coffee shop, with its soft, relaxing piano music and friendly customers, betrays the underlying fear that we know is present. There's a problem. We know we're in danger. Nobody believes us, but we have to keep working. It's a pretty solid execution of the comfy, cozy horror experience that ultimately leads to an unfortunate end. Now, what of the man in the hoodie? Well, I believe this man was intentional misdirection. The man in the hoodie looks nothing like the stalker, so I don't believe they're the same person. I think the man in the hoodie is just a weird guy who likes milk and took a picture of us for some reason. This kind of misdirection is something Chilla's art utilizes in their storytelling very often, and it's something we will see again. Another thing Chilla's art loves to do is multiple endings. They were a nice addition to the closing shift, admittedly, making it feel as though I genuinely had to make the right decision to survive. It wasn't a very deep web of decision-making, to be fair, but I did fail twice before I actually finished the game. Alright, let's get to grading these games. I wanted to organize them on a personal scale, so instead of following a boring letter grade system or using a tier list, we're going to be grading these games using toe points. The more, the better. This is going to be an aggregate score of the game's atmosphere, story, gameplay, and how much I enjoyed it overall. So there's quite a bit of subjectivity here as well. The closing shift is a game I had already seen, so the scares didn't particularly get to me in the same way a first-time player might experience them. Despite this, I loved the atmosphere, and I thought it was incredibly well crafted. So I'm going to give the closing shift 20 million toe points to start off the list. Knowing what was going to happen certainly dulled the experience a bit, but I still felt as though this was the greatest return to the indie horror game scene I could have asked for. I don't want to make it seem as though I think The Closing Shift is the greatest horror game ever made. I don't even think it's the best Chilla's Art game. But as far as short indie horror experiences go, this was thoroughly enjoyable, which is more than can be said about a lot of indie horror games. After finishing The Closing Shift, I felt as though if this was the standard that Chilla's Art held their games to, I was completely on board, and I wanted to see what else they had to offer, so I went and purchased the entire catalog.
Game number 2, The Radio Station.
The next Chilla's Art game that caught my interest was The Radio Station, a slightly less popular release that was made available to us on October 30th, 2021. I had enjoyed playing through The Closing Shift so much that I immediately hopped into this game with super high expectations. The Radio Station has us playing as Haruo, brother of a radio host named Masaki who died suddenly under mysterious circumstances. The police weren't interested in looking into the case any further, closing it and labeling his death a suicide, but we know better. While The Closing Shift was a cozy barista simulator, the Radio Station takes a completely different approach. We start out in our apartment. There's a letter on the table from the radio station's owner letting us know that we have access to the radio station whenever we want. We just need to go grab the key from his house. In the radio station, we find ourselves in a small, rural Japanese town. There's nobody else around, it's dead quiet, and for some reason, we've decided it best to undertake our investigation from our box truck in the darkest hours of the night. With this being only the second game I've played from the studio, I began to realize that Chilla's Art has a very distinct visual style that persists between games. Darkness, lens flare, chroma blur all over the place, and a lot of reflections. These reflections can at times appear as a human figure or some other threat, and caught me off guard a few times while I was already on edge, which is annoying more than anything else, and it seems very much intentional. This graphical style will change over time, but this is what they were working with in 2021. We make our way to the radio station owner's house to retrieve the key, then heading to the radio station itself. The radio station is called Yamaoku Radio, which directly translates to radio deep in the mountains. Here we begin looking for clues and find a tape on a shelf in one of the storage areas. This tape is a recording of Masaki's radio show, Masaki's Horror Story.
はい、鬼川正樹です。このコーナーでは僕、正樹がリスナーさんから送られてきたホラーな話を読んでいきます。
This is the first of 7 tapes that we'll end up finding throughout the world. Tape number 1 is a story sent in by a listener named Toko-san. It tells of a young girl with supernatural powers who was protected from a kidnapping by the ghosts that she had been surrounded by her entire life. Up until now, she kind of disliked them, but now she embraces their presence. The remaining 6 tapes are acquired throughout the town by solving various simple puzzles. Throughout my journey in the radio station, I really came to like Masaki as a radio host. He does a very good job with the role. He speaks clearly, his voice works well within the genre of horror.
その子は生まれつき霊感がありました。保育園の頃ははっきり見えるわけではなく、なんとなくもやのようなものが見えたり、一定の場所がひんやりと感じたりする程度だったようですが、小学生になってからは
The analog medium through which the audio is presented makes everything just the slightest bit creepy as well, which definitely helps. The use of analog media like this is a bit of a trope in horror games, but it's a trope I actually kind of appreciate. Particularly tape audio and the very intense, clunky sounds associated with an analog tape player. As someone who grew up surrounded by this technology, there's a level of nostalgia associated with it that helps it drive home its intended message. There's nothing quite like recording audio to tape and playing it back in all of its compressed beauty. I even keep an audio journal on an old cassette recorder just because it's cool.
Wait a second. Is this technology they used in the 90s? Oh my god, bro, that's so scary. I'm freaking out right now.
The atmosphere within the radio station overall is just uncomfortable. The overgrown fences, old houses, and partially destroyed roads practically scream that we're in some kind of nightmare scenario. To this day, I find it hard to believe that this is an actively inhabited location. The freedom to drive through the streets in our little box truck does give us a sense of agency, but this is undermined pretty quickly once we realize that we're not necessarily safe within our truck. Tape number 2 is a story sent in by Toko-san, recounting her friend's struggle with depression and loss. It was after hearing this tape that I learned how Chilla's art is very much capable of digging super deep and telling a very heavy story. It actually kind of made me weary for the future, but we can talk about that more when the time comes. Tape number 3 is a story also sent in by Toko-san, recounting her friend's story about ghost nurses in a hospital her family was in who would try to drag patients down to the morgue. Tape number 4 is another story sent in by Toko-san, recounting her friend's struggle with the death of her younger brother. Tape number 5 is sent in by, you guessed it, Toko-san, but it's a stark contrast to the other stories in that it's told from a first-person perspective. It's a bit rambling and tough to understand, but basically it conveys the anger and rage within Toko-san, and it reads like a note written by someone who wants to hurt others. At the end of Toko-san's 5th story, Toko-san asks Masaki if he received their letter, and Masaki decides to look for it so that he can read it on the next show. Throughout the stories, there are moments where certain syllables are capitalized for seemingly no reason. Putting all of the capital letters together, it spells out Tomino's Hell. Tomino's Hell is the name of a poem written by Saijo Yaso in 1919. There's a Japanese legend surrounding this poem which states that it should never be read out loud or else tragic things will happen. Some even believe you'll be straight up dragged down to hell. This legend propagated through 2channel throughout its existence in the 2000s, and it's very closely associated with the painting by Yuko Tatsushima. It's a very iconic image used in the horror space, one you've likely seen before, and it has a pretty dark backstory. Tape number 6 starts out with Masaki proudly proclaiming that he found the letter that Toko-san was discussing, and he lets us know that this is what we'll be reading today.
では早速タイトルから読んでいきましょう。
This is where we can get one of the 3 endings in the radio station. If we head into the radio station's office and find the letter ourselves, we find a sticky note attached that says, "Read this out loud and you'll know why your brother died." Upon reading it, we find that it's a poem titled The Darkness of Tonako.
に映るは暗き闇。落ちれや落ちあれ落ちずとても、生きゆく先は何もなし。
Toko. Thank you, Toko-san. What's happening? Holy fuck! No, I can't leave. What? What? Hi, Toko-san. I knew you were the bad guy the whole time. Can I leave, though?
We then see internal dialogue from Haruo's fiancé, who is informed of his death and then decides to investigate herself. This is ending 2, a bad end. This ending, I think, speaks a little bit to the cyclical nature of the poem. Whether we're talking about the darkness of Tonako or Tomino's hell, when someone mysteriously dies, people close to them might do a little bit of investigating, finding the poem, reading it out loud, and then dying themselves, only to have someone close to them start investigating. I think it's a pretty neat concept. In the northwest corner of the town is a warehouse. It's a maze of doors that can be solved with a UV flashlight that we pick up at a vending machine area.
Oh, we did it. Oh, the fuck? Hey. What? Oh, voice recorder?
俺は鬼川春夫。トナコの夢は絶対読むな。読んだら死ぬ。俺にはもう時間が。
What follows is a scene where 2-channel users discuss the darkness of Tonako, and this is ending 3, also a bad end. Now, if we head outside, instead of reading the poem after listening to the 6th tape, we find the radio tower lights flickering, and as we draw closer...
Holy shit.
This woman mysteriously disappears as we enter the radio tower's fence, and this is where we find the 7th tape, at the top of this tower.
Oh!
However, it's distorted, and it needs to be fixed.
So here's an actual tape deck. I guess the other one was just a tape player.
After fixing it and playing it back, we find out that, of course, Masaki read the letter out loud, resulting in his death by Toko-san dragging him down to hell. Haruo leaves and reports this to the police, but they don't really believe him.
My colleague read the whole thing at once. He suddenly screamed and collapsed. He never came back. And when I noticed, the paper was gone too. What was that poem about?
Toko's identity is never really explained, and it's not actually confirmed that Toko-san is the person who drags us into hell in the bad endings. This is something I also really like about Chilla's Art's games. A good story will leave you with a few unanswered questions, leaving things open to interpretation, and allowing these points to stick in your mind once you're done experiencing the story. I ended up getting all 3 endings, and I ended up appreciating the radio station in a different way than I appreciated the closing shift. The radio station is more of a creepy paranormal adventure, and it's executed pretty well in my opinion. There are small moments that are scary, but nothing big ever really happens until the very end of the game. This is in spite of the fact that throughout the entire game, I was on edge, primed by Masaki's retelling of these horror tapes. There were almost no moments of peace after I left my apartment. Not even the truck was a safe haven. Early on, there are moments that very clearly communicate to us that we're not truly safe. For example, there's a moment where a boar inexplicably appears on the road, screeching in pain as we accidentally hit it. Moments like this really stripped away any sense of comfort I felt within the truck. The paranormal nature of the radio station wasn't a theme I cared all that much for, but I think it was executed pretty well regardless, and Masaki's horror story show is primarily to thank for that. The radio station's small world was, however, very immersive and scary. It reminded me of a kiddie horror show game called Anatomy, which it likely took a bit of inspiration from. As far as rating this game, I have to give it props for its strong atmosphere and cozy vibes. Not every Chilla's Art game achieves these elements this exceptionally. The paranormal theme was mildly uninteresting, like I said, despite being based off of a real urban legend. This was also only the 2nd game I had played at this point, so I wasn't quite as hardened to the scares as I would be now. Overall, I give the radio station 10 million toe points. placing it at rank 5 on this list. I'll be the first to admit it. The radio station being so early on this list definitely inflates its score a little bit.
Game number 3, Stigmatized Property.
The next game I checked out is called Stigmatized Property. This game is a bit of an older release, coming out on October 25th, 2019. Very early into Chilla's arts portfolio actually, predating the radio station by a full 2 years. In Stigmatized Property, we play as a girl named Sayaka who was invited to her friend's apartment. We find ourselves in an alley lit only by vending machines and streetlights, and man, this game is super dark. The radio station was dark, but this game is on another level. The concept of being guided by lights is very present in Stigmatized Property, to the point where sometimes it's tough to even know that there are hidden places we can go. Upon arrival at the friend's apartment, we learn that he's not actually there, and so we're tasked with finding 7 of his diary notes to uncover the story of what happened. These notes are found in a peephole inside his apartment, after draining a filled tub, by feeding a raven either a fish or a dead cat, inside a parked car, in a shed behind the apartment complex, on the counter in the bathroom, and inside the vending machine after collecting 100 yen. The notes are not really the primary source of the story. They mostly serve as a recounting of the events in our friends' lives that were facilitated by the story. The real story is unveiled when we enter the small building behind the apartment complex. The building with the creepy old man who's staring at a wall, who mysteriously disappears as we open the door. When we enter this building, we find a sheet of paper titled Apartment Memo that thoroughly explains what's going on. There are 3 laws that must be adhered to. The apartment cannot be demolished or cleansed. It must stay within the owner's possession, and the apartment must continue to be rented out by tenants. Any actions taken by the owner that are intended to break one of these laws are met with inexplicable occurrences that defy the owner's attempts to successfully do so. For example, when asking the local priest to come cleanse the building, the priest suddenly dies. When attempting to set the building on fire, the building repels the fire. The apartment itself will actively seek out victims, so even if the owner does nothing, it will continue to consume. As we finish reading the 7th note, we attempt to leave the apartment only to be stopped when the door is locked. We didn't leave it locked, so that's weird. When we look through the peephole outside, we spot 3 ghosts. Sayaka's friend, her friend's mother, who was revealed to have mysteriously disappeared in one of the notes, and Sayaka herself. We turn around, and this is when we become a victim of the haunted apartment complex ourselves. The good ending is unlocked by praying at all 4 of the shrines hidden throughout the explorable area. They can be pretty tough to find because there's no light guiding you towards them. If we do this before reading the 7th note, the apartment complex can't take us as a victim and we can freely walk home. As Sayaka does so, she claims that she feels as though she's being watched, but when she turns around to check, nobody's there. The next day at school, she finds out that her friend is nowhere to be found. Neither the students nor the faculty remember him, and when Sayaka tries to visit his apartment again, she finds that it's suddenly available for rent. There isn't even a trace of her friend having ever lived there. As she retells these observations, she begins to forget her friend's name, and then eventually forgets who she was even talking about to begin with. In my opinion, this was one of the weaker Chilla's Art games. It's a less developed, less compelling version of the radio station with a much smaller world. However, while most indie horror games would use this journal as the only storytelling mechanism, Chilla's art manages to avoid that trap almost entirely, instead using the journal as an auxiliary form of storytelling that simply recounts the events that happened to our friend. The story is pieced together through multiple sources in this game, including the journal, the apartment memo in the small building behind the apartment complex, and the rest of the world itself. While it's not the most advanced method of storytelling, there were still a couple cool moments regardless, and I love that the iconic Chilla's art visual style was so present in this game. There was a major focus on the paranormal in Stigmatized Property, which again is not a concept I find all that compelling or interesting, but at least they executed it decently. The concept of being forgotten is a pretty realistic fear rooted in our own mortality and existence. To a certain degree, we all want to be remembered, so the idea of unceremoniously being wiped off the face of the earth and completely forgotten about can be a pretty existentially terrifying concept. Why do you think I have a YouTube channel? It's unclear who exactly owns the apartment complex, but what is made clear is that the owner is trapped by it, forced to do its bidding. It's unknown who else lives in the apartment complex, so there was at least some element of uncertainty within the story, and I ultimately think that while this wasn't their most impressive game, it does show the early potential that Chilla's art had and what they would be capable of in the future. It was enjoyable, but it's a far cry from the other two games we've played. Understanding that it was a relatively early showing from Chilla's art, I think it's more than a passable experience, just not one that particularly stands out. Stigmatized Property has one of the coolest names of games in Chilla's art's portfolio, so it definitely gets points for that, but it was really short. I guess length doesn't really factor into the grade, but it's worth noting. I got through both endings in under an hour, and the full video of my playthrough was only 35 minutes, almost an entire hour shorter than the previous two games. I just wanted to make sure I mentioned that, since it's an uncharacteristically short experience from a developer who generally makes games that are at least an hour or two in length. In fact, the overall average length of all of the games on this list is just under 2 hours. The paranormal theme is usually a bust for me, but this is based off of legends of haunted apartment complexes in Japan, which I find pretty cool. I give Stigmatized Property 1 million toe points, putting it right near the middle of the pack at spot number 14.
Okay, hello. I decided I was gonna start documenting my journey through these games for my own personal collection of audio journals. I've started to have these weird nightmares after playing through the first few games. I wanted to keep track of these. These nightmares persist into my waking hours as well. Like, I'll wake up and there will be something standing in my doorway for a moment. I don't really think it's anything real. I've had these hallucinations as I was falling asleep in the past. It's just a thing that happens when I'm half awake, so I guess it's not all that weird.
Game number 4, Parasocial.
Going into game number 4 on this list, Parasocial, I had high expectations. I was informed beforehand that this game was one of their best, so I was really excited for it after playing Stigmatized Property. This game was released on August 25th, 2023, making this the newest game we've seen from them so far, but still a relatively dated experience, given that there were 5 more games released since then. In Parasocial, we play as a VTuber, a streamer named Senra Nina who streams video games on a regular basis, but doesn't reveal her identity to the public. We wake up in our apartment at 7:30 p.m., a real streamer schedule for Nina, I see, and find that we have a message from someone named Asuka. Asuka apparently made nikujaga and put some leftovers in our fridge for us. At first, I was under the impression that Asuka was a roommate, but as it turns out, we live alone, and Asuka is just a friend who has her own place that we never actually get to see throughout the game. The Chilla's Art secret formula of a single woman living alone is still alive and well in Parasocial. After our first stream, we're sent a link to a game to download from a chat member, and this leads to us getting hacked and having our face revealed on stream.
What? What are you guys yelling about? Oh, shit. Oh, God, I've a human form. I'm disgusting.
It's a bit of an unbelievable first story beat, admittedly. I find it hard to believe that a young adult woman in the modern day whose full-time job is streaming is unaware of very basic online safety rules. Like, don't download virus.exe from a chat member named I Love Nina from steam.org spelled with an RN. Ultimately, I let this slide though, as I think it's still believable enough for someone to have a lapse in judgment and make a mistake like this. And this is what gets the story started, after all. Upon ending stream, we receive a message from an unknown number who informs us that we have to keep playing their games, or bad things will happen. We block this number and immediately message Asuka, who agrees to meet us tomorrow to talk about further steps now that our private information and identity have been leaked to the public. Her response is very reasonable and understandable, and this is the first real introduction we have to Asuka other than her generous food delivery. Let me take a moment to discuss Asuka. For those of you who aren't content creators, the world of content creation can be a bit different than you might envision in your mind. For a lot of content creators, not all of them necessarily, it can be a very isolating position, and not everyone has a significant other or family members to rely on for support. We even see this within Parasocial, as when we message our mom telling her our channel's growing, she's entirely unsupportive and dismisses our growth, instead telling us we need to get a real job. As someone who finds themselves very isolated in my day-to-day life as a content creator, by choice of course, I love what I do, I'm still a human, and having someone in my corner watching out for me is a ridiculously valuable asset. I think Parasocial nails this reliable best friend character just about flawlessly. The supportive nature of Asuka's character is very clearly communicated, but I wanted to make sure I highlighted it, as I think it's one of the more genius aspects of Parasocial. It's almost as though Chilla's Art have experience in this field, or have at least done a fair amount of research. Returning to the game, the horrors of the first night still haven't ended. We receive a handwritten letter through our mail slot in our door that says, "I'm always watching over you." The next day, we install an antivirus to clean up our computer. Who buys a physical copy of an antivirus, by the way? But the damage has already been done. The people who want our information already have it. There's no undoing that. We continue to receive vaguely threatening messages from Unknown, who we blocked last night, but we have to keep going about our life, taking out the trash today, since it's trash day. We walk outside of our apartment and see that our neighbors appear to be moving in, but we're not able to glean any information beyond this. It's at this point that we meet another important character in the story, the police officer. This guy manages to be around whenever it's most convenient for him to accidentally run into us. This first interaction we have with him involves him eagerly explaining why he's picking up trash outside the front of our building. I know it's not their job necessarily, but I wouldn't be all that surprised to find a cop cleaning up some trash. What I don't find very cool, though, is the fact that the first question he asks us is whether we live alone or not. This is already enough of a red flag that I decided that I no longer trusted this guy after only a few lines of dialogue, and this trash thing? He was just way too eager to explain why he was there doing what he was doing to be a believable character. This guy gets the official untrustworthy title. It's a title I give out to characters who are untrustworthy, and will definitely be a recurring theme in this video and not a one-time joke. As we're actually throwing our trash into the dumpster, we see someone else who's presumably a neighbor, but they get just a little too close for comfort, and as we're walking away, we see them digging our trash out of the dumpster. This character toes the line between Chilla's art diversionary tactic and actual threat, and at this point I was convinced that nobody was really a bad guy. I believed, perhaps naively, that this was just Chilla's art's way of conveying Nina's fear to us, and it was very effective. Asuka eventually arrives, and we head to Chilla's coffee together. Yes, the same place from the closing shift. This was a very exciting moment for me since I was such a huge fan of that game, and we even saw some familiar faces. We get our coffee and talk with Asuka for a while, learning a bit more about her personality throughout this discussion.
Excuse me? Yeah, can we move to a different table? Oh my god. Asuka, we need to leave right now. Asuka, we need to get the fuck out of here, like right now. I'm not joking.
After leaving, we say our goodbyes to Asuka and head back up to our condo, only to be jump scared by a guy wearing the same jacket as the creepy guy from the coffee shop. He doesn't do anything to us, seemingly only being present to observe, but this is far from chill. We start stream for the night, streaming the continuation of the game we were sent, and chat member I Love Nina returns, sending creepy messages. In the moment, I was doing a bit where I pretended like I was actually streaming.
You're not gonna show your face today? Shut up. If you could believe it, that was actually not intentional, chat. That was just a little Easter egg for you guys. Good luck, thank you for the good luck. What is this? Why can't I go in the door? Chat, we gotta avoid the pigs. I smell bacon, right guys?
I really wasn't paying all that much attention to chat. This chat member I Love Nina shows up in every stream and always has something weird to say. It's pretty heavily implied that this is our stalker. We wrap up stream for the night and take a nice, relaxing bath.
Ho, 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 ho.
The next day, we receive a note through our door from condo manager Miyamoto. This is another important character introduction. We call the number, presumably to discuss our concerns about being stalked, but Miyamoto brushes off these fears before we can even really bring them up. She even specifically mentions stalkers, even though we only asked about the history of the room. Brushing off this odd conversation, we stream once more, this time playing a maze game where the goal is to find the lady in the white dress and lead her to the exit. Again, I Love Nina is back, and one of their first messages in chat is, "Did you enjoy your bath yesterday?" A message that I would honestly not find all that weird to receive as a streamer. My chat, whenever I do actually stream, would often ask me if I enjoyed whatever it was I said I was going to be doing between streams. Did you enjoy house sitting on your time off, for example? Messages like this are kind of normal, maybe a bit parasocial, but chat members generally care about the well-being of the streamer. There's just one issue. We definitely never told anyone that we were going to be taking a bath. That's not information that is really relevant or worth communicating to viewers. The only way I Love Nina could have known about this specific bath.
Oh no. Hey. Oh god. The TV turned on its own. Is it broken? Maybe my room's cursed. As if, right, Chad?
As a streamer, we hate taking care of ourselves, so naturally, Nina is hungry after stream and finds that there's no food in her fridge. It's kind of funny how this fridge is basically always completely empty unless Asuka puts nikujaga in it. My fridge is much the same way. I usually have Red Bulls and there's other things. I can come up with other things that I have in my fridge, I promise. As someone who has an ounce of self-preservation instincts, I attempt to order Uha Eats. The delivery guy arrives, and though he's a bit creepy, he specifically mentions that he's a fan of ours and leaves without causing any incident, seemingly just being a normal guy. This is the best guy in the game, the fans us content creators like the most. Since Uha Eats somehow didn't bring us our food in the midst of all of this, we're forced to leave the house and grab some food at the nearby convenience store. As we leave our apartment though, we meet up with Miyamoto, the condo manager, and have a bit of a weird discussion.
Somehow I get the feeling you were with someone until recently. What a waste. Why did you break up? Was he a bad person? Was there that bad of a reason? Oh, pardon me. I'm being too nosy, aren't I?
After we finally get to the convenience store, we pick up quite a number of things. There's only one issue.
There's that guy. Call Asuka. Hi, what the fuck was that?
Before we step outside the convenience store, we're stopped by someone named Rikia. This is not a random character. We were actually introduced to him earlier, I just skipped over it. In our phone, there's a single message received from him that just says, "Let's start over." I immediately figured out that this was an ex, which was confirmed after we talked to Asuka at the coffee shop. He tries to tell us that Asuka is acting suspiciously and begs us to unblock him so we can talk. The convenience store clerk steps in at this point, likely because he's seeing a weird guy yelling at an uncomfortable girl in his shop, and we leave.
God, this game. No. Sprint home. You need to sprint home. You need to be sprinting home right now. I can't leave. This game is fucking freaking me out, man. This game is freaking me out.
We once again message Asuka in a bit of a panic, whose response is once again very reasonable. She just wants us to stay calm for now and talk to the police tomorrow. Then we have to decide whether to hear Rikia out after being sent a series of messages from our unknown stalker. When we unblock Rikia's phone number and actually talk to him for a bit, he's very eager to convince us that Asuka is the problem, that she hired the stalker for some reason. With Rikia and the stalker appearing at the same time in the same place, it demonstrated to us that Rikia is not the stalker, it's clearly someone else. So when he sends us a picture of Asuka talking to the stalker, we're inclined to believe him, right? This is a classic manipulation technique that I picked up on almost instantly, since I could think of no easy, logical, common sense reason that Asuka would do this to us. She simply has no motivation to do so. Even with photographic evidence, I still didn't believe she was responsible. She was never overly doting or standoffish in any way. There were no red flags from Asuka. She acts like any normal good friend would. Rikia, on the other hand, had all the motivation in the world to do whatever he could to control our thought processes. And having dealt with manipulative exes in my own personal life, I recognized this and dismissed anything he said almost immediately. It was only later on that I realized that there was also no reasonable explanation for why Rikia would even be aware that we were being stalked in the first place. After this, we enter a sequence that involves our VTuber model coming to life and then us being chased through our condo by the stalker. We take down the stalker with a screwdriver we find, and then...
He went down after one stab? I don't believe that. Asuka! Oh, shit. Oh. Crazy. Wow. What the fuck? Rikia wasn't lying. What? Huh? A dream. Thank God. What? That was a dream. That's got to be the first time in media where something's been a dream and I've actually been happy about it.
We managed to wake up at a time that strictly conforms to our streamer schedule, right before the sun goes down. We have to go talk to the police, so we do so, but the sequence is bizarre. The cop we talked to before meets us right outside the police box and tells us that we have to talk at a park. If I didn't trust him before, I absolutely do not trust him now. There's no scenario where you should go to a police station, yet end up talking to an officer who is specifically trying to avoid talking at the police station. He even gives us his phone number and tells us to call him directly. It just doesn't make any sense.
Untrustworthy.
We're so unsettled at this point that we call Asuka and ask her to come over and stay for a while so that we're not alone. She does so, but as we start stream for the night, she tells us she's going to the convenience store to pick up some food, despite my best efforts to get her to stay. As she leaves, we start to realize that the game of the day, still a continuation of the virus game we were sent on day 1, is a one-to-one recreation of our condo building and the surrounding area.
Wait a second. This is the alleyway to the condos. Wait a second. Hold on, no way. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. No. I feel a bit sick today, so I'll be ending the stream early. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry, guys. I gotta go. Nina.mp4. Oh, fuck me. Oh, God. Ugh.
I wish I could say that I made the right decisions in the game after this, leading to the best ending first try. But even with all of my gut instincts pointing me in the right direction, I failed to pick up on one very important interaction. The most crucial decision. When everything comes to a head, we're given the option to call one of 4 people: the police officer, the building manager, Rikia, or Asuka. Logically, if we had continued to trust Asuka throughout the entire game, which I did, you would have probably called her, right? The cop gave plenty of reasons why he was not trustworthy, so he was never a consideration. Rikia, no way. That doesn't make any sense. Under the circumstances, though, I thought it would take Asuka too long to arrive, so I called the building manager, who I assume lived in the building. The thing I failed to pick up on, though, was her weirdly aggressive tone when I first met her while discussing Nina's ex-boyfriend. She had a moment where she became unreasonably upset, conveying that she cared a lot more than someone we just met should realistically care about our past relationships. In the moment, I didn't pick up on this discrepancy. Had I actually thought about it, I would have never called her, but unfortunately, I did do so and got the bad ending on my first playthrough.
What? Whoa, there's people. Okay, people are here. Y'all didn't stop him? You let him run through you? Why are you letting him break the laws of physics? Okay, that's Rikia and the building manager. After the incident, I felt immensely indebted to Rikia for helping me. I decided to go out with him again. That's a bad idea. Whoa, what the fuck is this nightmare scenario we're in? Hi.
As it turns out, the building manager was Rikia's mother. She was intent on getting us back together through any means necessary, and if we call her to rescue us from the stalker, Rikia comes along with her, and Nina inevitably takes him back, leading to the bad end. Asuka, our beloved, shows us a picture she has of Rikia handing the stalker what is presumably an envelope full of money, payment for his services in scaring us back into Rikia's arms. In the true ending, when we call Asuka instead...
No! Oh no! No, she left her phone! What? Hey, this is the apartment that was being, like, renovated or something? Why would Asuka's phone be here? Why would it be there? It's the video I saw. Are these pictures of me? They are. What the fuck? I'm glad you're okay, Nina. Anyway, don't worry about me. Get to the police now. It's too dangerous to stay here. Quickly before he sees you. Hurry up. She got tied up. Holy fuck, holy fuck, holy fuck. That's why I'm walking so slow. It all makes sense now. Shift. Run away from the dangerous threats that might occur soon. Hey, Miyamoto. Oh, what's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? It's not good for a girl to walk alone at night like this. Let's go back to your room, all right? Oh, fuck off. Are you kidding me? What, are you, my mom? Let's go back to your room, okay? Oh, excuse me. Something happened? It's dangerous for a young lady to be walking alone at night. I'll hear you out. No, fuck you. Fuck everyone. I don't trust like that.
It's revealed that the police officer, the building manager, Rikia, and the stalker were all working together in a convoluted plot to scare Nina into getting back together with Rikia. They're all arrested for their crimes, and we enjoy a nice ending with Asuka, who tells us of another Chilla's art game. Yes, the ending of Parasocial literally includes an ad for another one of their games. Very clever.
The convenience store, I think? I hear it's not as tricky as Manto. It's a Japanese-style horror game, and I hear it's easier on casual players like you, Nina. So they are talking about Chilla's art. She is actually talking about Chilla's art. Do check it out. I will play that game, probably.
Parasocial preys on very realistic fears, just like the closing shift. A young, short, small girl living alone in an isolated condo whose psycho ex-boyfriend spun this web of a plan involving multiple people who all attempt to convince her that they're trustworthy to try and get them back together. Throughout the entire story, Asuka's intentions are constantly brought into question, more than any other character in the game, actually. Her level-headedness and reliability, however, made her incredibly trustworthy in my eyes, no matter who in the game's world tried to convince me otherwise. And, as it turns out, she ended up being the only trustworthy character in the entire game. One of the things I really enjoyed about Parasocial was how we just go about our daily life. We spend time with Asuka, we pick up dinner at a convenience store since we never keep food in the house, and we stream multiple times. It gives us plenty of time to immerse ourselves in the world and become connected to the characters. I find that Chilla's art, and actually a good number of game devs these days, tend to execute this concept very well, and it's probably my favorite modern design element within the indie horror space, honestly. Fears to Fathom is a good example of that. Parasocial is one of the best horror games I've ever played. I was so immersed within the world, so attached to Asuka, and so emotionally invested in the story that I genuinely became very upset at getting the bad ending the first time through. There was no focus on fake paranormal nonsense, there were no faceless notes moving the story forward. It was a real fear rooted in reality, just like the closing shift, with social interactions that just about require real-life experience to navigate properly, which I thought was fascinating. As for a grade for Parasocial, it's pretty obvious to me. Parasocial gets 100 million toe points. I don't even need to deliberate any further on it. This is by far the best game we've covered up until now. This only puts it in the number 2 spot though, as it turns out there's still another game on this list that I thought was even better. The story of Parasocial was strongly delivered. There were exciting moments as well as cozy day-to-day life moments. There was a perfectly written best friend character who was genuinely looking out for us the whole time. Maybe I just have a soft spot for this game's story because it hits so close to home for me in so many ways. I think I've talked about this game enough at this point though. Parasocial was amazing, but there are still other excellent Chilla's Art games to cover.
Game number 5, The Convenience Store.
Alright, now we reach The Convenience Store. Released on February 17th, 2020, it's another relatively early hit for Chilla's Art. A game you've likely seen before if you keep up with the indie horror game space. This is a game I myself have seen people play before, but at the time, I was under the impression that it was actually a game by Puppet Combo, another prolific and well-known indie horror dev, who also leans pretty heavily into the VHS/analog aesthetic. Because I had already seen The Convenience Store, I wasn't all that excited going into it. I kind of already knew what it was about, so my expectations weren't too high, and I was mostly playing this one just to get it out of the way. In The Convenience Store, we're playing as a college girl named Yuki Onna on a night shift at none other than a convenience store. The wiki states that the protagonist in this game has no name, but this is very easily disproven by just looking at the name tag on her outfit. It says Yuki Onna. After eating dinner and getting dressed, we leave our apartment for work, an apartment that very clearly overlooks the rest of the town, showing the convenience store itself as a distant light from our window, which is a neat visual. The giant walls surrounding this unnamed town with the convenience store gatekeeping what appears to be the only entrance makes this place feel incredibly oppressive and unnatural. This feeling seems unintentional as well. There is never any other environmental storytelling that conveys this concept, outside of the flattened Kowloon-esque town layout, so I'm not sure what to make of these gigantic walls, which are, of course, the first thing we very clearly see when we leave our apartment. The walk to the store itself is mildly interesting, but nothing ever actually happens during this walk as far as I could tell. There's one moment that was almost scary, but I didn't even really register it when it happened. Once we traverse through this town and actually reach the convenience store, we find that the tasks given to us are pretty monotonous. Throwing out expired food, restocking shelves, killing rats. It all boils down to clicking on a couple of things and maybe pressing yes here and there. There are no recipes to memorize or steps to be taken in a specific order. There is no conversing with customers, we kind of just wander around doing whatever. Everything about this game feels dreamy and surreal from the outset. Our co-worker, Funahashi-senpai, who shares a name with our co-worker in the closing shift, greets us on our first night before he leaves after we clock in. The wiki for the convenience store lists Funahashi's name as Ken Funahashi, but his name tag very clearly says Takuya Funahashi. Based on my experience with the game, this is a minor mistake, an easy misinterpretation of what's going on. Night 1 is pretty uneventful overall. We simply have to find the expired food on the shelves and throw it out. This is where we first see the back alley of the store, featuring a creepy, dark, walled-off area that's blocked by police tape. There's nothing here we can do for now, but it will be important in the future. Later in the night, a delivery guy shows up and hands us a box that was addressed directly to us. This is the first VHS tape we receive. Throughout the game, we're given a series of these VHS tapes, the origin of which is never explained. But the issue with them is that they don't progress the story in any meaningful way. They just show near still images of locations we already know about. There are, unfortunately, no secrets to be discovered or information to be gleaned from these VHS tapes, yet they're presented as a focal point of the narrative. Honestly, I would have forgotten they existed if they didn't have such a direct impact on the ending we receive. On the walk to the store during night 2, the light level is noticeably lower than on night 1. Almost every event in the convenience store takes place within the brightly lit store itself, but outside of that setting, the lighting can be pretty unrefined. Usually, Chilla's art does a good job guiding the player with organic landmarks, but the walk to the store is nothing more than rote memorization of a simple route. Right as we begin our shift, an old lady is seen walking into the store and disappears for a while. Some guy later comes in and demands we get him beers and smokes, instead of just getting them himself, and that's when the old lady comes out of the bathroom and confronts us. She claims that this store was her daughter's house and asks us where Kin-kun is, the same name as Funahashi-senpai if we're to believe the wiki, but this is likely not who she's referring to at all. She yells at us, demanding that we tell her what we've done before leaving the store. After this, there's a moment where the automatic doors start malfunctioning.
Whoa, what the fuck? I knew somebody was fucking with the door.
This day ends with the same delivery guy from the night before coming in to retrieve a package this time, rather than delivering one. Night 3 is a rainy night. We receive a knock at our door, and there's yet another package with a VHS tape inside. We head to the store, and Funahashi-senpai is nowhere to be seen. We go to clock in, and this is where we get one of the best jump scares in a Chilla's art game up until now.
Ah! Fucking Jesus. God damn Christ. Why the fuck were you in the locker, you fucking asshole?
Night 3 begins to attempt to reveal the game's story, but these events make no sense, and they're hard to follow in my opinion. An AC repairman shows up, since the store's systems have been having trouble lately, and he inspects the outside units, leaving behind a wrench. This wrench, for some reason, allows us to open the AC condenser and retrieve a key. I have no idea where this key was meant to come from, or if it's implied that the AC repairman left it there. This is the first story beat that makes no sense to me. Since the police tape blocking our access to the dark walled-off area is now destroyed, we can go back there and try the key on the door, and it doesn't work. Defeated, we head back inside, and there's some mysterious bathroom shenanigans happening.
If I walk into this, it's raining inside. If I walk into this room, is the door gonna close? Somebody came in.
After getting out of the locked bathroom, we find a bunch of products on the floor and hear typing sounds coming from the back office. When we go to check out the CCTV...
All right, let's use closed caption TV.
I think I see oh fucking god! Oh. This ghost left behind a pile of talismans. It's never really communicated to us as far as I remember, but these talismans can be used to exorcise the door, allowing us access finally.
4. That means death. What is this? What is this fucking room? Oh, but what is your obsession with dead rats? Chillas? Manager. Yeah, this is Funahashi. Who the fuck? Don't come in. I mean, nobody's here. See, he's creepypasta'd up.
The final night has us waking up, questioning whether what we experienced was a nightmare. We find a VHS tape on the floor and play it. Once again, we head off to work and find that Funahashi-senpai isn't there. This time, however, he doesn't reveal himself with a jump scare. There's also no note informing us what our task is for the night. We leave from behind the counter, and that's when we enter the alternative convenience store dimension. This is another Chilla's art motif that we'll find in future games, the alternate dimension. There are rusty nails littered all over the place, and we find that same kid from a couple nights ago walking around the store looking at specific TVs. Once again, he's only visible through the CCTV system. This part of the game is not inherently terrible or anything, but it doesn't have any explanation leading up to the event, and no clues that could even potentially indicate what's happening. And I think this is the biggest issue with the convenience store's story. There are never any indicators as to what's going on. Things happen inexplicably, and we receive an explanation only at the very end of the game. This lack of subtlety and world building that would otherwise engage players by forcing them to think critically about what's going on in the world leads to an experience that isn't all that immersive. It was very difficult for me to feel connected to this world wherein things happened seemingly randomly. Maybe I just didn't care because I had already seen the game.
Good, great. Jesus, fuck! God damn it! It's just, she's fucking creepy is why, man. Like, that's why.
The final night is how we access the multiple endings in the convenience store. There are 2 bad endings. The first bad ending is achieved by playing the VHS tape. The second bad ending is achieved by throwing the VHS tape in the trash. The good ending is acquired by sending the VHS tape off to someone else, and this is where my biggest issue with the convenience store rears its ugly head. The entire story is revealed to us all at once in a method that abides by the classic bad storytelling technique of tell everything all at once in a 3-minute credit roll after you've already shown the events of the game. The gist of it is, the convenience store used to be a house, and a family used to live in that house. The father was constantly harassed and bullied by his colleagues at work and killed his family, including their unborn child. Basically, a less compelling version of PT. Alright, the first thing I want to talk about is actually not on the script. It's just some free thoughts that I have about the convenience store after reading through this section. The misinterpretation of Funahashi's name being Ken is probably because people were like, well, the kid's name who was killed was Ken, and that's who the old lady is asking about, and it's him, and he grew up and he works there. But that doesn't make any sense because Ken was killed. The father killed his entire family, not just everyone except Ken. So I think that was just a bad misinterpretation. Anyway, I just want to make sure I put that in. I struggle with the convenience store, honestly. I played through it twice to get all endings since it had no save points, and it just felt like a less enjoyable version of the closing shift with a lazy, spooky ghost angle. There's even a lady who comes in and gives us a protection charm after wondering why we're working alone, just like what happens at Chilla's Coffee. The reveal of a family being killed on the property, haunting it from that point on, is not the most exciting horror concept in my opinion, but the real issue is that they told this story in the worst possible way. After every event has occurred and through the medium of a giant wall of text, with the only lead up to this reveal being the most generic ghost appearances. It's just not good. This is the first game on the list that, if I had seen it in isolation without knowledge of Chilla's Art's future games, I would have moved on from it and forgotten about it very quickly. And I think I'm going to do that with this review of it as well. The convenience store gets like 500 toe points, putting it very nearly at the bottom of this list. You can watch the whole playthrough on Togain Jr., or even play it yourself and come up with your own opinion, but this one really didn't do it for me.
Game number 6, Night Delivery.
It was time to move on to a different game that I had never seen or even heard about from Chilla's Art. Hopefully something that would serve as a bit of a palate cleanser and bring me back to the excited mindset I had after experiencing games like The Radio Station and Parasocial. Night Delivery was released on June 4th, 2021, a good few years into Chilla's Art's portfolio. Night Delivery has us playing as a package delivery man who is delivering the final few packages of his shift late at night to this apartment complex. Right from the outset, the game's VHS/analog aesthetic is a lot more pronounced here, and the FOV is set very low. These two elements instantly make Night Delivery feel incredibly oppressive, and this feeling doesn't go away. This has to be the darkest Chilla's Art game so far. I had to crank up the brightness just to be able to navigate. This is really not all that unique to Night Delivery though, as I've found that Chilla's Art games are just about universally way too dark. We deliver a number of packages throughout the game, and with each recipient, we get a better idea of the kinds of people in this apartment complex. We have the scammer priest who takes money from the incredibly anxious young man a few floors up, the drunk guy who answers the door and aggressively throws his water bottle at us, the girl who has a cat, which is against the rules of the apartment complex, and inexplicably rewards us with cat food when we deliver her package. Then there are the two most important residents we meet. First, there's a girl who somehow manages to open the door without being physically present.
What the fuck? No. Hello?
I'll be right there.
Okay. Alright, dude, take your time. Just don't kill me. Just so you can take your time, please just don't kill me. Please, but take your time. I'll be all the way.
And then asking us to put together her bed frame for her. something that we actually do for some reason. The real issue, though, is when we finish putting it together, she disappears, and we find a pool of blood dripping from the ceiling in the main room of her apartment.
Oh, fuck off. Oh, hell no. Something's going on in room 405. Open your mouth and let it drip in. Ah!
The other important tenant is a lady who has a very young child who sprints outside immediately as she opens the door, somehow managing to make it all the way to the 5th floor inside an empty apartment. This apartment is full of ominous pictures of a fridge sitting in the middle of an otherwise empty room, and I mean full of these pictures. We eventually retrieve the kid who was hiding in the closet for some reason, and on the way back down we're thrust into the alternate apartment complex dimension, a Chilla's Art classic.
Oh my god, dude. I don't like... Okay, cool, the baby's gone. Great. And now we're in the hell elevator. Are we actually literally going down to hell right now? Whoa, dude, this game's fucking with me big time. Why is everything creepy red? What the fuck?
This section of the game has us traversing through ladders and delivering packages once again to reveal more of the story. I gotta say though, this ladder section was lame. Navigating these floors isn't the most difficult puzzle, but it takes a long time and we have to deliver a lot of packages in this dimension. It's important to bring up at this point that both the water bottle that was thrown at us and the cat food can be used to unlock some backstory in the form of letters sent to a resident of this apartment complex named Kohei. Kohei, according to the 3 letters we managed to find, is mentally disabled and on welfare. He struggled to get along with the tenants at his previous apartment complex and moved here, presumably to get a fresh start. His mom seems very worried about him in her letters. What we learn from the notes handed to us as we deliver packages in the red dimension is that unfortunately, the residents at this apartment complex hold similar disdain for Kohei. They call him ugly, a stalker, and tell him to fuck off in no uncertain terms, and it's made abundantly clear that this is due to him receiving welfare. Eventually, we gain access to room 404, Kohei's room. On the table is a paper indicating his receipt of welfare, and from my tentative translation attempts, it doesn't appear as though there's anything weird going on here. As we move into the main room though, we see the fridge from the photos sitting in the middle of this room. We open it up.
Ooh. The fridge is... Holy shit, it was filled with body parts.
The ending explains that the delivery driver reported this to the police, but it was brushed off as a suicide with no further investigation. This was brushed off. No investigation needed. He probably cut his own limbs off and threw himself in the fridge. The apartment complex eventually loses all of its residents and is redesigned, renamed, and put under new management, though it struggles to attract new tenants with its stained history. Now, we need to talk about Kohei. My first impressions of this story were admittedly surface level. I wanted to believe that this was a story about a marginalized person with disabilities being mistreated by society because he received welfare. A concept that isn't that far-fetched in Japanese culture as far as I understand. While Kohei was definitely being mistreated by the tenants of his apartment complex, that's not quite the full extent of the story. It's never explained why exactly Kohei was put on welfare. We get the explanation of mental disabilities, but that's all the information we ever receive. I have a few theories as to the explanation of Kohei's death. Theories that have evolved as I've learned more about the story, and there's a good bit of non-linear information that I have to explain before I go into this discussion. At the end of the latter alternate dimension sequence, we get a jump scare from some guy wielding a knife running at us. There's no indication of who this person is supposed to be, So I wrote off this moment for a while as nothing more than a meaningless jump scare. Maybe the implication was that a serial killer was active around the time Kohei died and killed him. The tenants never noticed Kohei was gone, and he was left to rot in the fridge. That was my first interpretation of the story. Thinking about it later, however, I realized that this is supposed to be Kohei. I didn't want to believe this initially, because it's a horribly tasteless approach to a horror story to have the mentally disabled person be the killer. The person we saw running with Aikichi the dog, the person who was watching us from the upper floor of the building, this is Kohei's ghost, the villain of the story. Then there's Ending 2. In Ending 2, we don't actually open the fridge. It's unknown whether Kohei is in there or not. Instead, we get this bizarre scene of 3 dead bodies inside Kohei's apartment, blood splattered all over the place. It seems as though it might be a hallucination, but then I recognized one of the bodies as Michiru, the anxious tenant who paid the priest to sanctify the package we were trying to deliver. After which point I recognized the other 2 tenants as well, implying they were killed by Kohei. After we find these bodies in Kohei's room, we switch to the perspective of the landlord. There's a note on his desk, some kind of ledger that lists all current tenants. The interesting part of this sheet of paper is that inexplicably, Kohei is paying 70,000 yen per month for rent, while literally every other tenant only pays 40,000, nearly half. It seems even the landlord was in on the discrimination. When the landlord enters room 404, he's attacked, and there's a final scene of someone, likely Kohei, walking around the room with a fridge on his back. This is, of course, not the canon ending, but it does serve as a way of revealing more information to us. Now, I don't believe that Night Delivery's story is so black and white as to say that Kohei was just a piece of shit murderer who has mental disabilities. I think, despite that being the ultimate conclusion, there's a story being told here of someone who genuinely had problems and was helped pushed to this point by society's marginalization of him. However, that then gets us into the realm of the discussion about what makes someone a killer, and that's just not a topic I feel like diving into today. For the sake of this story, I'm going to choose to believe that Kohei was pushed to that point, as that is a slightly more redeemable position for both him and Chilla's art. It's not a justification for his actions, obviously, but luckily this is fiction, so we don't need to worry too much about that part. Anyway, the letters from Kohei's mother are found in the trash, being carried by Aikichi, and the key to Kohei's mailbox was hidden underneath a potted plant in a different room. This is because the residents were all attempting to intercept and get rid of anything sent to him in an effort to show us how evil they are, I suppose. It's kind of unbelievable. Eventually, Kohei invited a few tenants into his apartment, which is an offer I also have trouble believing, because why would they accept that given how they treated him up until that point? Kohei slaughtered them, and according to the wiki, the landlord then killed Kohei and hid him inside the fridge to cover it up, which again is something I have trouble believing. A few people actually believe that Night Delivery is a sequel to Stigmatized Property, the game with the haunted apartment complex, but I don't think the 2 games have any story elements in common outside of taking place at apartment complexes. They don't even look the same. The atmosphere of Night Delivery is very harsh. I don't think any other Chilla's Art game has communicated its dark atmosphere as strongly as Night Delivery does. I did do some research on the topic of welfare in Japan to see if there's any precedent for a story like this, or if maybe it was based on something that actually happened. All I found, though, was a New York Times article from 1996, the same year listed on Kohei's documents, weirdly, discussing how Japanese people have a tendency to regard it as extremely shameful to receive welfare. This explains the apartment's residents' hostile nature towards Kohei to a degree, and I'm sure this was likely a strong inspiration for the story if this sentiment is true in Japanese culture, even historically. Night Delivery doesn't really give us an opportunity to slowly become engaged over time, like how Parasocial approaches its story. There's no time to become attached to the characters, not that you would want to, since everyone in this world kind of sucks. Kohei is the only one we learn anything about, and we're doing so from the perspective of someone who's in no danger and was simply doing their job, which I think is an interesting perspective. Honestly though, this story is confusing, and that's all I can really definitively say about it. I'm not even sure my interpretation of things makes any sense or is what Chilla's art intended. However, I do need to give this game a grade. Originally, when I believed that Chilla's art was telling a story about society becoming unhinged and snapping, allowing an innocent disabled man to be murdered by a serial killer, I held this game in high regard. I thought that story was fascinating. After I found out that it's just another retelling of demonized mental health, I realized that this game has very little depth. Perhaps this is purposefully meant to mislead me into thinking that that's the case, whereas the real story is much deeper. I can hold on to that naive idea, I suppose. Night Delivery gets 10,000 toe points, barely beating out the convenience store. I think Night Delivery was a better game and a better story for that matter, but the story elements were presented in a manner that was just too vague to understand without a deep dive into the lore. A dive that you eventually realize is in a pond that's only a few feet deep. This is not Chilla's art's best showing, in my opinion.
Game number 7.
Waking up every morning at like 3 a.m. to a jump scare in my dream, but the jump scare doesn't actually happen. It's just the lead up to it, and then the moment I wake up. That thing is still in my doorway for a moment every time I wake up, every time I look, and then it goes away. It's shifting.
Night Security.
Our next game, Night Security, is scary. Easily the most terrified I've ever been playing through these Chilla's art games so far. Night Security was released on June 16th, 2023, meaning it's the slightest bit more refined, with Chilla's art having a good number of games under their belt at this point. Night Security starts us out in our apartment. The exact same apartment layout as in Parasocial, actually, and this isn't the last time we'll be seeing recycled assets through these games. We're playing as a security guard who's about to begin his shift, stopping in on our wife and daughter before heading out for the night. Evidently, it's our daughter's birthday tomorrow, as we learn from the calendar on the wall and the cake in the fridge. There's even a cute drawing hung on the fridge of our little family. This is a bit of a heavy-handed start for a Chilla's game, and I believe this is the first time we play as someone who lives with immediate family members. Every game up until this point on this list has pretty much entirely avoided family life, with the exception of the radio station, which touched on it a bit with the brother and fiancé stuff. We drive to our office complex and begin our shift right at midnight. There's a message left on the table in the security office explaining that the previous security guard, Keigo Ochigi, mysteriously disappeared, so we're here in his place. Our job is to check every fire alarm, lock every door, turn off any lights that were left on, and send home anyone who is still in the building. This means we have to go through every room on all 11 floors and make sure everything's good to go. The first floor is simple, just one guy to send home, and as early as the second floor we find something weird. A CRT TV that has a mysterious tape with it. We also find a woman we need to clear out of the building who hits on us before she leaves. This is a very subtle hint at the story behind night security, the first one we receive, and it's worth keeping in mind. Before we leave, we go to turn off the bathroom lights, but we're asked to keep them on by someone inside a stall, so we leave it alone. Floor 3 is mostly uneventful outside of the elevator doors opening and closing automatically. There's also another TV. As we reach floor 4, we see the copy machine printing off page after page of blank paper until suddenly it prints off a low-quality image of some woman. This is the point where this game really started to get to me. The moment where we go to the bathroom to turn off the light, for example.
Oh, fuck you! Whoa! See, like right here, it's not that scary. Like, oh, it's just somebody like standing at the doorway, right? I can't play this fucking game!
This is what I think night security does best. Its unsettling atmosphere. This was the most difficult game for me to progress through so far. I was terrified of seeing this thing again around every corner, and there was no shortage of dark corridors and tight corners in this game. Floor 5 is having electricity problems that we need to fix. For some reason, there's a missing fuse that we have to replace. Initially, the left side of the hallway is completely pitch black until we learn what we're meant to do.
This is very Silent Hill. Oh, this is like, dude, this is like Cry of Fear.
We walk through the blood hallway, an area that reminds me greatly of Cry of Fear for some reason, to find the missing fuse. However, as we exit, it's the woman from the picture in the copying machine on the 4th floor. She informs us that the lights still aren't on and that we need to flip 4 circuit breakers on this floor. She then leaves without any further explanation as to who she is or why she's even here. We're only meant to assume that this is another office worker, an office worker wearing a bright red dress. If that's the case, then why did she leave bloody footprints behind as she approached us? After getting the power back on, we enter the security room and overhear this conversation between 2 office employees on the 6th floor.
Nope. Not doing anything else in this game, actually. I'm going to stand. Hi!
There's even another TV. We finish up our job on this floor, and as we leave, we see that one of the vending machines has fallen over. Well, that sucks. Floor 6 is the cafeteria, apparently. We see a woman mopping up a massive amount of blood. She doesn't speak, so we simply check the fire alarm and lock the door, which for some reason seems to upset her, and she stares at us as we leave to head to the 7th floor. Floor 7 is interesting. It's filled with a number of these human-sized dolls who continue to show up as we look for the missing buttons to the elevator. Once we find all of these buttons, we're done with floor 7 and can safely move on.
Hey guys, I'm gonna just head out. Oh, that's cool. These guys don't seem threatening, you know what I mean? Ah!
Floor 8 starts out with a soda can being rolled across the floor, stopping directly in front of us. As we move down the hallway, we see the stairwell door close slowly. When we head into the women's bathroom, we get a small scene of someone in the same stall as on floor 2, crying and blaming herself for something.
As they died, everyone disappeared because of them. I didn't do anything wrong. Everything is... No, 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 no. Jesus.
The rest of floor 8 is uneventful, thankfully. Floor 9 appears decrepit, like something out of Silent Hill. It doesn't seem real. Everything is dirty and decaying, and as we step forward, we see a chair spinning on its own through a window. There's someone on the ground in one of the offices who appears to be dead at first glance, but immediately gets up as we tell him he has to leave. We enter the empty room with the spinning chair, and this is when we hear a faint voice. Up close, we can see and confirm that this chair is indeed spinning entirely on its own. While locking up the doors on this floor, we see a small dark hallway right next to the stairwell door. Of course, we head inside and find a small maze similar to the blood hallways we saw on floor 5, and eventually we reach a button that says push. We push the button, but nothing happens. Walking through the maze even further, we see this button appear 2 more times, and on the 3rd press, we're given a key.
Fuck off. You don't scare me anymore. You don't scare me.
Rather than taking the elevator, we take the stairs up to floor 10, which is similarly run down and dilapidated. The offices on this floor are completely upside down and covered in blood. We can still perform our tasks under these circumstances, so we do so. Floor 10 is otherwise uneventful, but as we enter the elevator to head to floor 11.
No. Down to hell. What the fuck?
This is where things begin to reach a head. We walk forward to the TV and see the woman in red who we've seen a few times now. We move to the door and find yet another office floor, the bloodiest and most run down of any of them so far. There's a safe puzzle that reveals a VHS tape, a corpse holding the cables to connect the VCR to the TV in the room.
I can't stay here anymore. Let's get out of here. I don't want to move. I think I'm going to die. Ah! Oh my god. What is wrong with me?
This is where the endings of Night Delivery are determined, of which there are 2. Leaving through the stairwell results in the red-eyed monster appearing in front of us, killing and dismembering us, at which point the game rewinds to when we first arrived at the office building, looping us through this experience over and over. If we manage to enter the code to open the gate blocking off the elevator, we get ending number 2, which is the true ending. The code is our daughter's birthday, 10/23. We learned this at the beginning of the game, and this callback is communicated to us via the drawing next to the keypad, the same drawing that was on our fridge at home. After getting onto the elevator, we're thrust into a scene of us laying in a hospital bed. Our daughter and wife are there, but behind them, this story is extremely vague, but user Digital Schism 96 on Reddit provided a theory that I believe is very well thought out, and I think I agree with this interpretation, though I have changed the wording a little bit. As it turns out, we're playing as Keigo Ochigi the entire time, the same person mentioned in the note that we find in the security office right at the beginning of our shift. When his wife and daughter arrive at the hospital in the true ending, it's implied that he had just woken up from a coma. The entire experience within the office building is a dream that he's been forced to relive over and over. Ending 1 even supports this theory with its rewind mechanic, implying that the only way he can escape this looping dream is to remember his daughter's birthday and input the code into the keypad, finally waking him from his coma. So where do the lady in red and the red-eyed monster come into play? Well, they're both the same entity, with the red-eyed monster being a manifestation of the guilt that Keigo feels. Guilt that turns this memory into a monster he's constantly being haunted by. Keigo is holding on to the memory of his girlfriend committing suicide because he was unfaithful. This was implied throughout the story, but I never personally picked up on this theme. Where exactly the suicide angle comes from is a mystery to me. However, there are heavy themes of guilt and resentment present throughout the entire game in varying forms. From the woman in the bathroom stall to the writing on the walls towards the end of the game. Inputting the proper code into the keypad at the end of his shift tells us that he finally came to terms with the lady in red's death and resolves to move on. Night Security is the most traditional horror game feeling experience thus far. Every step was unsettling. There were no moments of relief like what we had in Parasocial, where we were going about our day-to-day life. There was no comforting atmosphere like the closing shift or the convenience store, where we get to spend most of our time in a cozy coffee shop or corner store. Much like Night Delivery, actually, Night Security feels oppressive and dark, and this setting works super well in my opinion. Night Security gets 3,500,000 toe points. It's pretty high up there for me, mostly because of the visceral enjoyment I got from its atmosphere, rather than its story beating out some of the other experiences thus far. This is kind of a different flavor of Chilla's art in a lot of ways, and I enjoyed it quite a bit.
Game number 8, the Karaoke.
Our next game, number 8 on the list, is the Karaoke. Released on February 3rd, 2023, this game really doesn't do a great job of explaining what it is within its Steam Store description, but the concept was intriguing, and at first glance, it reminded me of some of my favorite Chilla's Art games, so I was very excited to get into it. Now, right off the bat, this game has a content warning. The first game we've covered to have such a warning, actually. I highly recommend skipping this one if you would like to avoid hearing about these topics. Feel free to skip to the next chapter in the video. There's nothing important here beyond me talking about the game. I'll give you a few seconds to do so if you choose. For those of you who wish to stick around, let's get into the Karaoke. Our protagonist in the Karaoke is Mira. We start out in a high school gymnasium with our friend Moeka practicing our free throws late at night. After a bit of time passes, the coach comes in and tells us it's time to head home. We agree to meet Moeka at Karaoke and head there on our bike before her. She stays behind to clean up. The ride to the Karaoke bar and grill, or whatever it's called, is very enjoyable and very reminiscent of another series of indie horror games, the Fears to Fathom series. This actually brings up a weird thing that I noticed about the Karaoke compared to other Chilla's Art games. The first episode of Fears to Fathom was released on July 2nd, 2021, and this game came out about 2 years later. Within that time, Fears to Fathom became a pretty successful series, and I think Chilla's Art took some inspiration from them for the Karaoke. For example, Fears to Fathom features a very clean and consistent aesthetic, as well as consistent game mechanics throughout the 5 episodes, while Chilla's Art's games have gone all over the place in terms of design and even aesthetics to a degree, as we see with some of their earlier stuff. The Karaoke mimics the design choices of Fears to Fathom in a few different ways, and I'm sure this was no coincidence. I don't believe it takes away from the experience in any way, but I wanted to mention it since it seemed so apparent to me. Chilla's Art's graphical style shifted over the years, and this 2023 era feels very heavily Fears to Fathom inspired to me. Returning to the story, we head towards the Karaoke studio or whatever, passing by a huge number of houses. During this bike ride, there are actually multiple different roads we can go down that will allow us to still eventually reach our destination. The amount of space in this game is kind of surprising, especially since none of this space is ever used for anything. There are no secrets or story elements that occur during this entire bike ride. It's purely an area you travel through and nothing more. As we're nearing our destination, we receive a phone call from Moeka telling us she was stopped by the coach and will be running a bit late for Karaoke. We check in after our arrival at the Karaoke, and this is where a huge portion of the game takes place. There's a karaoke rhythm minigame to play while we pass the time waiting for Moeka to show up, but something's wrong. This guy shows up over and over again throughout the night, watching us through the window and even directly interfering with our food and drink to try and get us to email him. We eventually call Moeka, who informs us she won't be coming after all. Mira. Oh no. What's wrong? Hey. Hello, Moeka. Okay, it's time for us to leave. Throw away the email address. Don't think about it anymore. Oh no, I just got a pit in my stomach thinking about that. What the fuck? What happened to the power? Yeah. That's when the karaoke building loses all power, and we can find Moeka's phone in various locations throughout the place. Don't pick that up. Let's not pick that up. Let's leave. Let's leave.
Hi, Moeka, is that you? Why, what's up, Moeka? I honestly don't have an answer for you. I wish I could, but I'm not in control of my actions. What's up with your face? Okay. Why would I go back? Holy fuck. Holy shit, that got me. Wow, that got me. It was a nightmare. It was a nightmare.
Chilla's art pulls the nightmare card on us once again. We're woken up to a phone call from Moeka, who's audibly crying and shaken. She warns us that the coach is heading our way and urges us to leave. When we call her back, there's no answer, and when we try to leave...
What? What's this? Coach. Could it be... I have to call Moeka. Hey Moeka, I'm on the toilet. How's it going? Everything cool on your end? The door is blocked? What the fuck are you talking about? Emergency exit. I can't sprint. Staff room. It's ajar. The door's ajar. Okay, this is a CCTV system, sure. Ah, there's no year. I wanted to know what year it was. What the fuck? Oh, good. Look right in the camera. That's what the coach was wearing. Coach is here. Let's call the cops. Okay, yeah, let's do that. You can't cut phone lines, you know.
This begins the chase sequence, something we haven't really seen too frequently throughout Chilla's Art's games up until this point, and another very common element found in Fears to Fathom. We call the cops, but we have to evade the coach for 4 minutes to give them time to arrive. The coach's voice acting in this scene is really well executed, I have to say. As he walks around, he has these voice lines that make him seem exceptionally creepy. The voice actor did a pretty good job with this role. It's almost too good, honestly. The first time I heard the coach's voice, I was actually a bit unsettled at how unnatural it sounded, but it actually works well for a villain character. If we wait out the timer and evade the coach successfully, we receive ending number 6, the final ending. The police discover that the coach had assaulted more than 10 students and he's put away, but we still manufactured a scenario wherein our friend Moeka became a victim. The epilogue states that she still struggles with the trauma, but is slowly getting better despite the fear that is always present within her. During the chase sequence, we can find a key to the janitor's closet. If we enter the closet, we find a knife that we can use to attack the coach with, and this leads to ending number 1.
Come on, dude, stand still. There we go. Jesus.
The police arrive and the coach is taken to a hospital, but he doesn't survive. Mira, our protagonist, is not charged since it was ruled as self-defense, but she now has to live with the guilt of killing someone while contending with the emotions of knowing that he will never victimize anyone else. Probably a good trade-off, if you ask me. Getting the remaining endings requires us to return all the way back to the beginning of the timeline of events. Starting out in the gym, we notice the clock and tell Moeka that it's getting late and that we should probably head home. We mop the floor and get changed, but Moeka forgets her key in her locker. Luckily, we notice this and grab it before catching up to her, and we both head to Karaoke completely unharmed. Mira and Moeka are safe for the time being, but the coach remains uncaught. This is ending number 2. The next ending involves us leaving early with Moeka and noticing that there's a camera underneath the bench in the changing room. The coach bursts in the door and asks why we're here so late, and if we feign ignorance and pretend we didn't see anything, he leaves us alone to change and head out, and that's when we nab the camera and run to the nearby police box.
Wait a minute. This is the first time we've been outside of the school on foot. Hey. Nothing. Don't worry about it, coach. Hey, where do you think you're going? I'm going to the fucking police station, bitch. Later, bitch. Don't even try to chase me. I'm the athlete. I'm a 17-year-old athlete, motherfucker. I'm way faster than you. You're an old, gross man. He's so slow, too, is the thing.
The police were unable to determine who put the camera there, and Moeka is still victimized in this timeline because we did nothing to stop it. Unfortunately, this also leads to her taking her own life, likely because we weren't there to take her calls after she was assaulted. This is ending number 3. If we inform Coach of the camera, he takes it from us, telling us he'll report it, and offers to drive us home. He hands us the keys to his truck and we head outside. While sitting in the truck, we open the glove box and find an album containing pictures of his victims. Just like in the last ending, we take this to the police and Coach is arrested. The school brings in a counselor to help the victims, and that's where it ends. This is ending number 5. Probably the canon ending considering how everything turned out positively. The final ending occurs when we sit in Coach's car after handing him the camera we found, but choose to not snoop around and find the evidence. Coach eventually arrives to drive us home, but the ending reveals to us what actually happened. Our protagonist explains to us that she struggles to even talk about the incident, and it's heavily implied that she was assaulted, and without any action being taken to stop him, the coach continues assaulting his students completely unchecked. This story sucks. I mean, it's well told and it's a fine premise for a horror game, but it's rough to discuss this topic even in a fictional context. I find no joy in discussing this game's story. I don't even have all that many deep thoughts about the Karaoke, beyond the fact that the different timelines leading to different endings without a clear and definitive canon ending is neat. It's obvious what the best possible ending would be, of course. In this case, the ending where the coach is caught without assaulting Mira or Moeka. The creepy guy in the karaoke bar was classic Chilla's art misdirection, and he actually has no ill intent from what I can tell, unless he's significantly older than us. He just has terrible execution, bad enough to the point where it's likely he'll be arrested if he continues acting in that way, tampering with people's food and staring at them from afar. Honestly, there's more I could say about the karaoke and other things that I wish I had more thoughts about, but I'm kind of stun-locked by how sad this world is. I hate thinking about it. The game and story itself were great as a horror experience, but some of the gameplay moments were a little bit frustrating, like the rhythm minigame and the chase sequence. Overall, though, the karaoke gets 3 million toe points, placing it at rank 10. Very much worth playing.
Game number 9, Inunaki Tunnel.
After that bummer of a story, I wanted to revisit some of Chilla's art's earlier works. Games that wouldn't be quite as heavy and would instead focus more on Japanese urban legends, which I find kind of fascinating. Released on November 19th, 2019, really early on into their portfolio, Inunaki Tunnel was the next game I decided to check out. With it being an earlier release, I figured it would have a lot of that classic Chilla's art style that I was looking for, similar to what we saw with Stigmatized Property, which was released less than a month before Inunaki Tunnel. Inunaki Tunnel is based on the real Inunaki village and mountain pass, so I wanted to take some time to discuss the legends surrounding it before jumping into the game. The name Inunaki comes from the nearby Mount Inunaki, but its etymology is often disputed. Inunaki literally means wolf cry, and one of the theories as to the origin of the name mentions a story of a wolf who howled in sadness because it was unable to reach the top of a waterfall. The legend of Inunaki Village, however, became infamous as a location that does not adhere to Japanese law and also cannot be found on any Japanese map. The original Inunaki Tunnel, now known as the Old Inunaki Tunnel, began construction in 1884. It was temporarily halted due to the enormous cost of construction and lack of sufficient technology, though. In November 1927, excavation of the tunnel continued thanks to the efforts of nearby townspeople, and the Old Inunaki Tunnel was completed in 1949. In 1975, a new tunnel was constructed as the Old Inunaki Tunnel became more and more dangerous due to a lack of maintenance and outdated technology. The Japanese government was forced to shut down and block off Old Inunaki Tunnel after a gruesome murder took place there in 1988. Beyond this, a body was found in the Inunaki Dam nearby in the year 2000. These are the only documented incidents, but there are also legends surrounding Old Inunaki Tunnel beyond these two events. In the 1970s, a young couple on their way to Hisayama by car went into the forest seeking help after their vehicle broke down. They entered Inunaki Village, which seemed abandoned, but they were greeted by a crazy old man who then murdered them with a sickle. There's also a legend about a telephone booth near the Inunaki Bridge. Supposedly, this phone receives a call every night, and whoever happens to answer this call will be cursed. They will be transported to the village and will slowly lose control of their body and mind before eventually dying. There are no other public incidents that are well known, and no other legends that I could come across, but the roads surrounding the entrance to Inunaki Tunnel are prone to traffic accidents, which certainly doesn't help its reputation. Both entrances to the Old Inunaki Tunnel are blocked off by massive concrete blocks, and the old road leading to it has a fence blocking it off as well. From a safety standpoint, the inside of the tunnel is unlined, which allows groundwater to drip through, risking collapse, and this is enough of a reason to either repair the tunnel or shut it down entirely. Inunaki Tunnel, the game, starts us off in the year 2005 as Keiji Fujio, who wishes to become famous by documenting the inside of the tunnel. We make our way inside and begin exploring, and throughout our journey, we find a series of notes.
A black dragon appeared in this village 2,000 years ago from the sky. The dragon attacked the village with its flames. People prayed to the relentless dragon every day and hoped that it would calm down. One day, the dragon was holding a ritual at the body of a man who had just died recently in an attempt to possess his body. The villagers gathered together and captured the dragon, sealing it under a sacred stone, and a dog was appointed to protect the stone. That's what I heard from the elderly man. The old man said that it was a story passed down through many generations. Only a few believe it to this day, but he explained that the blood of the guard dog still runs through some of the dogs that wander in this village.
We continue through the tunnel, walking through water and observing abandoned vehicles and trash littered everywhere. Eventually, we reach an opening with another blocked tunnel, a path off to the right that's difficult to see, and an abandoned bulldozer right in front of us. Following the path on the right, we find a small house that's completely empty and hidden away, containing our second note.
The dog at Shiraishi's house seems to be attracted to the sacred stone. The dog will chase down anyone who approaches the stone, and one person even came back with his calf muscle completely pulled apart. Even when Shiraishi tries to put it on a chained leash, it always manages to break free.
This is where we're introduced to the Jizo statues and the altars. Placing all of these statues onto their corresponding altars will unlock the true ending, and there are a total of 5 Jizo statues throughout the game. In the tree next to the house is a hanging body of a construction worker. This is a reference to the real incident that occurred within Inunaki Tunnel in 1988, where 5 men abducted and killed a factory worker whose car they wanted to steal. After we leave the house, we see that this body has fallen to the ground, and the key to the bulldozer is lying next to him. We clear the path to continue through the tunnel and get a cool jump scare.
What the fuck?
As we approach this rusted bus, we find note number 3.
Matsuda isn't thinking right about the dog at Shiraishi's. Shiraishi is thinking about expanding the land, but the sacred stone seems to be in the way. Matsuda knew that the dog would get in the way of anyone trying to remove the stone, so he tried talking to Shiraishi persistently. However, Shiraishi loved his dog so much that he refused to even listen to Matsuda.
Continuing on through the tunnel, we reach another clearing. This time it's a cemetery with a clock puzzle that I could not figure out on my own, but here we also find another Jizo statue and note number 4.
Recently, Shiraishi's dog started barking more aggressively and persistently. Matsuda had decided to move the stone on his own. When Matsuda tried to finally remove the stone, the dog barked and would not stop. Matsuda was unable to hold in his anger, and he stabbed the dog multiple times with a spear. Hearing the dog's cry was unbearable. When Shiraishi found that his dog was gone, he was filled with rage. Matsuda moved the stone regardless.
After clearing the clock puzzle, the gate that was blocking us begins to open up, and we find a phone booth off of the side of the road leading into the forest.
Help me. No. No, stay away. Who? Fuck that. Stay away. Fuck you. Get out of here. Go. No, I'm allowed to be here. You're not. Fuck off with the footsteps. I hate this. Oh my god.
Hi.
Oh, this little yellow box is supposed to be a facial recognition software within our camera, so, you know, that makes that a little creepy. We continue down the road and find a white van with an axe inside. Moving on even further down the road, we find a pair of tongs that will allow us to pry the van open and retrieve the axe.
Oh. I don't want to use the tongs anymore, but there's a hatchet in there. I could protect myself. There's a big ol' axe. If this was Project Zomboid, you know, that'd be a good weapon.
After cutting down the tree that allows us to pass the shallowest, slowest, thinnest stream of all time, we begin to hear a dog barking. Following the sound, we see a dog whose foot is stuck in barbed wire, so naturally we free him. He leads us to a spot with a buried Jizo statue and another note.
On my way home, I heard a man shout, so I looked to see where it came from. I see 5 young men pummeling an old man to the ground whom I have seen before in Inunaki village with a cane. I hear the guys talking about their frustration in the village. The old man shouted,
If you're going to hate yourself for being one of the residents of Inunaki.
If I went and tried to help, I figured I'd be beaten too. I ran away. I couldn't bear to watch. A little later, smoke started to rise at the location of the incident. A neighbor said, some outsiders came and ignited a house with gasoline. I was worried about the old man and tried to go to the place, but I was too late. It was on fire and I couldn't get close. I was later informed that the person found in the house was indeed the old man I saw earlier. It's my fault. I couldn't do anything to stop it. No, it's their fault. The villagers got hurt because of the outsiders and their selfishness. I don't trust the outsiders.
I will never forgive them.
This note is referring to another aspect of the Inunaki village legend, which explains that the residents of the village are extremely hostile towards outsiders. A lot of people who attempt to enter the village never return, and it's implied that they're killed by the villagers in an area not governed by any Japanese laws, so their bodies are never retrieved. The dog runs away, and we continue down the path, cutting down another tree to grab another Jizo statue. This is where we find the real Inunaki village gate and can finally enter Inunaki village itself. Within the village, we find a well, and we have to retrieve rope, a crank, and a bucket to return it to a functional state. As we look for these objects, we come across a few more notes, but something is
Watching us. I don't know what happened, but now before me, all I see is a desolated village with black clouds above us. Many known faces have fallen. I'm alive with blood coming out of my feet. I must record this before it is too late. It is getting darker and darker. My vision is hazy, but isn't that where Inuboku killed the dog? I see a silhouette in the darkness. Is that human? No, that is...
We light the candles and proceed out of the Inunaki mountain pass towards the road, but we find an emergency phone at the end of the path and call the police to come pick us up. The good ending has the police arrive and pick us up, but results in our recording being mysteriously erased. This cannot be. The recording was swapped with a video recorded by a girl I've never seen or ever heard of. The video was very odd. At first, the girl seemed very cheery and happy, but the video would cut here and there without a reason, and every time that happened, the girl seemed to grow more and more pale, almost translucent? Maybe because of the shift in lighting, the poor image quality of the video? This is madness. I must get back and record it again before the place is completely blocked off, because the government's gonna block it off. The bad ending occurs if we don't place all of the Jizo statues on their altars, and it's honestly the largest jump scare I've ever had from any of these Chilla's art games. This is like an emergency telephone or something? I don't want to click it. Last time I talked to somebody on a public phone, I had a little annoying jump scare. That didn't scare me at all. It was just annoying. Why in the name of God would we call the police? Hey, yeah, so we're trespassing. Can you come pick me up? I'm scared. Whoa. Holy fuck. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. Holy shit, dude. My adrenaline. Whew. What's happening? The secret ending involves us heading right at the yellow gates instead of left towards the road, reaching the fence where we see the dog we rescued dead on the ground. This is where we find our final note.
The village was once a happy place where people danced around and laughed. Now people come out here only to get a spook out of what has become a haunted place.
I want it all to stop. I just want to put the villagers to rest in peace. Can someone please help us? Can someone please help these poor souls?
There's that fucking... Ah! Okay. Yep. We gotta fucking run. I'm trying to run. I don't know if I'm actually making it. Oh, I don't like this. I thought this would be, I thought this wouldn't be too scary. I saw that fucking thing in the background too. There's no, holy fuck. There's no phone there. Result, recording stopped. That's the secret ending. The monster who kills us in the bad ending is likely the spirit of Shiraishi's dog, and is also one of the most terrifying monsters I've seen in any of these games. The aesthetic of Inunaki Tunnel is a great mix of the analog style we see in games like The Closing Shift and The Radio Station, which are two of my favorite Chilla's Art games we've covered so far. I think Inunaki Tunnel hits a great balance between darkness and visibility, but it's also just a very simple and straightforward game. The legend of Inunaki Village is fascinating to me, and this definitely contributes greatly to my love and enjoyment of this game. The atmosphere and surrounding forest of the Inunaki Mountain Pass is captured really well here. Images of it in real life are just as unsettling, and I really enjoyed researching the legend behind this game. The one criticism I have of Inunaki Tunnel is its reliance on randomly placed notes, a trope in indie horror games that I think is circumvented with more clever design, but I'll let it pass since I enjoyed the rest of the game so much. Inunaki Tunnel gets a very strong 9 million toe points from me, putting it just behind the radio station. While I don't think ghosts throwing things around or making noises is all that scary, stories based on real locations and legends that have been around for decades really do it for me in the horror space. I would put this above the radio station, but the radio station had more dynamic and enjoyable gameplay, which ultimately allowed it to win out between the two. Inunaki Tunnel was kind of just a walking simulator. Fantastic experience overall though, and playing through it reminded me why I started working on this video in the first place.
I'm not even sure this video's worth making anymore. I've been playing these games for about a month now, and it's been heavily affecting my sleep. I stayed up all night.
Game number 10, Okaeri.
Our next game finally brings us into the double digits. Number 10 on the list of Chilla's Arts games is Okaeri. A very early release, actually, coming out on September 6th, 2019, and being the 5th game they ever released if we include the non-horror games. More content warnings with this one, by the way, but it's a quick game. We're immediately dropped into the world with Okaeri, playing as an unnamed high school student returning home from school who seems to have forgotten where she lives. As we attempt to walk back home, we see a murder of crows cawing loudly right above our house, symbolizing death. We enter our home and find it seemingly empty. Exploring the house a bit, we uncover some information explaining that the protagonist and her mother moved into the house a week ago. This is why she couldn't remember exactly where she lived at first. We continue looking around to find our mom, who should be home at this point, but all we find is a stray cat in the tatami room closet and a variety of meaningless objects. As we head back towards the front door, we hear loud stomping sounds upstairs and go check it out.
No. What was it?
We don't find anything at first, but the door to our room is now open, whereas it had been closed up until now. The power randomly goes out at this point, so we grab a flashlight from our desk and head to our mother's room across the hall. In here, we find a little lockbox with a combination, and we go through the rest of the house, finding numbers written in red that reveal the code to us. There's even a moment that you'd find in any indie horror game of the era where the living room is flipped upside down, something we also saw in Night Security. After we finally finish putting together this code, we learn that our family is in debt. To what degree is never really specified, but this is when we suddenly hear a loud bang and head downstairs to see what's going on.
What? Whoa. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, God. Holy shit.
We find a note on the counter and immediately cut to 4 hours later as we're walking through a forest.
Oh. 4 hours later? Huh? What do you mean 4 hours later? What are you fucking talking about? What? Dude, this game's all over the place. This game is crazy.
We reach a temple with a noose and a chair prepared for us. And that's the entire story of Okaeri.
What the fuck? That's gotta be one of the simplest stories I've ever seen.
The forest in the game is speculated to be the legendary Aokigahara Forest, or Suicide Forest, but there's no confirmation of this in-game from what I can tell. The symbolism of the crows is pretty neat, again an early showing of the relative subtlety that Chilla's art is capable of with their storytelling. Otherwise, I find that this game is just way too simple. I understand that this was an early release, so I'm willing to cut Okaeri some slack to a degree, but I really didn't enjoy this game. It was very difficult to figure out how to progress on a first playthrough. I think I spent 15 minutes outside trying to find my house because the icon that shows up to indicate that you can interact with the front door blends in with the texture of the window, so I missed it at first glance. After I finally managed to get into the home, I then spent another 20 minutes walking around, desperately trying to figure out how to make forward progress. 20 minutes spent lost in the tiniest little house of all time. To say it was a frustrating experience would be a massive understatement. I had even considered not finishing this game at all because it was annoying me so much. Okaeri was too short, way too simple, and I walked away from it annoyed. It gets 50,000 toe points from me because I enjoyed the visual style, but the overall story was overly simple, and its reliance on suicide as the main theme without any depth or exploration into that concept felt a bit tasteless.
Game number 11, The Ghost Train.
Next on the list is The Ghost Train. Released on July 23rd, 2020, the setting and premise of this game was mildly interesting, but with it having the word ghost in the title, I was ready to be critical of its paranormal themes, as I often am. However, this game actually focuses a lot more on Japanese urban legends rather than telling a boring ghost story. Unlike what I did with Inunaki Tunnel though, I'll be discussing the legend more after we go through the story, since even talking about it would spoil the whole thing. In the Ghost Train, we play as Kinsuke Tanaka, a 42-year-old businessman who takes a late train home every day. We have the same routine while waiting in the train station: bathroom, green tea from the vending machine, and a quick smoke in the box of smoking. The train arrives, we get on, and we take our seat, the same seat we sit in every single day. While heading to our seat, we chat with the unnamed woman with whom we always share the train. Just like us, she always sits in the same spot. We fall asleep on this first night, inexplicably waking up to a cicada on our face and realize that the train just passed by our stop without actually stopping. We ask the lady nearby if she noticed that the train didn't stop, and she offers to go talk to the conductor, but we instead do so ourselves. On the way to the front of the train, we run into this guy, and we have to find his cicadas and return them, which seems ridiculous. After doing so regardless, we reach the conductor, but this whole cab feels off. This is where you hang out? Oh, God. This ends the first night. Presumably, we eventually made it home. I would hope at least, and night 2 begins. The next night, we go through our same routine: bathroom, green tea, box of smoking. What the hell is going on over there? I want to go check out that action. After we get on the train and talk to the office lady, we fall asleep in our seat again, being awoken by a young girl standing in front of us. She says that she's lost, so we begin going through the train cars in search of her father, eventually finding that nobody on the train has ever even seen this kid before. She then runs away towards the back of the train, and then this happens. Hey, where's the lady? The lady's gone. Oh God, everyone's gone. Yeah, everyone's gonna be gone. And now there's a million cicadas. I wonder what cicadas represent. Famine? What the fuck? We wake up once again, this time for real, questioning our sanity. But at least we can get off the train without incident tonight. On night 3, we go through our routine once more. Bathroom, green tea, box of smoking. As we get on the train, we realize that the office lady is absent today, and there are some weird pieces of black cloth in our usual spot, so we take a seat somewhere else. This time, after waking up from our nap, the lights are out and it's 2 a.m. We walk around the train cars and find someone sitting in our usual spot, and when we talk to them... What's wrong? What's wrong? Can't you see that the train is acting weird? I tried the conductor room, but the door's locked. How can you stay so calm? What do you hear? What? I can help you only when you hear the voices of the natural world, even in the midst of crisis. So please tell me. In the order in which you hear them, what do you hear? This begins the train car sound puzzle, which I found interesting, even if it's pretty simple conceptually. We walk from the train car in the back to the train car in the front, listening for sound effects and reporting them to the lady sitting in our seat in that same order. When the lights come back on, there's an old man sitting in one of the seats, someone who wasn't present on the train before now. This is Mr. Shimizu, one of our teachers from our school days who supposedly played a big role in us actually graduating. He tells us that we have to get off of the train before it reaches its final stop. There are 3 stops remaining, and we have to choose the right one based off of the sound effect that plays at every stop. Another sound-based puzzle, basically. Whether we choose the right station or not, we get off the train and end the night there. Night 4 starts us off in the same spot as always, but this time we run into an issue. Our card isn't allowing us through. The person working the desk, who looks eerily like the conductor of the train, tells us that we have to go buy a ticket before we're allowed into the station. We walk across the incredibly massive train station entrance, buy ourselves a ticket, and we can begin our nightly routine. Dude, all these screens? Okay. Yeah, the game's getting a little scarier. I'll be honest. Oh shit, the bathroom's locked. The game's getting a little scarier now. Shit's popping. What is happening? The lights are freaking out. What the fuck? What was that monster screech? Our night does proceed as normal after this bizarre event, and we wake up once again only to realize that the train has passed right by our stop. When we head to the cab to talk to the conductor, we find that it's completely empty and that none of the train controls are responding. The train doesn't respond to anything I'm pressing. There's a keyhole. Looks like I need a key to operate. We gotta go find a... Oh. I guess I'm not leaving. Why does it sound like a truck? Whoa, holy fuck. When we return to the train cars, everything has become red, the scariest color. The floors are wet with blood and the windows reflect images of passengers on the train. After we place the objects that correspond to each passenger, we begin hearing noises on top of the train. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so let's just head back to the front. I didn't get a key. I got a million other random little objects, but no key. There we go. Who is this? Yeah. Pretty on the nose, that one. What's that? Stop. I'm gonna go drive the truck now. Just make this the default walking speed so I don't have to hold shift the whole time, you know? Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck you. That actually got me. I threw my hand in the air. This is Teke Teke, the ghost of a schoolgirl whose body was split in half by a train. Whether we're killed by her or not, we end up at Kisaragi Station, which is an entirely unrelated legend. Mr. Shimizu is here, and he tells us to call home before we get lost in the tracks. We begin walking down these anomalous train tracks, eventually stumbling across a payphone. We call home, and our wife answers, an event to which we have a strong emotional response. We inform her that we're at Kisaragi Station, and her response is withholding, but she tells us to stay where we are and that she'll pick us up soon. As we walk further down the train tracks, we see a car with its headlights on, and this leads to the good ending. Oh. The lights stopped. The lights just ended and now there's a car. Let's watch the slowest scrolling credit explanation. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was my wife's car. She hasn't changed. I took her into my arms and cried. I'm glad, she whispered, patting my back. I held her hand and got into the car. We're dead. We're totally dead. We're fucking dead. You're here too early, she said as we were driving. I didn't know what she meant by that, but that didn't matter. All that mattered was that I got to see her again. We didn't have much of a conversation during the ride. There was so much to ask, yet there wasn't much to be said. I was happy enough to have her presence next to me, and soon after, we arrived at my place. She dropped me off and unlocked the door to my apartment, and just as I looked back, excited to invite her in, she was gone. Without making a single sound, she had disappeared. Today, I live a normal life as a salaryman again, wondering every night if I'll ever be able to meet my wife again. I see what happened. Okay, so this train took us to like hell or something, or like the afterlife, and we saw our wife and she brought us back to the normal world. That's kind of like the gist of what's going on, right? If we call any other number besides home, or simply don't call anyone, we instead get the bad ending. What the fuck? Okay. Lost in the station. Yeah, dude, this Kisaragi station is definitely like the afterlife. For sure. 100%. That is what it is. That's the entire story of the Ghost Train. But this game very prominently features two Japanese urban legends to tell its story: the legend of Teke Teke and the legend of Kisaragi Station. Teke Teke is the story of a schoolgirl who fell onto a railway line somewhere in northern Japan, resulting in her being sliced in half by a train. The number of variations of this legend are absurd, but it's generally agreed that she carries a sickle, and if you're at a station alone at night, she'll chase you down and slice you in half. The name Teke Teke is an onomatopoeia representing the sound she makes as she crawls towards you, a sound produced by her bisected body scraping against the ground. This is a relatively minor element within the Ghost Train, but Teke Teke does serve as the only dangerous villain in the game. The more prevalent theme within the Ghost Train, though, is as a retelling of the Kisaragi Station urban legend. On January 8th, 2004, a user on 2channel posted in a thread asking if it was okay for them to discuss something weird that was happening to them in that moment. This may just be my imagination. Can I post it anyway?
Go ahead. What's going on?
I've been riding a certain train for a while, but something seems off. I always take this train to work, but it hasn't stopped at any stations for the past 20 minutes or so. It usually only takes 5 minutes, 7 or 8 at worst. Oh, and there's 5 other passengers, but they're all sleeping.
Did you take the express train by mistake?
Well, it's possible I may have just missed my stop. I'll wait a little longer. If anything else strange occurs, I might bring it up here.
Try going to the car on the end to see the conductor, maybe?
Still no sign of stopping, so alright, I'll take a look. There were blinds or something covering the window, so I couldn't see the conductor or the driver. The route is a private railway in Shizuoka.
Knock on the window?
I tried that, but nobody answered.
Can you see out the window? Names of stations you're passing, etc.?
We came out a tunnel, so we're dropping speed slightly. There usually aren't any tunnels, though. It's a train from Shinhamamatsu. We're stopped at Kisaragi Station. I wonder if I should get off. I've never heard of this place before.
I'm not finding any information on Kisaragi Station. And Hasumi, your train was going for over an hour? Well, that's really strange. Yeah, I'm not getting any results for Kisaragi Station.
I'm looking for a schedule so I can get back, but I can't find one. The train is still stopped, so it'd probably be safest to get back on. Well, it left while I was writing that.
Is there anyone nearby or any buildings? It's cold out, so be careful.
I'll look for a taxi from the station. Thank you very much. I called home and asked to be picked up, but neither of my parents seem to know where Kisaragi Station is. They'll look for it on the maps so they can come get me, but I'm getting a little scared now.
What about the others? Are you the only one who got off the train? I checked online too, and the name Kisaragi Station isn't coming up. Am I wrong in assuming it's around Shinhamamatsu? I'll check Yahoo.
I looked for a public phone, but there's nothing, and no one else got off, so I'm alone now. It's definitely called Kisaragi. Looking into it, apparently it's written with the kanji for devil, but it's read Kisaragi. There's really just nothing around here. All I can see are fields and mountains, but I think I'll be able to make it back if I go down the track, so I'll keep pushing on. Thank you very much. Treat this as a joke if you will, but can I come to you if I encounter any more trouble?
Sure, just make sure you don't run out of battery. Your phone's your lifeline right now.
I called 110 and tried my absolute best to explain the situation, but they thought it was all a joke and got angry at me, so I got scared and apologized. I hear what sounds like a beating drum mixed with some kind of bell way off in the distance. Honestly, I have no idea what to do at this point.
Get back to the station for now, Hasumi. It's best to return to where you started when you're lost. Are they having a festival or what?
You might think I'm kidding, but I'm too scared to look behind me. I do want to go back to the station, but I don't dare turn around.
Run, and don't look back.
Someone behind me yelled, "Hey, don't walk on the track, that's dangerous." I looked around expecting to see an attendant and saw a one-legged old man, but he vanished. I think I'm too scared to move.
I told you not to look back. Run!
I can't walk or run any further. The drumming sound is getting a little closer.
Wait for dawn. It won't be scary in the daylight.
I'm still alive, but I fell and started bleeding, and I broke a heel, so I'm sitting still on the ground. I don't want to die now.
It should be safe if you leave the tunnel. Once you get out of there, call for help immediately.
I called home. Dad's calling the police, but the sound keeps getting closer.
I hope to God that's not the sound of a train, but it might be too late.
I finally managed to make it to the front of the tunnel. The name says Isanuki. The sound's still getting closer, so I'm going to leave the tunnel. If I'm safe once I get out of the tunnel, I'll post again. I left the tunnel. There's someone up ahead. It looks like all your advice was right after all. Thank you so much. My face is such a mess from tears, he might just mistake me for a monster.
Someone there this late at night? That's suspicious.
He seems gentle and was worried for me. He called for a train to take me to the nearest station. Apparently there's some kind of business hotel there. I'm truly, truly thankful to all of you.
Is he really gentle? He sounds kind of scary from what you said. That guy's no good. Why is he by the track at this hour? He must have been a corpse or something. Hasumi, run!
We've been headed towards the mountains for some time. It really doesn't strike me as a place where trains would go. And he's stopped talking to me entirely.
Hasumi, please call 110. This might be your last chance.
My battery's almost run out. Things are getting strange, so I think I'm going to make a run for it. He's been talking to himself about bizarre things for a while now. To prepare for just the right time, I'm going to make this my last post for now. The reveal of Kisaragi Station at the end of the game is really cool, and as a big fan of Japanese urban legends, I think the Ghost Train did a really good job of retelling this story in its own way. I don't think I have all that much more to say about the Ghost Train. I thought the sound puzzles were pretty neat, and the addition of Kinsuke's wife dying under mysterious circumstances without a definitive conclusion to that plot point kind of puts us in a similar situation as him, giving us a small taste of the bitterness and pain he must feel. The gameplay itself wasn't great, but I'm generally not turning to horror games for innovative and exciting gameplay. I'm here for atmosphere and story primarily. Fun gameplay is just a bonus. The Ghost Train gets 4 million toe points from me. I didn't think it was one of the best games I've ever played, but I really liked its story. Japanese urban legends are just so interesting to me, and I think they did the Kisaragi Station legend justice with the Ghost Train. However, the game was a bit slow at times, and replaying it to see all the content was a pretty time-consuming experience. Overall, though, I think the Ghost Train was a winner.
Game number 12. Welcome back, Daddy.
Now let's talk about a loser. On May 10th, 2018, Chilla's Art released a game called Welcome Back, Daddy. If its mostly negative reviews weren't enough of an indication as to how this was going to go, let me just tell you that this one really sucked. It's actually one of only 2 Chilla's Art games to ever receive mostly negative reviews, and one of these negatively reviewed games isn't even going to be covered on this list since it's not a horror game. I'm not going to bother writing about the story, as this is the first Chilla's Art game that I simply didn't have the patience to finish. I played for about an hour and a half and barely made it through the game at all. Before I continue talking bad about Welcome Back Daddy, though, I should probably explain what the game is. On December 10th, 2015, a game called Emily Wants to Play was released by developer Sean Hitchcock. This was during the era of mediocre indie horror games transitioning into being more refined experiences, and Emily Wants to Play is somewhere in the middle. According to the Steam store page, 3 dolls and a strange girl named Emily will start roaming around the house as the hours toll by. Stay away from them, but if you do end up in a room with one, figure out how to stay alive. This is basically what Welcome Back Daddy is, a clone of Emily Wants to Play nearly 3 years after its original release. The gameplay in Welcome Back Daddy is unrefined. Something as simple as movement is difficult to adjust to in this game. The mechanics of the game involve so much RNG that you're not even really playing a game anymore. You're effectively shiny hunting for the perfect seed that allows you to actually complete each round. As rounds progress, rules are introduced, just like in Emily Wants to Play, but these rules are not communicated to the player in any meaningful way. For example, it took me 30 minutes to figure out that you have to stop moving when the girl isn't singing, so I was just wandering around, dying to this dumb jump scare over and over again, getting frustrated. I can't even figure out what to do. I mean, like, this game is cute and all, but it's been done before. You know? By the time you clear round 1 and unlock the next element of the game, it becomes even more frustrating as you have to find this demon child 5 times in a row to get the key to finish the round. The location of this creature is never communicated to the player, and there are dozens of places he can hide. There's even a time limit that's enforced, and this means you have to rush around the house looking for him frantically so that you don't run out of time and die. If you have the patience to get past that round, you'll find that round 3 combines the elements of round 1 and round 2. You have to find the kid 5 times while under a strict time limit, but you also have to stop moving whenever the girl isn't singing her song. It's like almost fun, but it's not quite there entirely. After about 45 minutes of failing round 3, I gave up on Welcome Back Daddy, and I don't even really care what the game's story is about. I'm done. Fuck this game. This game gets 0 points. It sucks. It's not fun. It's too random. I'm sick of this. Fuck this game. Chilla's art made so many better games than this. I've sufficiently shown off how shitty the first few were. On to the next one. So, a grade for Welcome Back Daddy. I'm gonna give it about 10 points, and that's only because the Excel spreadsheet that I was using to track these scores would not display 0 properly. There's no reason to play this game. Just go buy Emily Wants to Play if you want this gameplay in a more refined and enjoyable form. A big miss from Chilla's art, but this was literally their second game ever after Evie.
Game number 13, Evie.
Heading back even further in Chilla's art's portfolio of games, we reach February 15th, 2018, the day that Evie was released. This is the first game by the studio, as far as I can tell, and it seems as though it was primarily developed by just one of the 2 brothers. It went so under the radar at the time that I've never even heard about it before, so I went in without any expectations whatsoever. Unfortunately, this story is not exactly bubbly and bright, so content warning up front before we get into it. I also want to mention that because this game was so uninteresting to watch, this is one of the games I didn't actually make a video about, so don't expect to find that anywhere. We start out playing as a young girl who managed to ride her bike into a dark forest behind an apartment building somehow. As we walk around and explore the area, we uncover these notes documenting the loss of a group of people who were working on something. It's not really communicated what exactly this crew was doing, but they all eventually died. We can even find a skeleton of one of them on the ground inside this small abandoned building. Weirdly though, this isn't the primary story of Evie. If we head inside the apartment complex, we gain access to one apartment that begins to tell a story about a single woman named Evie, whose boyfriend left her while she was 17 weeks pregnant. There are 16 notes in total, but I'll summarize them for the sake of brevity. These notes are wildly scattered around the house, and this can make it tough for the player to piece together the story, as it's not uncommon to find notes out of order, but I think I've figured it out. In the first note, Evie talks about her boyfriend leaving. She's bitter and scared for the future, not sure what's going to happen with her and her baby. 5 days later, she calls her mom for the first time in 5 years, the exact amount of time she was with her ex. This, of course, implies that he was the reason that there was a rift created between Evie and her mother in the first place. After talking to her mom, Evie is filled with resolve and decides to live the best life she possibly can. She begins applying for jobs, going to see the doctor to keep up with the health of the baby, and she's optimistic for the future overall. When none of the employers call her back after more than a week has passed by, Evie calls her mother, who tells her to come home for a while. Evie agrees and mentions that she's excited to see her dog Lucky. After arriving home, she brainstorms ideas for jobs and eventually decides to become a piano teacher. She prints out flyers and gets her license, catching up with her mom about what's happened during the 5 years they've been out of touch. As it turns out, her dog Lucky died a year ago due to old age, and this really drags down Evie's mental state. 2 weeks later, though, she gets her first call from a prospective student, and lessons begin only a few days later. Evie's first student is Alice, a gifted young musician who learns quickly, and they get along together well. It seems that things are progressing decently well at this point, and Evie gives birth to her son a few weeks later. The next day, she decides on naming him Ezra, the Hebrew word for helper. Evie's mom gives her a necklace, a family heirloom that she can continue passing on through the generations. 5 days later, there's a diary entry vaguely implying that Evie's mom died due to lung problems, and this spirals Evie's mental state downwards even further. She goes to see a psychiatrist who informs her that she's depressed, but medication isn't helping, and Evie feels lost and alone, unable to talk to anyone. A few days after this entry, there's another entry describing everything she's lost in the past few months, mentioning how she's now at risk of losing Ezra as well because of her deteriorating mental state.
Finally, here's the bathroom. What's wrong with it? Oh, fuck! What the fuck? February 18th. Ezra, it's okay. We will be together forever. We're just going to see your grandma. We can finally all be together. Holy shit! Holy shit! That took a turn. I didn't know what to do. I ran for the exit. I just knew I shouldn't be here. When I got out, I dialed 911 and waited for what seemed like hours. I led them to the building, but when we got there, the building, it wasn't there. Wow.
Evie is clearly a story about loss, leading to the worst possible outcome. The method through which this story is told is something I despise in indie horror games, as you probably know by now. Scattered expository diary pages. However, I think this is a fine story. It's not anything incredible, but it hits hard and it's pretty tough to stomach. It's something we've seen happen before in real life. Stories like this are not all that uncommon, unfortunately. When people feel alone and experience loss after loss, the whole world can seem hopeless and pointless. I find it interesting the world this game presents. 2 skeletons can easily be found in this game, decayed beyond the point of simply rotting, yet there's nobody else around. The fact that the building disappeared after we left and the lack of concrete information makes this world feel somewhat paranormal. I think it would have been better if there was a bit more solid information to round out the world, especially regarding the construction crew who mysteriously died right outside of the building. That plot thread is just there for some reason, bearing no relation to the main story of Evie herself from what I can tell. I thought it would tie in some way, but I can't figure out how they're connected. Evie was the first ever Chilla's Art game, at least the first publicly available horror-themed game. There are no jump scares or oppressive atmospheres, just a sad story told after an unfortunate coincidental encounter with the building in which it took place. Because it wasn't much of a game and more of a short story than anything else, I give Evie 200,000 toe points. If Evie was remade in the modern day with Chilla's Art's skills that they've been developing so heavily over the past 7 years, this game could be a massive winner. All things considered though, this was a solid first game. Evie was released towards the tail end of the absolutely awful garbage indie horror timeline, so it wasn't regarded as particularly great, but I think mixed reviews for a game that's literally nothing more than reading a bunch of words on paper and solving one super easy puzzle is not the worst outcome for a first try.
Game number 14, Blame Him.
Evie was better than I expected, but I have a lot to say about the next game on this list, and not very much of it is positive. Blame Him was released on June 2nd, 2019. It's a completely different style compared to the overwhelming majority of Chilla's Art games we've covered in this video, being a more traditional horror game experience, akin to something like Amnesia, where the bulk of the game takes place in somewhat familiar areas. A similar atmosphere that you'd find in a game like Layers of Fear, for example. Blame Him starts off very aggressively with a scene wherein, from a first-person perspective, we watch someone strangle a person who's being held captive, implying that we're playing as the killer. We never truly find out why this person is bound or why we kill them, by the way, so feel free to ignore this entire 2-minute long intro because it clearly has no bearing on the story. This is the best start I could ask for in a game, an intro that communicates to you that this game is either going to be very story-rich and take itself seriously, something akin to Soma, which is a masterpiece, or it will be completely devoid of any meaning whatsoever and uncertain of what it's even trying to accomplish. Guess which one Blame Him is? After this murder, we immediately find ourselves in a small apartment bedroom with a baby in a stroller. We feed baby and look around the room. The objects of interest are a picture of a woman and a newborn baby, as well as what the game calls a divorce form. This divorce form clearly states that it is a supplemental petition and affidavit to terminate parental rights of non-custodial parent. Termination of parental rights is the legal process by which the court ends the parent-child relationship between a child and one or both of the child's parents. Non-custodial parent in this context is likely referring to a divorced husband or wife, in this case Kevin Wagner, who is not the primary caretaker of the baby but still has partial custody. This is effectively a form saying that Kevin Wagner should not have any parental rights anymore. So we're introduced to a few characters with this form, assuming of course that it is conveying its intended message and this isn't a mistake by the developer, which I can't be certain of. We're introduced to Kira Wagner, who is presumably the baby we're taking care of. We're also introduced to Elizabeth Isaac, who is presumably the ex-wife of Kevin Wagner, and who remarried someone named Simon Isaac. And now Elizabeth is attempting to remove all parental rights from Kevin. That's not too complex, and it's a pretty decent introduction to a story. It's just not communicated that effectively. We go to sleep and are awoken shortly after by this. 1. The Deceived. What the actual fuck is happening? See, okay, we can crouch. Left mouse button, press WASD, we can move stuff. This game has a lot of stuff going on. Did an evil creature just take our baby? Objective added, find the baby. We have to walk around a bunch looking for our baby, solving various puzzles in what appears to be a school that was directly connected to our bedroom. I was already becoming concerned at this point that this game would be a nonsensical mess of a story, as the next 10 minutes passed by without anything being explained. There's even a stealth section involving a murderous woman wielding a knife who has horrible vision and very little ability to actually find us even after being detected. The death scene is hilarious though.
Fucking hell. All right, kill me.
So I started thinking this is just some kind of nightmare scenario. Nothing in the world was making any sense, and I had no clue what I was supposed to be getting from this experience yet. We eventually find our first note, another trope of indie horror games, one that I hate, and you might think this begins the story, as I initially thought. But I don't think this note is tied to anything else in the game outside of the introduction of the character Mr. Jones. Remember this name, because it's the only thing that ever comes up again. Returning to the gameplay itself, Blame Him is really just a walking simulator, a term that I used previously to describe Inunaki Tunnel in a positive way, but I haven't actually explained what the term means. Walking simulator is a historically pejorative term used to refer to certain games like Dear Esther, which is arguably the first walking simulator game ever made. It was initially criticized for its lack of gameplay elements, but would end up being an incredibly influential video game that set the premise for games like the Stanley Parable, of critically acclaimed walking simulator. In the context of Blame Him, from my perspective at least, the term walking simulator is more of a pejorative term here rather than an accurate description of the game in terms of genre. The majority of what you do in this game is walk around, sometimes avoiding enemies, solving simple puzzles that are often made overly complex with obtuse objectives, a lack of explanation of mechanics, or unnecessary, annoying added mechanics. So now you kind of understand what the gameplay is like. It's your average 2010s indie horror experience, a bad attempt at emulating frictional games. What people thought made a game good at the time without any of the enjoyable elements. Anyway, we continue evading this woman whose identity remains ambiguous, eventually leaving the school area and falling asleep right outside of the door. Nap time, I guess. This leads us into a VHS segment. We walk around a gigantic building that is seemingly abandoned, and eventually we learn that this is a hospital. Some kind of nightmare scenario flashback where we hear our wife giving birth, and as we try to leave the room...
Holy fuck, who the fuck was that?
This interpretation of this scene is, of course, assuming that we're playing as Kevin, and that the woman giving birth is our ex-wife. I only say this because nothing in this game is ever explained, so I was never able to confirm this information outright. Chapter 2, The Escapist, begins as we wake up from our nap. We head downstairs into a basement area. This area contains a path blocked by steam-ejecting pipes that we have to fix before we're allowed to continue. There's a giant basement maze area and a whole Victorian-era house upstairs. Keep in mind that this is directly connected to the school area we were just at, again contributing to the surreal, dreamlike nature of this world. We have to walk through the basement maze and find 3 valves to shut off the flow of steam blocking our path. This allows us access to the next area, but to actually move forward, we have to solve all of the puzzles inside the house upstairs. These aren't too complex. Again, the major issue here is that movement is super slow, and these areas are huge, so it takes a long time to get anything done. Eventually, we receive the key to the birdcage and get the handle that will allow us to finally move forward. There's some kind of loose story being told throughout the notes found in the house. It kind of just tells a vague story about children who were abused. We climb out of the house through the roof and enter another VHS section. This is literally the exact cutscene that started the game, except this time the camera zooms out at the end and we can see a figure standing behind the corpse of the person who was strangled. Because of the severe distortion on the video, though, it's impossible to make out who this is supposed to be. We walk through this forest, finding another building with 2 more notes. We break open the door with a crowbar found in one of the boxes in the room and find another note. Moving forward, we enter a chase/stealth sequence where we have to move through this area, finding switches in various rooms that we can flip to activate the main switch powering the elevator, which is our escape route. We're being chased by something that resembles the creature who took our baby at the beginning of the game, but whatever this thing is, it's hilariously bad at catching us.
Come on. Let's hurry it up. This... What was that noise? Stay there, please. I messed up. Play fair. But just play fair, okay? Just play fair if you're gonna play. Just play fair, dude. Dude, come on. No, that's not fair, dude. Dude, that's not fair. Come on, bro. Come on, that's not fucking fair, dude.
Chapter 3, The Lost Puppet, starts us out in another school with a puzzle wherein we have to match the objects in both rooms to unlock the door. We climb through the vents after unlocking access to them, and we're confronted with another stealth sequence featuring the woman from Chapter 1 who was chasing us through the school. I glitched her out pretty easily and just cheesed through this section.
You alright? That's a no, I think.
I grabbed the key and went upstairs into the house? I have no idea what this area is supposed to be. It resembles a house, I guess. Before we can do anything here though, there's another bizarre stealth section and then this scene.
I'm waiting for that checkpoint. That's what I'm waiting for. No. Who the fuck? If you say so. I'm just completely stuck here. I can't do anything. It's like a businessman. Do you see it? Y'all see that? He's breaking the lights. He's pissed. I said to turn these damn lights off when you're not in the room. Oh, I can leave now. Okay, I can leave now.
Within the house, there's a door with 2 locks on it, one chain lock and a padlock. Our goal is to find a way to cut the chain, and we need to get a key to the lock as well. The bolt cutters are located downstairs behind a cage that is unlocked via an annoying door puzzle. You press the switch by the entrance and 4 random doors open. The switches inside these doors make up the combination to unlock the cage. The issue is that the doors only stay open for a short time, so it can be very difficult to remember where they are. I even cheated by taking screenshots and I still had trouble with it. Behind the cage, we find a pair of bolt cutters which allows us to break one of the 2 locks. This is a pretty major flaw in the logic of the game though. If these bolt cutters are strong enough to break a chain, what's stopping them from breaking through the padlock as well? Mysteriously, the bolt cutters disappear from our inventory after being used, so I guess that answers that. To find the key, we need to access the present boxes hanging from nooses on the ceiling. Throwing boxes at them to knock them down reveals that they contain 2 buttons and a combination to a safe. When we get to the rock and tree room with a deadly ravine in the middle, we can knock down the tree and cross over to the main room where the safe is located. This far into the game, I don't even question these environments anymore. Unlocking this safe gives us the key to the door and we can move forward finally. The game actually glitched out on me while trying to unlock the safe, but this was easily fixed with a reload, thankfully. As we attempt to move forward...
Hello. Okay. We got a note.
I don't feel well lately. My hair is falling off and I'm getting skinnier. It's been a while since I last met him. Has he forsaken me? Probably. He probably did. This is when we're introduced to our next enemy, the bald lady wearing a white dress. There are a few notes that seem to explain who this woman is, but I don't know who she's referring to in these notes. Perhaps this Mr. Jones fella, who we're about to see make a comeback from Chapter 1. Evading her a bit and continuing onward, we're met with this scene. Oh? This is the scariest room we've entered. It deserves its own cutscene. Oh, fuck that. Oh, she got me under the table? After we make it through here, we're faced with one of the final puzzles/challenges in Blame Him. The exit door is only accessible after crossing a gap, but it's too large to jump over, so we need these lifts to walk across it and reach the door. The bald woman is walking around downstairs and will kill us if she catches us, and we have to manually push these lifts all the way over to the gap. As if that wasn't enough, there's this black mist that obfuscates vision and will kill us if we stay in it for too long without going back upstairs to cleanse ourselves. All of these elements combined makes this part very annoying. It's not that difficult necessarily, but it requires very meticulous and deliberate movements, as these things take a lot of time to move, and one mistake can undo all of our progress. Oh, thank God. Holy shit, that was so unfun. Give me a save point. Okay, thank you. Chapter 4 is named Jones. The best I can figure, this is the same guy from the note in Chapter 1, so I guess he's the antagonist of the story. We're in a gigantic sandy forest with lamp posts around, and we find these boxes scattered throughout this ridiculously massive map containing parts of a revolver and some ammo. The entire time we're being chased by this thing, and once we put together the gun and acquire ammo for it, we can shoot and kill him, turning him into, yep, you guessed it, a ball of fire. This whole section is needlessly large and time-consuming. It reminds me of a really awful indie horror game called Amok, where you spend hours walking around oversized environments and shooting enemies sometimes. I really hope they didn't take inspiration from that game. We walk through more of this sandy forest, and eventually we reach the finale. Here is Bappy on the log. Thank you for playing. That was a 3-hour and 40-minute experience from my perspective. I don't know how long the actual video is because so much of this game was nothing. I believe there's a loose thread of a story here involving an abusive father or something, but it's very poorly communicated and really not documented. The wiki doesn't even have any information about the game at all, and I couldn't find anyone talking about the story on Reddit. I'm honestly not 100% certain who we're meant to be playing as in this game, much less what the story is actually even supposed to be. My basic understanding is that Mr. Jones is the man whom we're supposed to blame, and he's responsible for all of the abuse present in the notes. This doesn't really explain the plot thread of the baby and dismissal of parental rights, but there might be a loose connection there. Maybe our wife left us because of our abusive father? Maybe he instilled certain things in us and we're the bad guy? I can't find any theories online as to what the plot is meant to be in this game. It seems as though nobody really cared about it. I thought I had played most of the bad games that Chillhop made, yet I was still amazed at how much nothingness was present in Blame Him. The world was empty, the game wasn't scary, there was no real story, but the atmosphere was fine actually, and that's one of the only compliments I can give this game. It started out strong when I believed it was leading somewhere cool, but it started to lose me as I slowly began to realize that it was a gigantic nothing burger. If they had decided to actually make the game scary, improved the pacing, and gotten rid of the solid hour spent walking around doing absolutely nothing, this could have been a standout experience for the time. Not every game can be a winner, especially when there's a lack of effort put in on the back end. With how long Blame Him is, I felt it appropriate to be very thorough in my critique of the game. The premise is strong, the setting is fine, but this game just feels unfinished. It feels like a first draft of a more refined experience. In my opinion, Chilla's art should have taken the time to test the game and think critically about the experience of playing through it for the first time. Attempting to look back objectively at something you've created can help you greatly improve it, and I feel that this process was just skipped with Blame Him's development. But maybe I'm being a little harsh. However, let's not forget that Blame Him costs $15 on Steam even 6 years after its release. I paid $15 for this experience, and that's going to weigh heavily on its grade. Most games on this list are around half the cost of this game, often costing even less. The audacity to ask that price for a game that was filled with nothing is insane, and I just want to make sure that I mention that, as I very highly recommend you do not buy or play Blame Him for any reason. It's best left to be forgotten. On top of that, this game is unoptimized. If you have a bad computer, you might struggle to run this game well, but even if you do have a decent modern computer, this game is still massive for what it is, taking up over 20 gigabytes when fully installed. Why? And yet still, this game easily takes over 3 hours to finish on a first playthrough, assuming you don't run into any bugs. A good bit longer than any other game on this list, with one exception, and the majority of that time is super unengaging. Overall, given these reasons, I put Blame Him at 250 toe points. Very low on the list, nearly taking last place. The fact that this game was almost good is the only reason it isn't lower than Welcome Back Daddy.
Game number 15, Manto.
The next game we're looking at is Manto. Released on September 23rd, 2019, this was the first game from Chilla's art that I ever became aware of. Even at the time though, I wasn't thrilled by it. This was also the first game ever released by Chilla's art that received overall positive reviews. Every game that came before it was either mixed or negative. Before we get into the game and the story though, let's talk about the real Manto legend. The legend of Manto, which translates to Red Cape, is undoubtedly one of the most popular yokai in fictional media, especially video games. As is often the case, this legend is retold countless times with minor variations, so I'll explain it the way I first learned it. Manto is a Japanese urban legend about a malevolent spirit that haunts public restrooms, often specifically within schools. The legend states that the spirit appears in the fourth stall of a bathroom disguised as a figure wearing a red cape and a mask. When someone uses the stall, Manto offers them a choice: a red piece of paper or a blue piece of paper. If the person chooses the red paper, they are said to be violently killed, being slashed or drained of blood in some other grotesque manner. If they choose the blue paper, they are strangled or suffocated, resulting in their death no matter which piece of paper they choose. There's also a variation where choosing neither red nor blue allows the person to live, but I'm not sure how popular this version of the legend actually is. Supposedly, the tale of Akamanto is meant to warn about the dangers of vanity or the consequences of making decisions under pressure. Most games don't acknowledge this part of the legend though, simply opting to make Akamanto a scary enemy and not much else. Before we start talking about the game, I just want to mention that I wasn't able to get very far into Akamanto, and we'll discuss why in a moment. We start out within the perimeter of what appears to be an abandoned school, with our friends staying behind, egging us on to go inside and explore. We go through the only available entrance and find ourselves in a very dark library that inexplicably has a lit candle inside. Perhaps not such an abandoned school after all. The library is a pretty cool initial area with ominous missing children posters on the walls and a corner that's completely pitch black. There's also a locked door here that requires us to find a key, and the only accessible area is one of the 2 bathrooms. We're immediately presented with the choice of red paper or blue paper at the final stall. For whatever reason, we can only choose red. There might be an explanation for this further on in the game, but this is about where I checked out of Akamanto. It immediately became apparent to me at this point that Akamanto is yet another clone of one of the biggest indie horror hits of all time, Granny, an arcadey survival horror game, one of the most popular horror games of 2017. Granny was not a game that I found enjoyable, as its design inherently requires very deliberate inventory management and movement through the map while avoiding being caught by Granny herself. And I just honestly don't have the patience to spend the time learning to play a game like this. We're 15 games into the video now, and I just could not bring myself to put in the effort into Akamanto, especially after the last few mediocre experiences. What I will say though is that if you do have the patience to try and learn the intricacies of Akamanto and actually beat it, it's probably a pretty fun experience. I'd just rather spend my time playing the more narrative-driven games from Chilla's art. I spent an hour and a half in this game trying to make any forward progress whatsoever, and I just couldn't. Akamanto was too difficult for me, honestly. I can't mentally wrap my head around the map's layout, I couldn't figure out what use any items had, and I simply couldn't get past the very first puzzle in the game. With Akamanto running around everywhere posing a threat to my ability to explore and learn the layout of the school, since I would be forced to run away if it appeared anywhere, I just gave up on Akamanto really quickly. I don't think Akamanto is a terrible game, it's just not for me. The concept of making decisions under pressure, a focal point of the Akamanto legend, is actually a core element within the game itself, and I'm not sure this was intentional. I think it was just a Granny clone. Inventory management is extremely important, and you usually have to make quick decisions under pressure. This is a theme that ties the legend of Akamanto much more closely to this style of gameplay than something like Granny, the premise of which makes no sense whatsoever. Is it really obvious that I didn't like that game? I'm giving Akamanto 500,000 toe points and just moving on to something else. I know it's a decent game, I honestly just don't want to invest the time trying to learn it. Unfortunately though, this isn't the last time we'll be seeing a Granny clone on this list.
Game number 16, Yuki Onna.
In fact, the very next game on the list is another Granny clone featuring a different yokai. Released on January 2nd, 2020, Yuki Onna is once again a Granny clone under the guise of being a PS1 era inspired survival horror game. In my opinion, this game is an upgrade compared to Akamanto, featuring a slightly more interesting and unique atmosphere and yokai. Yuki Onna, which literally means snow woman, is the Japanese legend of beautiful women dressed in white with long black hair who appear during heavy snowstorms. They're often described as having a pale, almost translucent complexion and are associated with cold and death. According to various versions of the legend, the Yuki Onna can be both a vengeful and a tragic figure. Some stories tell of her freezing travelers to death with her icy breath or touch. In other versions, she may show mercy, sparing someone's life if they promise not to reveal their encounter. In some cases, she is also said to appear as a kind, mysterious woman who seduces and then kills men. The Yuki Onna is often seen as a symbol of the harshness of winter, embodying both beauty and danger. The legend of Yuki Onna is incredibly widespread throughout Japan, being even more pervasive in Japanese folklore than Manto or any of the other legends we've discussed throughout this video, actually. Really though, Yuki Onna is just a story about the danger of the cold weather. The seduction and murder angle immediately brings to mind paradoxical undressing, and I wonder if that's where that part of the legend comes from. Unfortunately, while I do think this is a more refined version of Manto with a superior setting, I still don't care about this style of game. There's more to do, it's a little bit easier to get into, but I hit a brick wall in terms of progression really quickly, and I didn't spend much time on Yuki Onna. Weirdly, nobody talks about this game. Manto is the far more popular one despite being exactly the same game. I give this game 500,000 toe points just like Manto. They're way too similar to judge independently, and also I don't care.
Game number 17, Onryo.
The final granny clone from Chilla's art is Onryo, and it's time for a quick lesson on supernatural beings in Japanese folklore. Onryo and yokai both refer to supernatural beings, but Onryo specifically refers to supernatural beings that are driven by their desire for revenge. Yokai, on the other hand, is more of a catch-all term that includes the vengeful.
I sleep with my door closed now, but it's not helping. I'll wake up and the door's still open. That figure is standing there.
With that knowledge, we can safely assume that Onryo is going to be a game that very prominently features evil, vengeful spirits, and it is, but it's also a granny clone. So, I don't have much to say about Onryo. I played it for maybe 15 minutes and got stuck in a room unable to figure out how to escape, which is where I gave up. I will say that this game does feature a more traditional Chilla's art graphical style, which I appreciate more than the puppet combo approach of PS1-inspired graphics when it comes to the two brothers. They do their own style better than anyone else. Because of this improvement, I give Onryo 500,001 points. It's another granny clone at the end of the day, and I'm just so ready to get back to the regular Chilla's art experiences. I have nothing to say about these games. The most fun I had in any of them was playing with the weird camera in Onryo.
Game number 18, Shinkansen 0.
Heading away from some of the early, less impressive games, we're now moving on to a game that I was very excited to check out, Shinkansen 0. I really needed a palate cleanser at this point after covering 6 somewhat mediocre and uninteresting games in a row. Shinkansen 0 was released on March 22nd, 2024, making this the most recent release we've played so far. In fact, there are only 2 more games that were released after this as of the making of this video. As we've seen Chilla's art do a few times now, this game is their take on a new trend of horror games of the time, Exit 8 by Kotake Create, a game wherein you walk through an endless underground passageway observing anomalies while looking for the exit. And this is sort of what Shinkansen 0 is, except the setting is a train. Graphically, Shinkansen 0 looks really good actually. While I think there was a beautifully iconic and stylized era of Chilla's Art's games, with the apex of this era being games like The Radio Station and Night Delivery, they've recently shifted to a more realistic style of graphics and lighting, and I think it works very well. However, Shinkansen 0 does have slight performance issues. It seems to be primarily a matter of optimization, but there were weird moments of stuttering as I played through this one. The main gameplay loop of Shinkansen 0 is walking through train cars attempting to observe any anomalies found within. There's a bathroom train car located between each normal train car containing a phone with a man on the other end whose only purpose is to inform us how many anomalies we have yet to see. I thought this phone had a bigger role as I was playing the game, but it turns out this is all it's for. There are a total of 50 anomalies throughout the game, ranging from extremely subtle to blatantly obvious and impossible to miss. As we walk through the first set of cars, there's a young boy sitting with his sister who talks to us and asks if we're looping as well. He explains that his sister has been sleeping, and after he teaches us the rules of the game, we continue through the blue cars looking for anomalies. If we find an anomaly, we go back 1 car, and if the train car looks completely normal, we move forward 1 train car. If we're correct, we move up 1 train number, and if we're wrong, we go back to the beginning. It's a very fun and simple gameplay loop, honestly, akin to a haunted house or something. There's even an easy mode where choosing the wrong door will only set you back 1 train number rather than sending you all the way back to the beginning, which is super helpful since this game can be frustrating at times. After getting through every train car, we're now able to reach the conductor's room.
It doesn't matter. Once it says conductor's room, you just head forward. Personal injury occurred.
We're allowed to continue like normal, but we encounter this boy once again. He explains to us that the rules are slightly different now that we're at the green train cars. We have to go backwards if there's an anomaly rather than forwards, but everything else is the same. Moving through the green cars, there's a scripted scene in car number 3 where we encounter the boy once more. He asks if we think we'll ever make it out of here alive, but otherwise has nothing else to say. We continue through the green cars, and as we reach the conductor's room...
Here we go. Here we are. I don't understand the train, man. Like, I don't understand what that is. Click the button. Silence. Exit from the right or the left, depending on what direction you're facing. The exit will be either on your right or your left. And that's ending 1. That was the ending I got last time. I'm gonna have to figure out how to get ending 2.
This is ending 1. Nothing is explained, and we have to do some digging to uncover the story. If we start heading back towards the blue cars after stopping the train, we find the boy's sister is awake and we can talk with her. We inform her of what's going on, and we find out that she doesn't even remember boarding the train to begin with. She believes this is some sort of nightmare, and suggests that we attempt to break the loop of the repeating train cars by both running to opposite ends of the train at the same time. If we head to the back of the train rather than the front, we can observe blood coming from the bathroom in one of the cars.
Ah, shit. Ah, shit. I read that you're not supposed to turn around. You're not supposed to turn around and see this fucking thing that's chasing. Thank you. Okay, go.
It's just like playing Frogger. It's just like playing Frogger. It's just like playing Frogger. That's exactly the same game. That's all it is, dude. It's just like playing Frogger, but you're vulnerable and you're gonna get caught if you turn around and stop. If you turn around or stop, you're gonna turn around and stop, you're gonna die. If you do it around or stop. Holy shit, the train's shrinking. Okay, we're getting there. The train's getting taller. Train is getting taller. Train is growing. No, it's not. I'm actually sinking is what's happening. The train is not getting taller. Press the button, press the button, press the button, press the button. Hey, Naoki.
待ってたよ。お姉ちゃん、起きたんだね。直樹、無事でよかった。お兄さん、僕はもう大丈夫だよ。そうだ。
How did you get off the train? Were you waiting here? No, I can't. I have to save the others.
来ない方がいいと思います。
It's not your time yet.
私たちに何が起こったか分かった気がします。心配しないでください。私たちは大丈夫です。それより、もう私たちは行きますね。本当にありがとうございました。さようなら。
They're speaking in such weird, vague terms. You guys really gonna leave me on this train with the ghost thing? After this happens, we wake up in a makeshift hospital bed in one of the bathroom train cars. We passed out at some point, and the doctor who happened to be on board informs us that we have deep vein thrombosis, which is what caused us to faint in the first place. Who that guy is?
失礼します。業務連絡です。事故には若い女性と少年が巻き込まれていることが確認されました。
A young woman and a boy were confirmed to be in the accident. What fucking accident? What? So Naoki and his sister, of course, obviously is who they're talking about. Huh.
Shinkansen Zero is a story kind of similar to The Ghost Train, without the focus on Japanese urban legends. Naoki and his sister were killed by the train, and we were helping to bring them to the afterlife via the Shinkansen train. In this scenario, however, unlike The Ghost Train, we weren't accidentally brought along for the ride. We were actually a part of the process of helping these two cross over into the afterlife. Shinkansen Zero is pretty good in my opinion. It's a short experience that can be challenging if you don't play on easy mode. It's fun to find all of the anomalies, which actually gives the game the slightest bit of replay value, and the story is really simple and kind of cool. Even if this concept of delivering lost souls into the afterlife is a bit overdone in the horror genre, I think Shinkansen Zero was a very solid experience overall. Because it was so short though, I don't really have too much more to say about it. I gave Shinkansen Zero 2 million toe points, putting it up there with some of the more above average experiences.
Game number 19, The Night Way Home.
The next game on our list, as well as the final game in Chilla's Art's library that has mixed reviews, is The Night Way Home. A very weird translation of its original Japanese name, which is more commonly translated to Return Trip or something. Even removing the word night from the title would make way more sense. The Night Way Home was released on August 6th, 2021, and is a bit of a different experience compared to the traditional Chilla's Art narrative-driven horror. The Night Way Home begins with a cutscene consisting of hand-drawn recreations of locations we'll actually be seeing in-game. The news informs us of a schoolgirl who went missing on her way home from school and has yet to be found. Two girls are talking to each other at the end of the school day, discussing the girl who went missing. One of the girls then begins to head home, stating that she doesn't feel like she wants to go home herself,
She even specifically mentioned that she believes her mother doesn't like her very much, which is a bit of an odd statement without much context. We then enter a third-person perspective of our protagonist, the girl who was just entering the subway station moments ago. This is the first and only Chilla's art game where we play from a third-person perspective. At first, it's a little jarring, but I very quickly found myself comfortable with this point of view. It's a neat way to shake up the formula a little bit. We enter and use the bathroom, and as we leave the stall, there's blood everywhere, and we see a girl standing by the wall crying. Crying girl. Hi, are you okay? Why are you crying? I don't want to go home. Oh, me too. You too? Yeah, that's what I just said. Sniff, sniff. I guess we're two of a kind, but I have to get home. No, you can't leave. Why don't we just walk home together? She's a monster. That wasn't a cry. She wasn't crying. She was laughing. She was laughing, bro. Oh, God. We wake up, find a flashlight, and begin looking for a way out of the subway station. At first, I was under the impression that this was another Granny clone, since I had just recently played 3 of them back to back, but this game is very much its own survival horror experience. As we walk around, we slowly become more panicked. The longer we stay in darkness, the more panicked we become, until eventually our panic meter fills and we're no longer able to interact with anything until we calm down, which is done by standing underneath a light source for a few seconds. This panic system is not all that uncommon in survival horror games, but I'm most familiar with it in the Clock Tower series and its spin-off game Haunting Ground, where the rules are somewhat similar. Our protagonist in The Night Way Home can even trip if she runs into any objects while panicked, requiring us to mash the left mouse button to get back up.
Holy fuck! What the fuck? What the fucking shit? Holy shit, dude! Don't get purple! Don't get purple!
This is our only enemy in The Night Way Home, this giant elongated woman. Despite my best efforts, I wasn't able to find any Onryo who even remotely resembled this creature. Still scary, regardless. We acquire the key to the security office, use the controls found within to open the exit shutter, and leave the subway, finding ourselves in a parking garage. Our goal now is to reach our bike and ride it home, but we have more tall creatures blocking our path. It was at this point that I began to learn that these things have pretty decent hearing, so sprinting anywhere near them was not an effective option. As we're exploring the parking lot, attempting to reach the bike parking area, we come across this shadowy visage of a young girl. This is Rina. Throughout the game, we encounter quite a few instances of this character, and she always has something to reminisce about. Happy memories she has of her and her mother, moments where she felt guilty, or even some self-derisive comments at times. Rina exists to essentially be the inner thoughts of our protagonist, who seems to have a very negative self-image and believes her mother doesn't truly like her. Returning to the main story, I struggled to get through this parking garage section. Everything looks the same, so I wandered around for 15 minutes, completely lost, until I magically came across the area I was looking for.
I can make progress. I can make forward progress in the fucking game. Thank God. I thought it was over. I thought I was gonna be stuck on the second level. Let's grab our bike and get home. Oh no, our Jitensha. That's a huge bike, dude. I think this character is just very small. I think she's just very, very small. Hey, I have great news for you. These other bikes aren't locked. Just take one. Why are you crying about it? Who gives a fuck?
With our bike crushed, our next option is taking the bus. Before we're allowed to explore though, we're given a harae. At least, that's what the game calls it. The etymology says otherwise though. Harae is the term used to refer to a purification ritual within the Shinto religion, being one of the 4 basic elements involved. What we actually receive in-game is an object used in the ritual, the Onusa, which is used to purify sins and uncleanliness. It can be thought of as an exorcism. So we effectively received the exorcism brush, and this will repel the tall creatures that will be stalking us throughout this area. When we reach the bus stop, we realize we don't have the bus fare required, so we walk around the city looking for 4 100 yen coins. They're pretty tough to find, even though they do have an audio cue identifying their location.
I'm definitely hearing another coin. Thank you. Coin number 3. God damn, we still need 1 more.
We eventually find all the coins we need, return to the bus stop, and finish up the city area. Our next location is a bit more rural, and we have to give up our Onusa in order to progress. This area is actually a slightly altered version of the map from Okaeri, and the goal is more of the same. Find the key to unlock the gate that will allow us to continue heading home. As we walk around, though, we find a girl who seems to have been a victim of the tall creatures that have been chasing us, and I get the closest I've ever been to death in this game. We eventually lose the creature, find the key, unlock the gate, and we're almost home free. However, as we try to cross the train tracks...
Oh, good. Just jump over. What? I feel like something's gonna happen. Oh, that's not fair.
This is where I really started to uncover the mechanics of the game. If you run into the wall while panicked, the creature chasing you will stop moving and kind of lose aggro, actually. It's easy to manipulate them if you play properly, and this is about the level of polish I would expect out of an indie survival horror game. Our final location is a block of apartment complexes, and we're tasked with finding our home, which is interesting. In this case, for whatever reason, our protagonist doesn't remember where she lives, so we get a hint from the bulletin boards found throughout the city block. It turns out we live across from apartment building number 35 on the 4th floor, a very specific location to have to discover on our own. It took me a while to find it. When we eventually find our apartment, we find that nobody's home.
Oh, thank God. If you click too many times when you open the front door to your fucking house, it glitches out and doesn't trigger the cutscene. Mom, when aren't you coming back? I feel lonely. That question doesn't make any sense. Mom, when aren't you never coming back? I need to not know so that I can't not prepare for when it doesn't happen. What the heck?
Huh? It's my room. I look at the entrance and the door slowly opens. Mom, is that you? She approached me with a puzzled look. Why? What are you doing? Your arm, you're hurt. Were you? Hold on, I'll take care of you. Mom rushes out of the room. Jesus, that's a fucking holy shit. I look down and see my bloody arm and a bed stained red. What the fuck? Mom comes back into the room with a first aid bag. She must have been in a hurry to get it because I see the contents of her bag strewn all over the hallway. Huh, I can't help but laugh a little. Did you do this to yourself? Why did you do this? Mom is staring at my arm and carefully tending to it, never looking at me. As I stared at her, I could see her eyes were watery. Did you have a bad day? Could it be that... She kept her mouth shut after that and held back. It's your mother's fault, isn't it? I'm not sure what to say. Do you hate me now? Tears flowed from her eyes. I wondered if I had ever seen my mother cry before. She is a strong mother who never shows her weaknesses. The fact that such a strong mother was crying made my heart ache. I'm sorry, I'm very sorry I pushed you this far. Couldn't help but hug her. We were crying together. I love you, Rena. Okay, so our character's name is Rena. Her words were so warm and I know. And that was all I could say at that moment. That girl, I wonder what she was trying to tell me. She was feeling the same. No, she was shouldering something much heavier. But I'm okay. I can say that now. What could I do now? Huh. The ending cutscene reveals to us that we are, in fact, playing as Rina. The visage of the young girl we found in multiple locations was actually recounting our own memories. I was unable to find any information or theories about this story in The Night Way Home, but I think it's telling the story of a young girl who is struggling with her self-esteem and attempts suicide. Her mom finds her, rescues her, and this begins the process of repairing their relationship and fixing Rina's self-image. As she lays there, she contemplates that the girl who went missing must have been dealing with something much more difficult than what she's dealing with herself, and I interpreted this as a sort of realization that life is worth living for Rina. I might be way off on my interpretation of this story, but this is the best I got to offer up, so feel free to theorize in the comments and call me a dumb idiot who doesn't know anything if you wish. This game is interesting. While it's a very unpolished and unrefined gameplay experience, I didn't really find it all that frustrating. There was an indescribable element within it that was very fun, and I think the story was slightly more profound than a lot of other Chilla's Art games. The monster was pretty scary, but I was unable to interpret what exactly it represents. I'm not sure if it's a representation of something real based on the story that we're given at the beginning of the game, maybe a manifestation of Rina's inner thoughts, or some scary third thing. The Night Way Home being presented in a third-person perspective and being the only Chilla's Art game to do so definitely sets it apart in my mind. The more traditional first-person perspective is cool and immersive, for sure, but a lot of survival horror games are presented in a third-person perspective. Some of my favorites, at least. I enjoy the feeling of being more of an observer of the danger, rather than being faced with it myself. When it's in first person, it's more immersive, but a third-person perspective can be more cinematic, and I think this is why I prefer it generally. It feels less video gamey. This isn't to say that The Night Way Home specifically is cinematic, but mostly to explain that I just think this perspective works. However, this decision to present the game in third person does have plenty of drawbacks, especially for a small studio like Chilla's Art. One of the big issues with choosing the third person is that it requires the game to be more polished in order to avoid technical issues that can break immersion. The greatest example of this is character animation. The animations of the player character have to be seamless in order to truly present a believable cinematic experience. As one might expect, this is not exactly the case in The Night Way Home. There's also the fact that a lot of old-school survival horror games feature fixed framing for third person, disallowing free camera movement, which then allows the designers to control what elements are being shown at any given time. This isn't really a design element that is necessarily present in all third-person survival horror games, especially today, but some of them do still restrict camera movement in some way, or are just designed more meticulously to disallow the camera to break immersion. While I'm sure this was a consideration for Chilla's Art, The Night Way Home is unpolished enough that I think first person would have probably been a better choice here. I know I'm harping on this third person thing a lot, but it's neat that they tried this at all instead of just going with what they knew would work. I wanted to make sure I discussed all of my thoughts about it, especially since I kind of enjoyed this game a little bit, and the perspective through which it was presented is a big reason why. It would have felt generic otherwise. The Night Way Home was a rough experience, but its story was better than a few of the other rough games, in my opinion. In fact, I actually thought this game was about as good as Stigmatized Property, and way better than the Granny clones. The Night Way Home gets 900,000 toe points from me. It was cool to see a game like this from Chilla's Art, and it was a good try at the survival horror genre, but it was still an average experience at best. As it turns out though, this wasn't Chilla's Art's first attempt at survival horror actually.
Game number 20, Hanako.
Next up is a game that defied my expectations and kind of caught me off guard. The Night Way Home was certainly some kind of action-y survival horror game, but it wasn't their first survival horror game. Hanako was released on December 11th, 2020. I didn't intend for this to be the case, but Hanako is also very specifically a survival horror game, just like The Night Way Home. We have to evade enemies and solve puzzles, but it's not as arcadey or obtuse as the granny clones are. Hanako starts out with us and our two friends, Eri and Yume, inside a school building late at night. We've heard rumors about a student at our school committing suicide, and this leads to the story of Hanako-san, whom we're here to attempt to summon. We grab our investigation flashlight, the extra large version apparently, and begin the ritual to summon Hanako. The legend of Hanako-san is that of a young girl who died in one of many ways depending on the variant of the legend being retold. In this case, suicide. Hanako-san is often said to haunt the third stall of the girls' bathroom on the third floor of her school. This is where we're headed. The legend typically involves a dare. Children or students go to the restroom, knock 3 times on the door of the third stall, and ask, "Hanako-san, are you there?" If she answers, the person is supposedly confronted with a terrifying and often dangerous encounter. Those who summon her may see her face or hear her voice, but some versions of the legend claim that Hanako-san will try to drag them into the toilet or drown them in the water, while others tell of a much more benign and haunting interaction. This is essentially what starts our story. I'm gonna spin around 3 times. Oh, 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 whoa, that was kind of cool. That was kind of cool. That was actually kind of cool. Hanako-san, let's play. That'd be really funny if they made this game and it was just like, yeah, no, nothing. It's actually nothing. I think we should get going already. I don't want to sit here too long. Yeah, me neither. I would love to get going. I think this is kind of... What the fuck? I think this is kind of that era of... Chilla's art, why are we running? Wow, these characters look insanely young. Oh, I can focus the beam of light. What happened? What just happened? After being separated by the Hanako scare, we enter the pool area and we're introduced to our first enemy, the Dodo Meki, another Japanese legend. According to the legend, the Dodo Meki was once a beautiful woman who, like many in folklore, became arrogant or vain about her beauty. In some versions of the legend, she was a woman who would use her charm to deceive or betray others. Her actions eventually led to her downfall, and as punishment, she was transformed into a hideous creature. As part of her transformation, she was cursed with hundreds of eyes that grew all over her body. Her arms, legs, even her back. Using our XXL flashlight, we can focus the beam, which deals damage to the Dodo Meki, temporarily stunning it. These creatures are weak to natural light, according to this unnamed red-eyed girl who appears throughout the game to help guide us. We even saw her briefly while attempting to summon Hanako. We return inside and solve puzzles throughout the first floor, eventually unlocking the gate blocking our access to the rest of the school. This is almost Granny-esque in design, but I think I'm conflating item-based puzzle solving with the arcadey design of the Granny clones that I didn't enjoy. But with the added element of being chased by a monster constantly, it can be difficult to avoid that comparison in Hanako. Either way, the narrative throughline present in Hanako helped a lot, and I was actually able to make progress in this game. The Dodo Meki section ends when we drain the pool and enter it to find a few items. Picking up a crucial item we've been looking for within the bottom of the pool triggers the boss fight. We have to stun the Dodo Meki and blast it with the fire extinguisher until it freezes, effectively killing it. The big issue with this boss fight is that there's absolutely no feedback with the fire extinguisher. From what I can tell, it's unlimited use, but I had no idea that I was supposed to use it on the Dodo Meki at first.
Oh, there's no feedback on this. Okay, I just got hit twice. I need to... Okay. There's no feedback on this whatsoever, but I think you just spray him with the fire extinguisher. I guess maybe the green... Oh, yeah, you know what? I think the green gas is in the indication of it dealing damage, maybe? Or that's just the fire extinguisher itself, and it's green because this whole game is green. Oh, ho 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 ho.
We grab a ritual candle and the ladder that allows us out of the pool and move on to the next section of the game. Floor 2 is unlocked, as well as Floor 3 actually, and we're introduced to our next enemy, the Jorogumo. Like we've seen many times now, the Jorogumo is another mythical creature from Japanese folklore, often depicted as a spider that can transform into a beautiful woman. The legend is linked to rivers, forests, or secluded areas where travelers might encounter her deadly allure. In some variations of the myth, she was once a normal spider who gained supernatural powers over time, and she is sometimes portrayed as a figure of vengeance, punishing men who have wronged others. What exactly it symbolizes in the game Hanako, I was unable to figure out. It seems as though the Jorogumo is only here because it was a neat yokai to include. Both the Jorogumo and the Dodo Meki feature similar AI, with the Jorogumo being more sensitive to noise. They're pretty easy to lose once they spot you, even if you don't have any stamina available, and this is due to the flashlight's stunning mechanic. Speaking of which, the flashlight runs off of batteries, and while I was initially very concerned about this after seeing so many bad horror games attempt the battery mechanic poorly, I think Hanako did an okay job with it. I was unable to actually tell if batteries respawned as I ran low, or if there were just so many of them throughout the game that I very rarely had any issues with scarcity. It was okay execution. The rest of the Jorogumo section is exactly the same puzzle-solving gameplay as the Dodo Meki section. We have access to these 3 floors of the school now, so the puzzles are a bit more spread out, but it was still a pretty reasonable difficulty, to the point that I didn't really find this game annoying, just kind of drawn out. In the second floor girls' bathroom, we find a girl cowering in a stall. She doesn't appear to be one of our friends, looking a good bit older, but when we open the door, she sprints away and we lose her for a while. After solving some more puzzles, we eventually unlock the auditorium, which was previously blocked off by spider webs. This is where the Jorogumo boss fight begins. We have to find and replace all of the light bulbs for the spotlights, which can be found either in the auditorium or in one of the cocoons hanging from the ceiling. These cocoons can be knocked down by shining light on them for a sufficient amount of time. During the fight, we see our friend Yume running across the auditorium towards the locker rooms. After eventually replacing all of the lights, the Jorogumo is defeated, and we can now go talk to Yume. She reveals to us that she's been jealous of Eri for a long time, a plot point that feels a bit out of place since we've barely had any time with these characters. As we return upstairs to the school hallways, we find the red-eyed woman once again, who explains to us what our next enemy is going to be, the Kubinashi. The Kubinashi is a lesser-known yokai, often depicted as a headless or disembodied spirit. The name Kubinashi translates to headless, which is fitting because that's the entire point of the spirit. In some versions of the legend, the Kubinashi is said to be the spirit of a missing person who died violently or was decapitated, with their body still wandering in search of its missing head. Others describe the Kubinashi as a ghostly figure who causes misfortune or terrorizes those it encounters. Basically a spirit that fucks with people. This sort of legend does not exist exclusively in Japanese folklore. It's actually a pretty ubiquitous concept, permeating throughout various cultures. In Hanako, though, she will spawn behind us randomly and scream, damaging us pretty severely. She was actually the first enemy I managed to die to. It's back to puzzle solving for forward progress, and this is where we're introduced to the one puzzle I wasn't able to solve, the keypad lock in the janitor's office. There's some weird thing going on with this calendar, and the numbers at the end are meant to hint at what the missing 4-digit number is supposed to be. I could not figure this out, and if it wasn't for a forum post informing me what the code was, I might not have actually finished Hanako. I was feeling mad burnt out at this point, and Hanako wasn't exactly the most exciting experience for me. In one of the rooms, we see that girl who ran away from us when we opened the bathroom stall earlier. She seems injured, but I didn't have any spare bandages to give her, so I left her there unhelped. Eventually, after enough puzzle solving, we get 3 charms that can be used to unlock access to the cafeteria, where the Kubinashi boss fight begins. Kubinashi will randomly inhabit one of the mannequins within the cafeteria, and we need to draw her out with our flashlight. Once she's out, she'll appear behind us and scream unless we can shine a light on her quickly enough to deal damage, at which point she'll inhabit another random mannequin. Repeat this a few times, and we have a defeated boss. Each boss gives us a ritual candle, which we can place on the altars on the roof, which is now accessible. This unlocks the Yata no Kagami, a replacement for our flashlight. The Yata no Kagami, which translates to 8-hand mirror, is one of the 3 sacred treasures of Japan. These are said to represent the imperial family's legitimacy and divine authority. The Yata no Kagami is a mirror that symbolizes wisdom and is often associated with the sun goddess Amaterasu, the ancestor of the Japanese imperial family. It's considered an important symbol in Shintoism, representing the connection between the divine and the human realm. However, as we've seen a few times throughout this video, I believe its meaning might be completely lost on a Western audience. A quick diary page explaining what it is could have been helpful, Chilla. Either way, we now have our new weapon, and we immediately observe Yume as we walk down the stairs from the roof. Yume, the sole character who progresses the plot in this game, it seems, has inexplicably found the basement key, so we have our next destination.
She's not looking for anything. She just wants to end it, that's all. I know it now. We were the ones making things complicated. I know I don't deserve it, but I'm going now. I'm sorry. Where are you going? What the fuck? You've had the power to do that this whole time? Holy shit!
This is our final boss fight. Simply shine the Yata no Kagami at Hanako until she dies, luring her out of the stalls if she ends up in them. Not rescuing the girl we found who was injured immediately leads to ending number 1. Eri remains lost, and we return to school, observing that the bullying we went there to put a stop to in the first place seems to have died down. This bullying thing was never mentioned at the beginning of the game, by the way. Eri is never found, and eventually the rumors of Hanako begin once again. If we do help the girl by tending to her wounds, we can continue through the game like normal, but at the end of the Hanako fight...
Ooh. Okay, now one of the endings is we go into the portal. But we have to have the protection charm to do so, I guess. Whoa. Eri. Come on, let's go. We gotta go back, Eri.
We leave the school with both Eri and Yume, but we have doubts as to whether Eri is really herself anymore. The bullying once again subsides, and the rumor of Hanako ceases to exist within the school. We never discuss Hanako or our school adventures with Eri and Yume, but one day a new student is introduced to our class, Hanako Mitarai. I'll introduce you to our new student, Hanako Mitarai. I looked carefully to read her lips. There is no escape, she mouthed that in front of the class. If we enter the portal and drink the blood from the well instead of bringing Eri back, we become Hanako in a pretty neat twist. We terrorize the school from that point on as Hanako, forgetting our past life entirely.
So in Ding 3, we become Hanako-san, which is kind of cool.
Hanako narrowly avoids being a granny clone and was instead an incredibly time-consuming survival horror game that was more similar to something like Crow Country or Late Homework. I wish it was a bit better in terms of combat, but at least it presented unique ideas and didn't have confusing puzzles. It was pretty drawn out and time-consuming though, and the chance of ruining your ability to get every ending because there's only a finite number of bandages throughout the game is a bit of an oversight in my opinion. This game really reminds me of the Korean game known as White Day, a cult classic among survival horror fans. This was developed and published by Sonori, a South Korean studio I mentioned in one of my Korean MMO videos in the past. It was released in 2001 exclusively for PC, and I think Hanako took a lot of inspiration from this game. There are plenty of differences, of course, and White Day is a more refined experience, but I couldn't stop thinking about it while playing Hanako. That was such a good game. The save system in Hanako is the very traditional approach that you would find in most survival horror games. You find these gold coins scattered throughout the school, and each one of these allows you to save at the shrine on the first floor. These gold coins are limited in quantity though, and this brings me to the one major oversight I noticed in Hanako as I played through it: limited item availability. To unlock 2 of the 3 endings in the game, you need to have at least 1 bandage. If you manage to use every bandage that can be found in the world, you're just out of luck and have to restart the game if you want to see those endings. Games like Crow Country have a bit of a failsafe where if you're low on a specific item, you can kick a vending machine to get one of these items. This prevents the very annoying situation of running around the world on 1 HP, desperately searching for a healing item or ammo or something else you might need. It doesn't give you access to unlimited items, but it's done in a way that allows the player a layer of guaranteed safety even when they fuck up. This might be a bit of a controversial design choice in survival horror where safety isn't exactly the priority, but I personally really liked this approach. Hanako features no such failsafe, and I was lucky that I had an extra bandage when I needed it. I would have been very annoyed at having to play through the entire game again for these endings. At game number 20, and with 6 of the last 8 games being mediocre at best, I was extremely burnt out while playing Hanako. Even editing, rewatching, and writing the script for this game was mad uninteresting to me. That's all I can really say about Hanako. It was uninteresting at best. This is another case where I'd recommend playing White Day instead, as you'll get a very similar, overall better experience. Hanako gets 750,000 toe points from me, putting it just above the Granny clones. It wasn't a standout experience, the graphics were greenwashed, it dragged on a bit too long, and I was just bored by it. I'm happy to move on.
Game number 21, Jisatsu.
Hanako was super boring, but our next game was almost too exciting for the sake of my health and mental well-being. It is perhaps the single scariest game out of any Chilla's Art experience on this list. Jisatsu was released on December 15th, 2023 and was wildly impressive to me, especially when you consider the quality level of the games I had been playing from Chilla's Art recently. Jisatsu, which translates to selfie, is actually a play on words. The word Jisatsu can also mean suicide, which is the more common meaning. Content warning for this one as well, by the way. We start out on a black screen being scolded by our exposition dumping boss. We work for a small film company, and our boss tells us to go record ourselves exploring an abandoned house in Redacted City in Redacted Prefecture. We have to go alone, and we're not allowed to return to the office until we've captured some good footage. I think this premise is a bit unbelievable. I can't imagine caring so much about my job that I'd be willing to do this level of fieldwork myself, but that's why I'm a YouTuber. This places us in front of the house we're meant to explore, the primary location for the rest of the game. Walking around, it becomes obvious that this place has not been very well maintained. The grass is overgrown, there's trash all over the place, and there's this outhouse that has an exposed urinal and a hole in the ground. No clue what era this is supposed to be from, but this is the most rural of rural areas in Japan, it seems. This preliminary exploration of the house and its surrounding property reveals a design choice within Jisatsu that I haven't seen present in any other game on this list. There's a small delay when moving the camera around. This has to be intentional, and I believe it's meant to heighten the game's atmosphere, and in my opinion, it works incredibly well. You can imagine it in a similar way as early PS1 survival horror games with their tank controls. They were intentionally unintuitive in an attempt to immerse the player further into the game by disallowing them complete and accurate control over the player character. Whether you agree with or disagree with this design choice, I personally feel as though this delayed camera movement is a solid contributor to Jisatsu's oppressive atmosphere. Upon actually entering the house, we're greeted by this painting. This is known as Christ Crowned with Thorns, a painting by Antonella da Messina that dates back as early as 1470. This may seem random or out of place, maybe just a weird painting the people who lived here really wanted on their wall, but it's actually our first introduction to the overwhelmingly religious themes present in Jisatsu. It speaks to Chilla's art's ever-increasing ability to tell a compelling story and build an atmosphere. While the presence of this painting isn't exactly subtle, it can be difficult to miss, honestly, it is believable enough within this world that it didn't feel out of place whatsoever. It grabbed my attention and I quickly moved on. We head into the kitchen and turn off the sink, revealing the sound of footsteps and/or general noises present throughout the house. Sounds that resemble furniture being moved around or some other nondescript audio cues. Exploring even further, we find that the second floor's only door is locked, something we'll likely be coming back to in the future. Something I noticed almost immediately was the fresh blood located throughout the house. They were often in lines with small pools of blood built up around them, implying that something bloody was being dragged around. Eventually, after we make our way to the main room, we find a VHS tape, a VCR with a TV hooked up to it, and a newspaper clipping. This newspaper clipping is wildly interesting to me. It's cut off, so we can't make out the entirety of it, but the visible part says something to the effect of, the blurred video footage is circulating, the hidden section, nothing too revealing within the words themselves, but this introduces a theme in Jisatsu that I absolutely fucking loved. This image, while it may be difficult to recognize without further context, is covered by a giant black box. This black box is here to censor something. And this black box censor bar doesn't exist solely within the newspaper clipping. Moving on to the VHS tape, we're greeted by this scene of two people mourning over two dead bodies, photos of whom can be found propped up against the wall by their heads. These photos feature the same black censor bar we saw on the newspaper clipping. It's never stated outright, but we eventually learn that the two dead bodies are the parents of the person we're controlling in the VHS tape, the person's perspective from whom we watched the entire tape. The person in the tape stands up and walks to a different room, opening a small closet door to reveal a dead bird inside. The tape then cuts to this person standing outside burying the bird until suddenly...
Get him buried. Bury that bird! What? Can we finish burying the bird, or are you just gonna leave it in an open hole for like a fox to grab or something? Hey. Fuck you doing, bro? Could have sworn I saw something fly away. Fly away, little fox. Why did the background noise go away?
Well done. Bring it hither to me.
He feeds the bird to the hole, and that's where the tape ends. As we return to our protagonist's POV, we notice a lingering frame of the VHS tape indicating the location of the bird's original burial site.
Hey. What the fuck?
There's no sleeping anymore. It's been 2 months. I can't. I laughed at first. Sleep deprivation. Sleep deprived paranoia, right? But he's closer now. Every time I look away, every time I blink, he moves. I don't close my eyes anymore. I heard him speak. It wasn't words. It was inside my head. Like it was a thought that didn't belong to me. I'm trying to sleep, I swear I am. But every time I close my eyes, I feel a breath on... There's no sleep anymore. There's no sleep anymore. There's no sleep anymore. There's no sleep.
The second tape begins with the hole in the ground telling the person in the video to bring it the head of a carp. I think it's safe to assume that these videos are from the perspective of a child, the child who just lost their parents. The child fishes a koi fish out of the pond nearby.
What the fuck? Why would it censor something? That's such a weird, creepy thing to do.
Unfortunately, the hole is not satisfied with the entire fish. It only wishes to consume the head. The child brings the fish inside, showing it to their grandmother, and presumably asking for her to cut its head off. Both the grandmother and grandfather are obviously not cool with this, so the child takes care of it himself.
God. I mean, I guess I hope we killed it before starting all of this. Huh. Why did I lean forward? Oh, because I was grabbing the fish head. Oh, it's just fucking fish, bro. What, did you scared of fish or something, idiot? It's just fucking fish, bro.
The tape ends at this point, presenting a vague image on the screen that identifies the location of the next tape. We walk around the house for a bit and eventually find an area where there are obvious chewing sounds or something of the sort. Opening the closet where the sounds are coming from reveals a radio, our next VHS tape, and a foot. Anything beyond the foot is obscured by boxes, so we can't tell if it's a living person. But after we pick up the VHS tape and try to walk away...
Nothing? Oh. Huh? What? Oh, shut up, fuck up. What is he saying? Sashimi.
Unfortunately, I was unable to decipher what exactly was being said during this section. We begin heading back to the main room with the TV.
Oh, God. Sashimi. What the fuck?
Tape number 3 begins with a shot of the grandmother lying on the floor in the main room. At this point, it's unclear if she's okay, so the child in the video goes to check on her.
Cool TV show. I don't like when it just fucking, when it does that. That's such an underutilized scare. Like, what the fuck is supposed to be there, man? Okay, crow symbolizes death, so I guess we're supposed to interpret that she's dead. You know what it reminds me of? The censoring things out. Oh, fuck. Hi. The censoring things out thing is, it was used in Black Mirror, in a Black Mirror episode. And it's just fucking scary. Cut to the child once again speaking to the demon within the hole, who tells him that the doll possesses and that he must adorn it with a lock of his grandmother's hair. Nope, just kidding. I'm just gonna go here and do this. She almost looks like she was murdered. There's like blood on her torso. Did we just rip it out? Did we just rip the hair out of her head? You couldn't have gotten a pair of scissors? You fucking weirdo. The child returns the doll to the hole and the tape ends, displaying a slightly distorted image of the doll on the screen. We then walk around the house, ripping the heads off of all of the dolls until we find one that contains a key. What the fuck is that figure? Hi! Wait, I knew you were there. What? Fuck me. Bro, not that devil shit, dog. This is the key to the second floor's room, the room that had previously been locked up until now. We now have access to this room, which is entirely empty. There's a door to the closet and a door that leads into another smaller room containing a large number of dolls and the fourth VHS tape. Room of dolls. Yo, close that window. That's why it's so cold in here. Oh, fuck you. Hey, wait, I wonder if the dolls... Uh-huh. Oh. Oh. I wonder if the... Got through the window, got through the fucking window. Who the fuck is that? I can't. Is that a doll? What? Hey. Why don't you fucking suck my nuts, bro? What, you want to fight? I'm so startled right now. Go through the window. Oh. Hi! Hey. Deliver this VHS tape for me, please, Crow. No, he's fucking gone. Tape 4 starts off in a different way than the others. We're still looking through the perspective of the child, but he appears to be climbing out of a hole in the floor that seems to be accessible within one of the rooms in the house. The child goes to speak to the demon once again, who informs him that grandfather has died and that his fingernails must be removed. This scene is insanely uncomfortable. After the child removes the fingernails... Tape 4 ends with a shot of the bathroom, indicating to us our next location. We drain the blood from the tub and find tape number 5 at the bottom inside a plastic bag. If it wasn't obvious by now, someone is leaving these around for us to specifically find. We try to leave to watch the tape, but the door is mysteriously locked. Oh no! I mean, dang darn, the door's locked.
Oh, fuck you. The TV and VCR have been moved, and the only location we can reach is the mysterious underground bunker. It's here where we begin to see the religious imagery strongly presented, including a very present and center painting of Christ Pantocrator, the oldest known surviving painting of this specific depiction of Jesus. The final tape shows the demon telling the child to invert all of the crosses in the home. If we choose to turn around and explore this underground area within the tape, we find that it's mostly the same, but there are 2 caskets sitting down here near the painting and the 2 statues. The child then proceeds to invert all of the crosses in the house, and the environment changes with each inversion.
Oh, hey guys. It's just kind of funny to me that they all look at me. Hey everyone. Who. Okay. If you insist.
The tape ends after the final cross, with the TV screen turning black, revealing no further information to us.
Let me out, please. Hello, can somebody let me out? Oh. There's like another passageway here. What the fuck? What is that? I can't turn around, I can't fucking see it. It looks like Jesus. What the fuck? Come on, get out. What are we gonna see when we stand up though? What are we gonna see when we stand up? What are we gonna see? 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 Who are you? Oh, I'm gonna get jump scared. I'm gonna fucking die. Oh, we can leave.
We attempt to leave in our vehicle, finding that the path through the tunnel is blocked off by a fallen log. We're now playing as the antagonist, who has cut up our character into pieces and is feeding it to the demon. This ends Jisatsu, or so we think. After the credits, we get a scene with another co-worker and the boss discussing the tape they just watched. The tape of our exploration of the dilapidated house and our very obvious and clear murder. Something which the completely soulless boss dismisses in an instant, despite the overwhelming evidence supporting us being murdered, such as our recent and sudden absence from work and the fucking video showing us getting killed. Sometimes Chilla's art's clueless, evil characters are insanely annoying to me with how unbelievable they are. Hello? Wow. There are two real-world stories that could have inspired Jisatsu. The first is the video My House Walkthrough posted by Nana825763. The house shown in this video is dilapidated just like the house in Jisatsu, but this is likely nothing more than an aesthetic inspiration. The antagonist in the story is where things get really interesting, in my opinion. It's been speculated that the antagonist in Jisatsu is based off of the real-life cult leader Shoko Asahara. Born in 1955, later executed by hanging in 2018, he was the leader of the doomsday cult Aum Shinrikyo, founding it in 1989. This group, which has since been renamed to Aleph, was responsible for the Tokyo subway gas attacks in 1995, where sarin gas was released on 3 lines of the Tokyo metro during rush hour, killing 13 people. Asahara committed tons of crimes throughout his life, and he was finally caught in 1995, a few months after the attack on the Tokyo metro. The antagonist in Jisatsu greatly resembles Asahara, though at first I thought he was wearing a Jesus mask because of all the religious symbolism. I'm not sure one way or the other, honestly, and either is a pretty acceptable outcome in my opinion. This game was easily the scariest experience I've ever had playing a horror game, and I'm 21 games in now. I'm hardened after 2 months of non-stop horror games, and this was still awful to get through. The atmosphere was so oppressive, and the constant small scary moments kept me on edge the whole time. What confuses me most about the story is the black censor bar that's hiding something from the child in the tapes. I believe this to be a demon that's being obscured from his vision, but it's open to interpretation since so many things were obscured by this black box throughout the game. The lack of explanation as to what it's supposed to be keeps it mysterious, and I absolutely love this element of Jisatsu. Chilla's art managed to create a scenario where a black box is the most terrifying thing I've ever seen in my life. The religious symbolism to some might seem like a cheap trick to elevate the atmosphere without any real substance, and I acknowledge this, but I still think Chilla's art did a really good job with this game. I'm not even sure they did Catholic symbolism in any other game. We've seen plenty of Shinto and Buddhist elements throughout the games, but from my perspective, these religions are completely foreign to me. They hold significance, of course, but not to the same degree for me personally. I enjoyed these Western religious symbols quite a bit as horror elements. Jisatsu sits near the top of the food chain of Chilla's Art's games for me. At first, I wanted to put it right above the closing shift, but I think the closing shift gets a bit of a special boost because it was the first game I played, and I just loved it so much. Jisatsu gets 15 million toe points. This puts it at rank number 4, just barely missing out on the top 3 placement. It was an amazing experience, but it was just a bit too far on the scary side for me. If this was what all of Chilla's games were, scary to this degree of almost being physically painful, I'm not sure I would have been able to make this video.
Game number 22, The Bathhouse.
Coming off of Jisatsu, I finally started to believe that I was truly out of the bad game era of Chilla's Art's stuff. I was trying to plow through some of the earlier games, and I think after Jisatsu, the worst of it is over now. I also believed that there would be no game on this list that I would enjoy more than Parasocial until I played the Bathhouse. Originally released on October 1st, 2022, the Bathhouse was actually taken down from Steam because of a game-breaking bug. Chilla's art went back and fixed the game-breaking issue, improving on the experience entirely, later re-releasing the Bathhouse Restored Edition, which is the version we'll be playing. The Bathhouse starts out with a flashback, 1 week ago. We are playing as an employee in the bathhouse, and our boss is telling us we need to go clean the sauna. We grab the cleaning supplies and head back there. Immediately, I gotta say that the graphics in this game are impressive. Chilla's art's unique style of low poly models with heavy VHS filters is a thing of the past, it seems. The Bathhouse doesn't rely on these filters, instead simply having high-quality models and textures that are downright impressive. The lighting is wonderful too, conveying the atmosphere of the Bathhouse in a very subtle and comforting way. I actually enjoy being here in this fictional bathhouse. It's cozy.
There's already an event? What the fuck?
Holy shit. Motherfucker, we are 3 minutes into the game. You cannot do this already.
Return to the modern day. Our protagonist, Maina, receives a message from the facility, from someone who knows her. She's asked to come work at the bathhouse and to live in the nearby apartment that they own. It's located in a rural area, and Maina implies pretty heavily that she's uncomfortable with her city life, so she accepts. Honestly, seems like a pretty good gig. It's raining as we arrive, and we need to reach our apartment, room 202. One of the first things we see, though, is a wanted poster for a Toru Maruhisa, age 23. We also hear some monkeys around, which is apparently not all that uncommon for rural Japan. As we pass by the bathhouse, we see a woman in red praying in front of the building, a vase filled with flowers on the ground in front of her. Walking past the first floor of apartments, we see a man wearing all black smoking a cigarette outside. His face is slightly obscured by his hat, so we can't really make out any distinctive features. Otherwise, this place seems pretty nice. There's even a small market right next to the apartment building. We attempt to head into room 202, finding that it's locked despite previous assurances that this was our room.
Hey. What the fuck? You're Maina-san, right?
Welcome. Thank you for coming. This is the landlord and owner of the bathhouse. He goes through the normal routine of introducing us to the room, but he's very quick to ask how old we are. Maybe a little bit of a weird question to ask so quickly. We inform him of our age, 23, and one of the response options actually informs us as the player that Maina is turning 24 in just 3 days, which is important to remember. We get our room key and clean up, but we find this giant armoire has been moved, indications of which can be found on the floor next to it. We can't really do anything about this right now, so we finish up cleaning and head to the bathhouse to begin the workday. It's time for our training. The main gameplay loop of the bathhouse is slightly less interesting than the closing shift, but the number of things you have to keep an eye on inside the bathhouse is what makes it engaging in my experience. From watching for new customers, to keeping an eye on people breaking the rules within the bath itself, managing the temperature of the water. We have to clean at the end of the day. We have to mop the water within the changing rooms, keeping it dry. We have to check in on the sauna every so often to make sure nobody fell asleep. This all sounds less fun than just making various types of coffee all day, but in practice, I found it extremely engaging, even difficult at times as I forgot about a few tasks here and there. We have a few unique customers who show up, but Chio and Mio are the first customers who reveal a bit of backstory to us. When they arrive, they begin talking about how our protagonist, Maina-san, looks a lot like a previous employee whom they haven't seen in years. After this, we have to turn away a woman with tattoos on her shoulders as per the rules.
Better not do anything against the rules, huh? Hey, are you breaking the rules? Hey, no. Those tattoos are fucking cool as shit, but you're not allowed to have them. If this was my personal bathhouse, you'd be welcome. You could come in for free.
A woman comes in with her young child, and of course becomes defensive when we ask his age, since the rules clearly state anyone under the age of 7 is allowed in either bath. We never get an answer, and it's not until the end of the day that we see this kid again.
Ah! Be careful, there's a spirit in this bathhouse. Oh, hey, your mom left already. My mom? I don't have a mom. What are you fucking talking about?
We finish cleaning the baths, and as we're heading back to the changing room to put away the cleaning supplies, we find that someone's here, even though nobody is supposed to be.
I'm sorry, the bathhouse is already closed for today. Got it. Hey, lady. These aren't buckets. I have one question for you. Are you, by chance, a spirit? Thank you very much. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. There should be nobody in here. Today's cleaning is done. I'll take a shower. How you gonna take a shower? Oh, there's shower heads. That's how you gonna do that. This is not a bad job. Hey, that's the guy. That's the fucking guy I couldn't find earlier. That's Ray or whatever his name was. Monkey! What the fuck? I've heard that monkey 7 times in this game already. Oh, the lights went out. Monkey, you're not allowed to be in here. No monkeys allowed. That's what one of the rules says. No monkeys allowed. What the fuck? Oh God. Oh. What did you guys all do to him? What did you guys do? No, this is not a celebration. There's nothing to celebrate here. This is bad, guys.
The next day, we wake up in our apartment. It occurred to me at this point to finally move the armoire to the side, revealing the peephole that I assumed was present. Looking into it, we see an abandoned room with some partially eaten fresh apples on the table, some hair strewn about, a lot of trash, and even some blood. As we leave our apartment to head to work, we see a lady attempting to enter room 203, the same lady who was seen praying in front of the bathhouse on our first day. She doesn't have anything to say, seemingly being very focused on getting into that room, so we move on. This is when I decided to check out the supermarket located right next to our apartment. This place is tiny, but it does stock a few different foods and has its own cosplay girl. Most importantly though, this place has the shooting minigame. I spent a lot of time playing this before heading to work.
Oh, y'all see that shit? Y'all see that shit? Goddamn. All right.
Our boss, the landlord, informs us that the guy we saw passed out in the path yesterday was probably just drunk. He even alleviates our concern about the number of monkeys we've been hearing and seeing around the area by explaining that they're all over the place in such a rural area. Today, we're meant to keep an eye out for a customer named Keiichi. He always wears a suit, which is how we'll identify him, and we're told to allow him to bathe no matter what rules he breaks. Our first customer is a woman whose sole purpose seems to be scolding us for moving too slowly. Everyone here has something negative to say to Maina. It's annoying. Even Futa, a customer from day one who we find hiding in the toilet today, never stops referring to Maina as cutie. He's apparently scared of this place, though I have no idea when he showed up to begin with. The next misogynist in line does a great job of telling Mina how she needs to lose weight and learn how to cook, but at least the guy after that just has a bit of small talk about how well the bathhouse business is doing. Of course, he ends up being the guy who goes into the bath to take pictures, so there's really no shortage of weird and annoying people in this game.
No, get out. No pictures.
I just take one last photo.
Bro, I'm gonna have to take that camera if you don't get out of here.
There, let me see.
What? Stay away from me. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Yeah, you are. I'm the scary one here. Who the fuck comes into a public bath and takes pictures? That's insane behavior. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Eventually, the guy we saw smoking outside of room 102 shows up, not saying anything. He pays, doesn't ask for any bathing supplies, and leaves after lingering in the changing room for a couple minutes. Technically, this isn't breaking any rules, but he does vaguely resemble the guy on the poster, so I'm not totally cool with this being his new routine. We have a few more customers, the first of which being a woman who pries far too much into Mina's personal life.
Just how it turned out for me. Things turned out for you? You were probably just a NEET or something, weren't you? You give off a I'm very delicate so I can't work kind of vibe. So, you got a man? M-A-N. I'm asking if you have a boyfriend. Can you go take the bath? What are you doing? What's with your face? Pissing me off. Well, even if you had a boyfriend, he'll probably be a worthless guy too. Someone like that will suit you perfectly. I hope I can kick you out. That would be fun. Please, Blair, please break a rule. For the love of God, please break a rule.
It was at this point that I noticed the boiler was operating a bit too low, so I went to go check on it.
Why did that just cool down so much? Ah! Okay. That's why it cooled down so much, I guess. I guess that's why.
This is when Keiichi comes in, and he has a very uncomfortable request. I debated for a minute whether it was worth complying, and ultimately decided to wash his back for him, which is not a move I would recommend, though I do think the game would have led me in this direction regardless. It's probably better to lose a job at a bathhouse than it is to accidentally become a Yakuza wife, because this guy's definitely Yakuza. We turn down his next vague request, and this angers him.
I even gave him permission for you to be here, you know that? But I've changed my mind now that I met you today. Now, why don't you come to our company instead? A fine lady like you, I would treat you very, very well. Do you want to become a Yakuza wife, dude? You have the guts to turn down my invitation, huh? You've got some balls, lady. The only problem is that you don't, and I could easily get you to be sitting on my lap with force, you know that? Uh-oh. What's happening? Whoa, what the fuck?
When the landlord shows up to ask how the day went, we inform him that Keiichi was being weird, but he brushes it off and we clean up for the night.
There's smoke coming from the boiler room. Let me go check. Who is that? No, I don't wanna. Oh, fuck. Hello? Ma'am? What the hell did you just... Why are you burning metal? It's not gonna get hot enough to melt it. Whoa, hey.
すみません。 そちらにどなたかいますか?
Oh, it's just... What the fuck is this? You're attacking me with hair? Oh shit, is there something in the fucking water? It's okay.
And that ends day 2. After waking up, we once again check the peephole in our apartment. Honestly, by now, I would have boarded this up. Get some quick drying cement or something and just fill it in, you know? Who's gonna be mad at you? Inside, we can see that the apples have been eaten even further, implying that someone is spending time in here. The landlord very eerily meets us at our door, attempting to explain away the supernatural encounter we had at the bathhouse yesterday.
I'm worried for you, Maina-san, and it's important for you to work without stress, you hear me? So please go, okay? We're almost there. Now, off you go.
What do you mean we're almost there? What does that mean in this context?
The landlord continues to imply that a point is going to be reached, that we're working towards some event. But whenever he catches himself slipping up like this, he quickly corrects himself. We head to the shrine near the bathhouse and speak to the priest, who blesses us and hands us a protection charm. But that's all that happens. As we enter the bathhouse...
Are you an employee here? I was called in to repair the stove, and I just finished. This place, something is... I don't ever want to come back. That stove is fine, so never call me here again.
We get a few normal customers, and eventually this guy shows up. The Chiratekesu follower. Some kind of in-game Chilla cult, I assume. He offers to sell us a gold chinchilla for 1 million yen, but obviously we decline. He takes it into the bath with him, so how valuable is it really, and breaks it, blaming us and placing a deadly curse on us. Alright, after that, a palm reader shows up, and even though we tell him no, he grabs our protagonist's hand and begins aggressively palm reading.
Get your fucking hands off of me!
Let me see. You seem to have a deep connection with this village. Are you a local by any chance?
No, I've only recently arrived. Incorrect response. The correct response is to pull your hand back and tell him to fuck off and get out of here.
That's not possible. And this line here, you've had some very bad experiences here. Let's see, had been in physical pain at this bathhouse in the past.
You're creeping me out.
I'm just saying what your palm says. And this line here, you have strong feelings of resentment and love towards someone close to you, like your...
Let go of me!
My apologies.
Get the fuck out of here! Holy shit, dude.
Then this guy shows up again. He pays and doesn't ask for anything, but as we encounter him in the men's changing room.
My name is Toru. I'm searching for my twin sister. Do you know anything? Can you tell me about her? The thing is, I'm not sure. I know that she's in this village. I feel like I've seen you before. Was it the wanted poster? I didn't do anything! Please believe me! There's someone in this village who doesn't think highly of me and put up that strange poster. Anyways, I swear I didn't do anything bad. It must be a misunderstanding. If you know anything about my sister, please let me know. I'm gonna dry the floor and get to ignore that interaction and forget it happened and just dry the floor, keep it nice and dry.
Next, the woman we saw crying on day 1 who was also attempting to get into room 203 yesterday comes into the bathhouse. We take care of another customer, but things are really starting to ramp up here.
What the fuck? This thing is appearing. Hey, Shaver body wash shampoo. I'm so sorry. I just... What the fuck is you? Shaver body wash shampoo. I'm sorry. I'm fucked up right now. I'm fucked up.
sorrow, agony, rage, despair in the depth of Bathhouse.
Nah, fuck you. You don't come in here and say agony, despair, rage and expect me not to be freaked out at your appearance. Is she supposed to be pregnant? Why does she have a gut like that? Ma'am, you're not allowed to give birth in the... He's adorable. Oh, it's all his fault. Why the hell did he do this? That was close. I was almost pulled by her.
It's the end of the day, and we're tasked with cleaning the mirrors. It's a pretty simple job, and we relax in the sauna after our shift.
What the f- Holy Jesus Christ, why the spider walk too? Is that old lady? You've been here the whole time. Why, Joker?
For some reason, we have to get this lady milk by any means necessary, like it's our job. So now we have yet another job to do, stocking the supermarket shelves. This is a bit of an annoying, tedious task, but it doesn't take too long.
Wow, that was a weird segment. That was a weird section of the game. Let's go. I mean, I guess I'm giving the milk to the lady. I don't know why I went to go get the milk and she stayed at the bathhouse. That doesn't make any sense. You just stayed here? There, milk's restocked.
Hey, you! That's my daughter's bracelet! I'm crying about it! Give it back, my daughter's precious bracelet! Yoko?
You're the fucking spirit. You're the Onryo. It's you. You can climb that if you want. Can't open it. Oh, the fuck? Holy shit, so that's what the table was used for. The end of the... Ah!
What the guy?
What the fuck just happened?
Are you okay? You surprised me. I thought you were dead. It would be troublesome if you died. I'm not joking. You can't die now. What? Ah, no. I meant that it would be troublesome if I lost an employee.
Before I collapsed, you saw what happened, right? This bathhouse is dangerous. It's cursed. It's outright cursed.
Huh? No. When I came here, I didn't see anything.
Liar.
I can't. Sorry. You must have had a bad day. Customer service can be quite tough. Maina-san, I understand what you're going through, but please keep working a little longer.
No, I'm done. I'm out of there. I had enough.
Starting day 4, our protagonist is very understandably upset and unwilling to go into work. We receive a visit from the priest who asks us to meet him in the basement of the bathhouse, specifically telling us to not get caught by the landlord. The basement? This area was never revealed until now. I thought it's likely just a storage area, of no interest to an average worker, right? On the way to the bathhouse, we're stopped by Toru once again, who asks if we've learned anything of his sister. When we tell him we haven't, he asks us what our name is, and there's a mysterious third option here that we're not allowed to choose. Whether we tell him our name or not, this ends the conversation. Then there's this guy.
Oi. Answer my quiz. First question. What human organ resembles a sweet potato?
Sweet potato? Bro, that's gonna be the liver, dog.
That's right. A sweet potato looks like liver. It's like eating a liver. Moving on to question 2. Which one can you eat without dying?
Pufferfish, sweet potato, sprout, cherry seed. You can eat a cherry seed without dying? You can eat pufferfish without dying as well. What are you talking about?
One day, a young girl came to the village. The girl was very pretty and quickly became popular.
What?
A certain man noticed the girl. He decided to have her work at his business. But then the girl got stolen from him by another guy. So what did the man do to the girl?
Chopped her into tiny pieces, locked her up, burned her body, chopped her into tiny pieces, locked her up. It's between 2 and 4.
I wonder, which do you prefer? Last question. 5th question. What is going to happen to you?
Somehow run away.
I see. The fun is over now. I see. Check the sweet potatoes that I'm cooking right now.
What? There's something in them. There's something in the sweet potatoes. Shoebox key 3.
This shoebox key unlocks access to a locker that contains a tile. These tiles aren't important for now, but we will need them later. Inside the bathhouse, in the men's changing room, we find the landlord's stuff, including the key to his shoebox. Inside the shoebox is the key to the landlord's apartment. Naturally, we're going to go check it out. This is where we find the landlord's diary. It's quite long, so I'll summarize it for you. The landlord hired a young girl named Yoko. He fell in love with her, but it's obvious that this was a one-sided deal. She didn't feel the same. The landlord is annoyed at the men that Yoko continues to get with and decides it best to lock Yoko away in the basement of the bathhouse, isolated so that only he had access to her. Eventually, he goes down to the basement and finds that Yoko is dead. She had given birth to 2 twins, but the landlord doesn't know who the father is. After this, the landlord finds that he's being haunted, obviously, hearing screams all throughout the bathhouse and seeing shadowy figures even after closing time. He receives a cleansing ritual from the priest, but it doesn't help. He learns that he's being haunted by an ubume. The only way to end the curse is to sacrifice the child of the ubume once they reach the same age as their mother when she died. In this case, 24 years old. The same age as Maina as of today. The ubume is a ghostly figure in Japanese folklore, often depicted as the spirit of a woman who died during childbirth or shortly after. The ubume embodies deep sorrow as her grief over her death and separation from her child keeps her from finding peace. She may appear to travelers asking for help with her baby, only to disappear, and can be a vengeful spirit who torments those who may be responsible for her death. Clearly, the landlord wishes to rid himself of the curse, doubling down on his vile, selfish behavior by causing even further harm to others. Our goal of reaching the bathhouse's basement remains, though we're still not meant to be spotted by the landlord. The priest made this very clear. So, when we arrive at the bathhouse, we have to evade him in order to reach the basement.
Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. We gotta get to the basement. We gotta get to the basement. Dude, I knew something was fucked up about this place. I knew this place wasn't right. I knew something was off. Where's the entrance? It's hidden. This throwing mechanic, weirdly enough, is from Blame Him. That's the only other game I think that they used it in. Okay, it's not that heavy, it's sheet metal. There's wind whistling behind this. What is this? I thought this was a basement. I mean, it is. Very bright lights. Oh my god, this thing goes deep as fuck. What is this, Parasite? My god. I'm 20 stories below the surface now. Holy shit. What an awful smell. Did someone use it? This is a terrible... Why did we just trap ourselves down here? Oh, something's still here. Oh, we gotta grab something. Oh. Scissors. Oh, I see. Oh, fuck. We're gonna see the landlord. Oh? Cut the pillow? It moved in my belly. It is alive even in this situation. I will not let you die no matter what. I promise to protect you, my beloved baby. I will do my best, so do your best too. I'm sorry. I will not let them do as they please. Oh.
The priest shows up and explains the story to us. The landlord's obsession with Yoko, him locking her up in the basement, accidentally causing her death after the birth of her twins. The priest, who didn't ask any questions for whatever reason, gave the twins the name Toru and Erina, putting them in the care of an orphanage. This is where it's revealed that Mina is one of the twins. Her real name is Erina, and today is the day she turns 24. The priest leaves and we follow, but as we're attempting to leave the bathhouse...
Hello? What's going on?
We find ourselves in the alternate bathhouse dimension, a Chilla's art classic. Our challenge is to clean the bathhouse in a timely manner, stopping the blood creatures from escaping. We spend about 5 minutes frantically cleaning before we're allowed to leave.
It unlocked. Even in this game, Chilla does the alternate dimension thing. Oh, good. Pool of blood. World of blood. Ah! Whoa, what happened? So that I guess that was us dying. You don't have to tell me twice. Hey, you ain't got to tell me twice. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Why would we be safe in the apartment? Why don't we just run away in general? Pretty sure this guy, if he's the landlord, he has a key to the apartment, so why would going into the apartment be a...
Somehow, the plan of running into our own apartment and waiting for the landlord to unlock the door and catch us doesn't work out, despite the Ubume's best efforts to protect us.
What the fuck? Oh. She didn't protect she didn't protect us. I don't think she protected us.
This scene of Mina being dragged all the way to the bathhouse is really well done. It happens in real time, showing us every excruciating moment of Mina being dragged to her death.
Wow, dude, he's dragging us all the way from the apartment into the basement in one take. Oh, no, never mind. There is a loading screen. I was gonna say, that would be fucking insane if he got us all the way down there. Hey, this isn't the way to the basement. Because he's gonna burn us alive. That's what's gonna happen. I knew when he fucking mentioned that if you put something else in there, it's gonna smell, is because he'd been fucking trying it out on smaller animals. And he was talking about burning a human body, and I didn't know whether it was gonna be us or someone else. Oh man, that's some bullshit, dog.
Something we haven't seen any game on this list do up until now is putting us right back into the story immediately after the credit sequence for the first ending. We instantly return to the beginning of day 4 where we wake up unwilling to head to work, but this time we have knowledge we didn't have previously. When Toru asks us if we've learned anything about his sister, we tell him that we're Erina, his sister. Excited by this news, he tells us that he's temporarily staying in room 102 with the priest, and that we can ask him for help whenever we need it. This time, during the chase sequence, we can stop by his room, but he doesn't come out immediately. As the landlord takes us down to the boiler room, however...
Well, shit. This is a different scene, at least. What was that? You just splashed him with water? Oh, gasoline, probably. Holy shit, yeah. He straight up killed him. We need to get out of here. We need to get to the city. Can't stay here. I'm sorry I couldn't get to you at the door. I'm happy that you reached out for my help. I was surprised to learn that I had a twin sister. It's actually quite nice to know that I have a sibling, although I'm not used to it yet. Half a month ago, I received a call from the priest. Fire, 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 fire! He told me about Yoko, about the past, and about you. He told me everything, even about the way to break the curse. This is what I need to do. I thought of it as my mission. Oh, fuck. That's why I'm here in this village, not because the priest called me. I came here on my own volition. I didn't expect to meet you, though. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I'm glad I got to see you in the end. Oh, that's right, to fire, dude, fire. I'll give this to you. Alright, I need to leave soon. Do we want to exchange contact information or something? Or don't get hit by the rubber tree. That's going crazy back there. Where are you going? Don't go in there. Don't go in the fire? What the fuck?
I see. So what you're saying is that a spirit or a ghost was haunting the bathhouse, and to end the curse, a sacrifice was needed, and Toru-san became that sacrifice. Is that correct? Oh, what? So, who was it that was telling such a story to you? What? Who, you ask? What is that? Huh?
This is ending number 2. After the credits scene, we once again wake up at the beginning of day 4, this time with the key to room 203 and an umbilical cord. Room 203 holds the last tile that we need to complete the puzzle, which is found on the front of the shrine. Inside, we find a document explaining what the Ubume is and how we can defeat it. We also receive a tip that when confronting the Ubume, if we show it an object that connects it to its children, it will bring a change to the Ubume, likely implying that it will be brought to peace and no longer haunt the bathhouse. Next to the document, we find a box labeled Toru, and inside it is another umbilical cord. Great, well, we have both of them now. This time, when we approach the bubbles in the bath, we're instead sent to a dimension where we're alone with our mother Yoko, the Ubume. We give her the objects and return to the real world where the greatest scene in any Chilla's art game ever unfolds before us.
Oh, shit. Oh, the monk is here. To protect us. Okay, this is very action-y music happening right now. Let's wrap it up. No way they made a fucking fight sequence. Holy shit, this is great. This game is fucking wild, I swear to God. Oh, bro, that's a fight ender right there. A flip on a guy that old? Oh, that's a fight ender. It's over. Should have slammed him down on his head. Neck break or something. That monk can fight, dude. Did you see that shit? Holy.
This leads into a final scene where the priest apologizes for not taking action sooner, and Toru asks us if we want to start a new life outside of the village. We agree, joining him in his little Japanese truck, and head out of this hellish village for good. This is ending number 3, the true ending of the bathhouse. What a game. From start to finish, I was enthralled by the gameplay, the story, the graphics, the atmosphere. The bathhouse is literally everything I could ever ask for in a Chilla's art experience. It even had convenience elements, like restarting us at the point where we needed to be to get the next ending without forcing us to replay the entire game. The story mixed real-world, shitty, vile people with yokai, which is one of the coolest combinations I've seen in any Chilla's art game. It had great music, a wonderful atmosphere that I found very cozy, and there were plenty of effective, scary moments. Jisatsu was overwhelmingly scary. It was painful to try and get through, but the bathhouse was more like experiencing a story than walking through a haunted house whose sole purpose is to make you feel scared. Much more in line with the design of a Fears to Fathom episode rather than a generic indie horror experience. I find it very interesting how in this game we play as a character who's not only not being haunted by the yokai, but is also being protected by the yokai. It's not entirely unheard of from Chilla's art. There are a few games wherein the protagonist is not being targeted by the evil spirit, but the difference here is that we're actively being protected by the Ubume. The threat at the end of the day, and as is always the case in real life, is a person who's so caught up in their own well-being that they're willing to hurt others in order to protect themselves from the consequences of their own actions. One story beat that I didn't think made all that much sense was the priest's inaction regarding the death of Yoko. Some people speculate that the priest is our father, and I could see that being the case, but this is never actually stated within the game anywhere. It's not even implied, really. If he is Toru and Erena's father, it makes me wonder why he didn't take action sooner against the man who killed the mother of his children. If he's not, I still question why he didn't do anything when presented with the information of Yoko's death. The landlord had to have confessed to him, so for him to do nothing just doesn't make sense. That being said, he does specifically state that he didn't act because he believed it to be the will of the gods that things play out as they will without his intervention. He laments this inaction though, stating that he should not have assumed the will of the gods, and in the true ending he does save us, so I can't be too mad at the guy. I'm just saying, take care of the landlord before it even reaches the point of putting us in danger, you know? As far as Chilla's art games go, and I've played through 22 of them now, the Bathhouse is practically perfect. As perfect as a Chilla's art game can be. It was a bit unpolished at times. There are a lot of things that could have been expanded on or added, but we're talking about a two-man operation here, and the version I played is already a sort of remaster that polished up the original. I'm going to be giving the Bathhouse the king slot on this list. Transcending the points system entirely and taking rank 1 without contention, this game is exactly what I look for when I play a Chilla's art game. A cozy, fun atmosphere undermined by horror elements that are developed slowly over time. While I think Parasocial had better pacing in this regard, I don't think Parasocial nailed the gameplay aspect quite as well as the Bathhouse did, and Parasocial was a good bit shorter. But I'm almost splitting hairs in regard to overall quality. They were both incredible experiences.
Game number 23, The Kidnap.
With a title like The Kidnap, I figure it's pretty obvious what our next game is going to be about. Released on October 31st, 2023, this game finds itself in a slightly awkward transitional era of Chilla's art's style, something we also saw with the Karaoke, which was actually released 8 months earlier. It seems like they were trying to go for the heaviest, darkest stories possible during 2023. Upon starting the game, we wake up in a bedroom. The windows are boarded up, and there's a little basketball hoop on the wall. There's a hammer on the ground, and we're being yelled at by an old woman. We just kind of sit there for a minute until the woman opens the door and enters the room, yelling at us about something. She sounds feeble and old and weak, and I could beat her up. Are you listening? Answer me. I'm just gonna sit here. What do you think you're doing sitting in the corner? Hey, say something. I should do a come on, put in some effort into the video. I should do a voice. Wait, what are we doing? What are we doing with this hammer? She's saying a whole bunch of stuff. Ah! Why did she look like that? Never mind, I would hit her with a hammer too if she looked like that. The fuck? Cut to July 3rd, no year given. We're playing as Renya, an elementary school boy, possibly our youngest protagonist ever in any of these games. Our young protagonist has wet the bed and goes to ask his older sister for help. As we leave our bedroom, we overhear a conversation between our sister and our mother. Okay, shut up! Don't talk to me! So annoying. If only you guys weren't here. I should not have given birth to you. I should have kept you inside. We talk to our sister and ask her for help, and she very kindly teaches us how to wash the sheets. I bet this is going to be a very important part of the gameplay loop. Well, did you get how to do it? From now on, you are responsible for the laundry, okay? That's fair enough. Huh? What about Mom? After this scene, we jump forward to September 1st, find the family cat, and as we walk over to our sister to see what she needs...
Hey, what's going on here?
We hang up the laundry to dry and sit down for dinner with our sister. It's pretty heavily implied at this point that our mother has abandoned us, and this begins the marathon of child abuse that we'll be seeing over the next 3 of the 4 remaining games on this list. Buckle up. There's trash littered all over the place, empty ramen bowls scattered around, and Mom is nowhere to be seen. Our sister fully believes that Mom will return and that she'll be proud of her for her good grades on her exams. Our protagonist, Renya, doesn't seem as invested in Mom's return. Fast forward a few days to September 5th. We walk around the house after putting away the now dried clothes, but our sister seems to be missing.
Where'd you go? That's a great question, kid. And you know, honestly, I wish I had an answer, but I don't. We've kind of checked everything already. Nope, did she go outside? Her shoes aren't here, so I wonder where she's gone to at this time of day. It's raining pretty hard. Why at a time like this? I need to find her. Is this where we leave the house? Press E to call out, shift to run. No flashlight, kid? They call me the no flashlight kid. I could find my sister even without a flashlight. Oh, this is fucked. This is fucked, man. Oh, this game's killing me. Do we not have any neighbors?
We've now been abandoned by both our mother and our sister, yet 3 days later, on September 8th, we head to school like normal.
Task number 1. Bust a fucking move like this kid. Holy shit!
We're cleaning up at the end of the day, and our teacher gives the class a quick warning to watch out for strangers. Kiyomichi, one of our classmates, has something to add.
Hey y'all, listen up. I'm Kiyomichi. There's a clown out there, so watch out for that too.
We round up our group of friends, Keiji, Kohime, and Masahiro, and head home for the day. Instead of going directly home though, we stop at a park and play for a while. Hide and seek specifically. When we're done with the first round, which I easily won by the way, this creepy man, the same guy we saw outside our window a few days ago, asks to join us. We're all very disturbed by this, but the de facto leader of the group, Masahiro, concocts a quick plan to get us out of there without any trouble, telling the creepy guy that he has to count in the shed because he's an adult. Once he begins counting, we all grab our stuff and run away from the park. We stop by the convenience store for some snacks, and Masahiro tells us we have to go steal some food. In this instance, as a child who's been abandoned by his immediate family, I quickly agreed and grabbed a few items.
I think I heard somebody open the door. Oh! There's a fucking guy, dude.
Masahiro and Keiji both head home at this point, indicating to us the location of their homes, so the rest of the walk is just us and Kohime. Kohime seems very acutely aware of what's going on with us, since she hasn't seen our mother or sister in a while, and lets us know that we're always welcome at her house, since her mom specifically takes care of fostered elementary school-aged children. Kohime lives just a couple houses down from us, and that's important to remember. The final stretch of the walk home is just us alone, and it's not good.
There's a truck here. Oh, fuck, there's a truck. Oh, fuck, there's a truck. Don't start. That's the clown. That's not good. It's not good. It's not good. What is this area? Oh, fuck the truck. Oh, fuck the truck. Oh, fuck the truck. God. Crows. Crows symbolize death. Crows symbolize death. Crows symbolize death. Between the creepy truck and the clown, this is one of the most unsettling moments in a Chilla's art game. Knowing that we're playing as a young child and that our house provides absolutely no layer of safety since there's nobody there but us, it's just uncomfortable. Despite this, we do our homework. We grab some cup ramen, play some video games, but when we get up, that was it? That was all we were? I've got your sister. If you don't want to lose her, break all the balloons, loser. This begins the clown sequence. We're meant to break all of the balloons, and even though I failed at doing so in the time limit given, we're still shown this scene. Another dream sequence. Chilla, you got me again. Our cat's meowing, so we go looking for him, but as we get closer to the closet where he's sitting, we find the back door is open and there's a trail of blood leading inside. Hi, Tama. Yeah, I saw that coming. Saw that one coming. I found you. After driving to the kidnapper's house with our sister, we wake up in the same room from the prologue of the game, just with more blood and trash everywhere. After breaking out, we talk to our sister, who tells us that she specifically asked this man to kidnap her and then us in an attempt to get our mom's attention. I'm not entirely sure I believe this, and I kind of like the ambiguity that's presented with this plot point. But ultimately, we're playing as a young kid, and there's not much we can do either way. However, we do attempt to leave through the front gate, but we need the keys. Luckily, the kidnapper passed out on the floor, dropping the keys near him, so we nab them and attempt to escape. Just get out of here. Yeah, I knew it. Where are you going? Your sister's going to be worried. This is the point where we start getting different endings. If we stick around and just let things play out, we spend 2 weeks in this house with the kidnapper and our sister. Within that time, it doesn't seem as though anything bad happens to us, but eventually the police show up and take us home, reuniting us with our mother, who is not exactly happy to see us.
なんであんたたちはそうやって私の邪魔ばっかりするのよ。二度と私の手間を煩わせないで。
なんで?
If we choose to escape, we have to solve a little stealth puzzle, but eventually we do make it out on a bike. As we ride around, we can choose to either stop at Keiji or Masahiro's place, Kohime's place, or just return home. Returning to one of the boys' homes results in the police being called, the kidnapper being arrested, and the same ending where our mom picks us up and scolds us for bothering her. If we run back to our house, we just get caught because, of course, what else would happen? However, if we stop at Kohime's place, we're taken into foster care. The kidnapper isn't arrested for whatever reason, and we get this scene of our mother yelling at the guy who kidnapped us.
ねえちょっとあんたが誘拐犯ねこっち向きなさいよ私の子供をよくも誘拐しやがって子供を何だと思ってるのあんたがどうこうしていい子じゃないんだよこの子たちは私のものなの母親である私だけがこの子たちを好きにしていいの子供は親の言うことだけただ聞いてればいいの子供にとってのあんたには分かねえ聞いてんのね
It's interesting to me how Renya was so detached from his mother that he didn't even really care that she was gone and was outright happy when she was murdered. I believe this is at least in part due to his young age, though it's almost a bit unbelievable and there's really not enough information given to reach a solid conclusion in this regard. This lack of information could be interpreted as an attempt to immerse ourselves further into the character of Renya, a character who is so young that he's almost completely unaware of what's even happening. Either way, I think the Kidnap had a really strong premise, but didn't really follow through as well as it could have. The lack of a happy ending is cool, in my opinion. It really makes the world that these kids find themselves in seem incredibly bleak. With the mother, my gut tells me that I would have liked to see some kind of further development of her story, but I think if we're meant to be playing from the perspective of the child, her lack of motivation to abandon us, other than the random disdain she seems to hold towards us, works well. If anyone were to get more story development here truly, it would probably have made more sense to see more interactions with the kidnapper and the kind of environment we were in when we were within his custody. Perhaps there's a story to be told here of the kidnapper actually providing a healthier living environment for the children, but with the obvious law-breaking part of taking someone else's children. Not that they were exactly being taken care of by anyone at that point, though. Honestly, this entire game builds up to the moment where you're in the kidnapper's custody, but this part of the story isn't explored sufficiently, in my opinion, and I find that extremely disappointing. We do find out that the kidnapper was the child we played as in the prologue and that he killed his mother, but this is only told through notes and a scary sequence in the attic, both of which are optional content. It just seems like there's more that could be explored within this concept, and the Kidnap opted to not take any of those routes, instead truncating the experience and leaving us without a story that feels told in its entirety. This is something I've noticed that Chilla's art struggles with in general. The concepts they come up with are amazing, but the execution can sometimes be lacking. The Kidnap is the second most expensive game in Chilla's Art's portfolio, costing $10. That's definitely pushing it in terms of cost. Even the Bathhouse was only $8, and that game was peak Chilla's Art, featuring a much more complete story than this. If there was a direct sequel to this game that continued its story, I think a lot of the problems I have with the Kidnap could be solved. The Kidnap is going to get 2.5 million toe points, placing it at spot number 11 out of 26 games. Really, it was fine. It just needed to explore the concept of abandoned children being kidnapped further than it did.
Game number 24, The Caregiver.
We're going back to classic Chilla's art style with The Caregiver, the next game on the list. Released on April 2nd, 2021, this game is very much a classic with a lot of the elements of a Chilla's art game that I enjoy. It was downright nostalgic to go back to this graphical style after not really seeing it since Inunaki Tunnel, which was 15 games ago now. We're playing as Sachie Tomita, a 26-year-old nurse who works at Hitoiki Nursing Home. Our co-worker, Naomi, is sleeping in the break room. New hires, am I right? Apparently, we received a call for a patient named Soichi-san. Some sort of emergency, so we have to head over to his house and make sure everything's all right. The walk from the nursing home to Soichi's house is one of those Chilla's art moments that I'll never forget. It's about a 1.5-minute long walk, and it takes us from the city to the traditional rural neighborhood where Soichi's house is located. Upon arrival, we knock and receive no answer, so we let ourselves in. After looking around for a bit, even investigating the yard wherein there's a parked van and a shed, we find Soichi silently sitting in front of a window, as though we haven't spent the past 5 minutes looking for him or anything. We can't seem to get him to speak, but further exploration reveals a stairway to the second floor of the house. As we climb these stairs, we notice that there's a foul smell that's getting stronger as we progress.
Well, lady, what does it smell like? Does it smell like a dead deer carcass? Because I'll tell you what, that's the smell of death. And you leave that deer rotting too long? Ooh. Oh! What the fuck? Oh, and there's somebody behind us too? What the fuck?
The next day, we're playing as Naomi, and our job today is to check in on Soichi. We're taking over since Sachie can't be in charge of him anymore. We grab our backpack, read up on the notes regarding Soichi and his care, and take the walk towards his house once more. This time, upon entering, we find a tea kettle and sink unattended. Eventually, after a few minutes of searching, we find Soichi, and he clearly needs a bath. This begins a series of puzzles that will allow us access into the bathroom, which has been blocked by a plank up until now. We use the paper clip to pick a lock for a small box that reveals the shed key. Within the shed, we get a farm tool that we can use to knock down the ladder we need to access the attic that contains a footstool that will allow us to reach the window to the bathroom. At which point, we can use the farm tool to knock down this piece of wood blocking the door, finally allowing us access to the bath.
Okay, and now we can get into the bathroom. Somebody's in there with Soichi-san. That bitch. He's my patient. How dare you? Do you think they fight over patients?
We retrieve Soichi from outside and give him a bath.
Delivered package. Hey. Okay, later. Thanks for the package.
After putting Soichi to bed, we wrap up our shift for the night. The next day, we talk to a co-worker about how there's something wrong with Soichi's family. Sachie is once again taking a sick day, so we take a look through her work diary to get an idea of what's going on with her patient.
Alright, Sachie's patient diary. Day 1, just a normal day at Soichi's, but there's one thing that bothered me. The house kind of smells. Where is it coming from? I should try getting rid of the stench tomorrow. Day 2, I didn't know Soichi suffers from dementia. He doesn't talk much, if not at all. This is odd. He was fine yesterday. Maybe his symptoms are starting to show now. I pray he will be okay. Day 3, his family members were supposed to be at home today. They called us last minute that they can't make it. It's just Soichi at home today. I really wish they'd let us know sooner. Oh well, I shouldn't complain. I tried taking out the trash again and used the air freshener. Nothing seems to work. The house still reeks of something rotten. Day 4. When I arrived today, Soichi wasn't at home. Turns out he was lying on the ground outside. What's going on? I also hear scratching of walls and bangings on ceilings. I tried checking where the sounds were coming from. Nothing's there. Ah, the smell again. I just can't put a finger on where the smell is coming from. Everything about that house is driving me insane. Day 5. The room in the second floor. What was that? Grandma? Why are you here? What are you doing? It can't be real, right? I feel cold. Maybe I'm just sick. I shouldn't go to work tomorrow. Before heading to Soichi's house, we stop by Sachie's apartment to make sure she's doing okay. When we arrive at the apartment, there's this guy blocking the entrance, demanding we get him drugs before he'll let us inside. So we return to the nursing home and grab morphine from the guy, and we can finally check in on Sachie. Are you alright now? So cold. Don't worry. I think I just caught a cold. Hey, Sachie-san, so I came here to ask you something. I read your work notes, and what happened at Soichi's? And what happened to his family? Why? Why? Why what? Why? Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention, it's because I'm in charge of taking care of him now. Get out. Get out! I don't want to get involved anymore. She saw something that traumatized her, I think is what it is. And we're about to go. The fuck? Whoa! The next day, nobody's at the nursing home when we depart for Soichi's house. It's raining outside, and this is definitely my favorite day in Chilla's Arts games. A lot of games have this rainy day moment, and it just puts a little smile on my cold, soulless, sleep-deprived face. As we enter, things seem as normal until we find the mattress that these rats are super interested in for some reason. Inside the mattress, we find the van key, and this allows us to grab the car jack from inside. Pair this with the car jack crank that was delivered the other day, and we can finally enter the room with the doors that have been stuck shut for a few days. Basically, the entire time we've been playing as Naomi. Inside this room is a dresser that's shut with red tape, a crowbar, and a bloody note that reads, "Good fortune comes beneath the floor." This is all we can do here in the moment, so with the crowbar in hand, we head back downstairs and pry open a section of the tatami mat. Let's go down. There's gonna be an underground bunker, isn't there? Oh, no, 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 no. What is this, Jisatsu? Did we enter the catacombs? There's a light over here. I'm gonna follow the light. We're in some kind of catacombs. Crow's heads and a lot of dead birds. So this could be where the smell's coming from, like almost guaranteed. Oh, Soichi-san, you gotta clean up your dead birds. What are you doing? Is that a person? Pretty sure that's a person. Yeah. Tengu mask. Bloody note. The time of the deeds have been engraved to the elderly clocks. We have to go around the house, setting the clocks to the appropriate times, which is simple enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You better know how to read an analog clock. Kitchen. Past the rats. Ah! This creepy old lady serves as a bit of a hurdle in getting this puzzle solved, but once we set everything appropriately, a chest unlocks, revealing a religious dagger. We take this dagger back to the underground ritual chambers, and this reveals that the person with the Tengu mask was actually Soichi the entire time. Bring him down. That stopped the smoke? He's alive?
Thank you, young one. The curse didn't allow me to speak. I'm sorry I couldn't figure things out sooner. No, you did more than what I dreamed for.
I think I read the wrong voice.
You gave me a chance. Now listen, the Raven is after me. It is using my wife to complete itself.
Your wife? I thought she passed away.
The Raven can interact with the dead. He has coerced her soul back to this world. The condition for his summoning is for the dead to perform the ritual on the person she loved the most. Now, you must save my wife's spirit.
But how? How, Soichi? Tell me, please!
Her bone box is in the altar. It should be sealed tight with a red string. Get it out of the house and the demon will back away.
Okay.
Use this. It should cut through anything. You have a good soul. I trust in you.
Using the scissors, we open the dresser on the second floor to retrieve the box of bones, but when we try to leave, the doors shut in our face.
Who the fuck is this?
Is that the Raven? That would be Tengu, right? There's like Japanese. Oh. Ah! Why did that scare me so bad? Ooh, SCP, a containment breach ending, baby. That's the exact same exit as when you win the game.
The Caregiver ends in a similar way to the convenience store, a giant wall of text. After we escape the Karasu Tengu's prison, we run away from the house as quickly as possible until we find a temple with a monk inside. We hand the bone box to the monk, and he informs us that we made it just in the nick of time, preventing Soichi's wife, Haori, from being harmed further. Naomi continues to care for Soichi, and a few days later, when we visit Haori's grave,
What a shame. He was already gone the moment you stepped into the house. What a shame.
And that's the Caregiver. One ending. Really, this game is just uninteresting. I don't think it's bad, but it's far from great. And this far into the list, this one didn't really stand out to me in any way whatsoever. You kind of have to be a big fan of Japanese mythology to really care about the Tengu and the story as a whole, or maybe I was just getting tired of playing these games at this point. I mean, this is the 12th time I've made this video after all. As a not too special experience, the Caregiver gets 1,250,000 toe points from me. I just find it not very memorable or interesting, but it's fine.
Game number 25, Missing Children.
Continuing the trend of child abuse and neglect off of the back of the Kidnap, let's hop into another game that kinda bummed me out. Missing Children was released on June 12, 2020 to very positive reviews, and while it was kind of a bummer, I actually enjoyed this one. In Missing Children, we play as Sato, a bully detective who's sent to a small town to investigate the disappearance of 3 children. The local police do not suspect that it's a case of kidnapping, rather believing that something else is going on. We meet our partner, Funahashi, now the 3rd Funahashi we've seen. He's got a little bit of misogyny to throw our way when we first meet him, but we brush it off. We have a job to do. Our first lead is that one of the missing girls, Mizuki, was seen communicating via a private online chat. Mizuki's mother is very unwelcoming. She won't let us in to look around without an actual police officer present, which was just a stalling tactic anyway, because she decides to not let us in even once we bring Funahashi along with us. We need some way to prove to her that we're there to do some good. Since we have nothing that can convince her at the moment, we head to the home of one of the other missing children, Akiko, but I wanted to stay and look around a bit. There's a dog in the backyard and a child wearing a weird mask down the street who's holding a windmill toy. Well, that's all we can really do here, so after exploring sufficiently, we head to Akiko's.
Newspaper Article 1. Could it be domestic abuse? A death of a middle schooler in town. On September 14th, Takumi Sato, 12, was found dead in Nagoya City, Aichi Prefecture. With numerous wounds on his body, police suspect his parents, a single mother, might have been the culprit.
We continue the investigation, looking around Akiko's property, and find an old woman in the backyard. We inform her that we're trying to find Akiko, and she allows us access into the property. Upon entry, we're met with a similar situation like what we saw in the Kidnap. Cup noodles all over the place, trash strewn about, and the place is just a disgusting mess. There's one door we can't open, so we head outside to ask the old woman if she has the key. She says that it's around here somewhere, and we end up finding it behind the shed in the backyard. As we return to the house and enter Akiko's room, we see that it's very dirty, like the rest of the house, and find the key to the shed laying on the floor.
The fuck is that noise? Hello? May I ask who's calling? Although faint, I can hear someone singing. Who? Who's in here? I'm a detective, dude. I can't be scared of nothing.
With the key to the shed, we enter it and grab both the scythe and Mizuki's omamori. When we enter the house again...
Oh, hi. Oh? Didn't see you there. What's wrong? Do you know where your mother and father are? They... They're not... When will they come back? What's that in your hand? Dog. What? Dog food? Why do you have that? Hey, why don't you come down? Maybe she doesn't want to talk to me anymore. But she isn't too scared, just kind of lifeless. Alright. Well, I'm not gonna bother you anymore. Oh man, dude, it's when they get the kids involved, it just makes it so much fucking heavier, and I don't like it anymore. I like a good horror story, but not when children are the victims. That's just upsetting. I like it when the adults are the victims. I can't believe Togain would say that. What the heck?
With Mizuki's omamori, we have what we need to convince her mother to allow us to look around the house. We head to Mizuki's room and see a picture of her and her boyfriend Seiichiro. There's a computer in here as well, but we don't have the password. Mizuki's mother has no clue what the password is, so we'll have to acquire it through other means. If we head into Mizuki's mother's room, we find a box of masks and a letter.
Is this face mask? I think these are face masks. Please break up with me. I regret dating Seiichiro-kun. It's embarrassing to tell everyone. Seiichiro-kun doesn't have the money or the brain. You can't do sports, right? I don't need you in my life. My mom says she should break up with you. Mizuki. Hi! Why are you in my room? When did I tell you you can go into my room? Whatever. Come to think of it, Mizuki's been meeting up with her friends recently. I think the last time she went out was with Kanae's house. She went out with Kanae's house? She carried the whole thing? Why don't you go there instead? Because I'm busy doing research here. This is a big-ass bed, dude.
So we have our next destination, Kanae's house. As we head over to that area, we run into this guy. He's here as a gardener, or, as he puts it so eloquently, a random guy hired by the guy who lives here. He says he'll reward us if we bring him a tool that can make his job faster. When we give him the scythe, which is not a good tool for pulling weeds, he hands us a green windmill toy, one of the 3 we'll need for the good ending. It turns out neither of the houses that are immediately in front of us are actually where Kanae lives. We have to head through the forest path to find her house, but it's locked, so we head back.
Whoa, hi. What do you guys want? Kanae's gone missing. Do you happen to know anything about it?
I'm also troubled by it. I have no idea. Well, you might find something in the house. Please come take a look.
When we eventually reach the house, we can find a few snacks sitting on the table, which we grab, and there's another newspaper article on the table.
Newspaper article 2. It was suicide. The single mother grieves. A police investigation revealed that the cause of death of Takumi Sato, 12, found in Nagoya City, Aichi Prefecture on September 14th, was in fact a suicide. The mother, who has been working hard as a single mother, wept in tears. So we published it in the newspaper.
In Kanae's room, there's a locked drawer on her desk, but when we ask the father about it, he has no idea where the key is. He does, however, tell us that Kanae used to hide things behind furniture when she was little. This being our only hint, we find the key to the drawer on a potted plant in the living room. When we unlock the drawer, we find Kanae's journal and read through it. This journal is pretty long-winded, but the summary is that Kanae's parents simply aren't getting along. We take the key from the pillow and head back to Akiko's house.
Hey kid, I took some snacks from another house for you. I didn't go buy new ones or anything. I need the dog food you're holding. If you'd like, could you exchange it for these snacks? Okay, aw. Thank you. Hey, by the way, I don't see your grandma around. You know where she went? We don't have a grandma. Okay, kid. So you're telling me that you're here all alone? I'm not sure that legally I can leave you here now that you've told me that. That was a pretty fucking cool moment.
With the dog food in hand, we go to Mizuki's house.
Hey, buddy. How you doing? There you are. Now that's some energy. Where are you going? Where are you going? You seem to know where you're headed. Again, cut the fucking grass in your yard. What is this? There could be snakes and stuff. Oh.
Thanks for the food.
What the fuck was that? What just happened? I couldn't even see what was going on.
Unlocking the computer allows us access to 2 more leads, an email and a text chat. Heading to the park now will result in the bad ending. As we enter the park...
Go to the park. Cool achievement. Thanks.
Whoa. Looks like we got a new track to play.
What the fuck? Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. I get the feeling she's not going to be the only ghost. If I already lost her that quickly. Ghost, I say. I don't know what the fuck that was supposed to be. This bridge is cool. This seems like a cool place to fish if it's allowed here. But... Hi. I may or may not have... I'm taking for you! Don't you run at me. I am a detective, okay? And I will be treated with respect. And that means not running directly at me and scaring me. Stop it. I feel like I'm missing a windmill. Oh, fuck. I should have expected that. I should have expected that one.
Both endings in this game suffer from the dreaded wall of text that I dislike so much, so let me try to sum this up. In the bad ending, we actually pass out and fall in the water, but Funahashi rescues us. Letting these 3 girls die was horribly traumatic and brought back the feeling of Sato losing her son, but she does eventually resolve to continue her work and to save whoever she can in the future. To get the good ending, we need all 3 windmill toys. The first is acquired from the kid wearing the weird mask if we give him the box of masks we received from Mizuki's mother's room. The next one is from the gardener, which we already covered, and the final one is from the guy outside the police box who asks us to bring him a beer we can find at Kanae's house from her father. With all 3 windmill toys in hand, we place them at the shrine located near Akiko's house, and this time when we reach the end of the pier...
I knew it. It seems to be satisfied. Okay, we placed all the windmills. Now let's head to the park. Nothing spooky scary. There's nothing scary happening. Oh. Yep, I knew it was cinder blocks.
Everyone was still okay. This is where we learn the backstory and the reasoning for these girls going missing. Akiko was being bullied, as we saw from the graffiti on her school bag. On top of that, both her and her sister, the young girl who gave us the dog food, were both being neglected, likely abandoned by their parents, similar to what we saw in the Kidnap. They both went into temporary custody, which I can only hope is better than being ignored completely. Kanae's parents officially get divorced. She lives with her mother, but she still visits her father every so often. As for Mizuki, she got back together with Seiichiro. It's likely she was upset, at least in part, due to her mother's forged note that caused a rift between the two. When she discovered the note, she explained that she never wrote it and they're working on convincing the mother that they're a good match. Sato thinks back to her son's suicide and believes that she was able to help these children because of the strength she found after his death. I thought Missing Children was kind of great, actually. This is how you tell a story from start to finish, without leaving the player feeling as though there's a huge chunk of the story they're missing. Playing as a detective gives us a layer of separation, and the gameplay of uncovering the story allows for a bit more wiggle room with regards to leaving out story elements. You can get away with explaining less because we're only supposed to figure out what we need to in order to save the children. It was a bit short for sure, and I think this concept is pretty wonderful, and Chilla should consider making another game like this where you play as a detective. Maybe make it not another sad story of child abuse and neglect. It would be nice to experience something less painful, but I still thought this game was a very enjoyable experience. Missing Children gets 5 million toe points from me, putting it at rank number 7. Pretty high up on the list, all things considered. The only games that beat it are the ones that I hold in very high regard, and I think Missing Children is a bit of a sleeper from the studio.
Game number 26, Cursed Digicam.
We're entering the final game in this video, Cursed Digicam. As of making this video, this is the latest release, but there are definitely going to be more games in the future. Cursed Digicam was released on January 9th, 2025, a few weeks into working on this video actually. We jump into Cursed Digicam with audio of a child playing in the park. In this game, we're playing as a father who lost his daughter. She died at the same park, and god damn it, it's another fucking game where the victim is a child. Why did I save all of these until the very end? We find a website that informs us that we can upload 15 images of the deceased person's spirit in order to receive a message from the spirit. Some kind of ritual for putting their soul to rest, I imagine. We have a special soul camera for this, with very little explanation as to what it's actually supposed to be. The main gameplay loop of Cursed Digicam is running around the park, finding the locations where our daughter's spirit is lingering. We need to take 15 pictures of her to upload to the website. There's a number system throughout the game as well that can be used to obtain hints from the phone as to the location of another picture.
Game's really laggy. I'm sorry I called you. When are you coming back?
もう帰ってくる？わかった。
God damn. This just kills me, man. It's obvious from the start that we're playing as a shitty father. I knew from the start that he did something wrong. Things like this don't just happen. Now, I have a gripe about this game. A few, actually, but the most prevalent one is the frame rate. Chilla's Art used to make their games in Unity, and they developed a pretty unique style, and they were pretty decent at it. It was rare to have any sort of performance issues with these games. However, with games like Shinkansen 0 and Cursed Digicam, they switched to using the Unreal Engine, and these games are wildly unoptimized. I had to put all the graphics down to the bare minimum to get a stable frame rate. I have a 4070, not the best GPU out there, but I have yet to run into any game that pushes it very hard at all, and Cursed Digicam just utterly crippled it. I want to believe that they'll learn how to optimize these games better in the future, but this one ran so poorly and it immediately killed my immersion. The gameplay of running around taking pictures is not an awful concept, but it's a bit too obtuse. There are very few hints within the game world, so you rely on calling these numbers constantly to find the locations where pictures can be taken. It just doesn't feel organic in any way. I don't want to say Cursed Digicam sucks, but man, I wasn't digging it. Eventually, we run into the weird mascot guy who's supposed to be like a manifestation of our guilt, and there's an announcement that plays over the PA system outside that a young girl went missing. Different information than what we know about our daughter dying, but in the moment, I didn't pick up on this. Once we take all 15 pictures, we return to our incredibly dirty and disgusting apartment to upload the image. There's a clause within the website that states it won't work if the person died more than 13 days ago, but it looks like we got these pictures in the nick of time as it works and we receive a creepy, unsettling video. Was this an AI-generated video of her? Wait, what's going on? Again, in the moment, I didn't really pick up on what this was trying to portray. We've spent the entire game up until this point looking through the camera, so it's implied that this is a video of us, the father, chasing a scared young girl. Not in a fun, playful way, but in a creepy, unsettling way that I don't appreciate. Inside our apartment, things start to become even creepier, and we have to take another 15 photos. There's a boss fight section with the mascot character, which was fine, nothing special. What's interesting, though, is that when we upload 15 pictures of Mitsuka, our daughter, we're informed that the deceased has been dead for longer than 13 days. We didn't get this with the other pictures, and it's assumed that this all took place on the same day. What this is implying that I, again, failed to pick up on in the moment, is that there are two girls. This is confirmed when we receive a missing persons flyer through the mail slot in our door the following day. Mitsuka. It's not the same name at all. Aww. So I think the dad, this is all about grief and guilt, it seems, because that conversation keeps playing over and over throughout the game. What in God's name is this story supposed to be? And that's kind of the whole game. The sections where you run around taking pictures was just not compelling to me at all, and I was so exhausted by this point that I couldn't even pick up on the story. So essentially what's happening here is our daughter fell and hurt her head. Like a fucking awful parent, we did nothing about it and she died in our home later on. Stricken by grief, the father is now being tormented by this mascot thing, as well as his own regret. So he kidnaps Manami as a replacement for his daughter, but then kills her for reasons I can't understand. The final shot at the end where the father jumps off of the balcony and a young girl follows is a little bit confusing, but I think this is meant to be Mitsuka, our actual daughter. Her spirit, maybe. I think him jumping off of the balcony was the only part of the game I fucking liked. That's kind of what the story is, I guess. The major problem I have with Cursed Digicam is that the protagonist is insanely deplorable. There are no redeeming qualities for this character, so I feel a strong level of disconnect from him. I think if any game would have benefited from a third-person perspective, it's this one. If you're going to make the main character a horrible piece of shit, I think it betrays the atmosphere of the game to have us play through the most immersive perspective possible. That being said, 3 games in a row about child victims was definitely starting to get to me, so I think I kind of checked out partway through Missing Children, and I might be giving Cursed Digicam slightly unfair criticism because of that, but I still stand by everything I said. Between my own fatigue getting through these games, the slightly obscure story, the unengaging gameplay, all of the feedback that I got trying to put this video together, remaking it a bunch of times, the protagonist that I hated, and the performance issues, I was not into Cursed Digicam. It's whatever. I give it 300 toe points because I just can't find it in myself to care about this game at all. I'm sure the next one will be great.
Video rejected. I don't care. No, I don't care. I don't care what they have to say. I'm posting the video. I've been working on it for way too long.
Hey guys, hey, so thanks for watching, everybody. Check out my Patreon for exclusive monthly updates if you'd like to support me, and I will see you guys in the next video. Thanks for watching.